Chapter 13, Part 2 of Annals of a Quiet Neighborhood. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit Librivox.org. Annals of a Quiet Neighborhood by George MacDonald. Chapter 13, Part 2. Thinking over all this, and forgetting how late it was, I found myself halfway up the avenue of the Hall. I wanted to find out whether young Weir's fancy that the ladies he had failed in serving, or rather whom he had really served with honesty, were Mrs. and Miss Oldcastle, was correct. What a point it would be if it was! I should not then be satisfied except I would prevail on Miss Oldcastle to accompany me to Thomas Weir, and shame the faithlessness out of him. So eager was I after certainty, that it was not till I stood before the house that I saw clearly the impropriety of attempting anything further that night. One light only was burning in the whole front, and that was on the first floor. Glancing up at it, I knew not why, as I turned to go down the hill again, I saw a corner of the blind drawn aside and a face peeping out, whose I could not tell. This was uncomfortable, for what could be taking me there at such a time? But I walked steadily away, certain I could not escape recognition, and determining to refer to this ill-considered visit when I called the next day. I would not put it off till Monday. I was resolved. I lingered on the bridge as I went home. Not a light was to be seen in the village, except one over Catherine Weir's shop. There were not many restless souls in my parish, not so many as there ought to be. Yet gladly would I see the troubled in peace, not a moment, though, before their troubles should have brought them where the weary and heavy-laden can alone find rest to their souls, finding the Father's peace in the Son, the Father himself reconciling them to himself. How still the night was! My soul hung, as it were, suspended in stillness. For the whole sphere of heaven seemed to be about me, the stars above shining as clear below in the mirror of the all but motionless water. It was a pure type of the rest that remaineth. Rest, the one immovable centre, wherein lie all the stores of might, whence issue all forces, all influences of making and moulding. And indeed, I said to myself, after all the noise, uproar, and strife that there is on the earth, after all the tempests, earthquakes, and volcanic outbursts, there is yet more of peace than of tumult in the world. How many nights like this glide away in loveliness, when deep sleep hath fallen upon men, and they know neither how still their repose, nor how beautiful the sleep of nature. Ah, what must the stillness of the kingdom be! When the heavenly day's work is done, with what a gentle wing will the night come down! But I bethink me, the rest there, as here, will be the presence of God. And if we have him with us, the battlefield itself will be, if not quiet, yet as full of peace as this night of stars. So I spoke to myself, and went home. I had little immediate comfort to give my young guest, but I had plenty of hope. I told him he must stay in the house to-morrow, for it would be better to have the reconciliation with his father over before he appeared in public. So the next day neither Weir was at church. As soon as the afternoon service was over, I went once more to the hall, and was shown into the drawing-room, a great faded room in which the prevailing colour was a dingy gold, hence called the yellow drawing-room when the house had more than one. It looked down upon the lawn, which, although little expense was now laid out on any of the ornamental adjuncts of the hall, was still kept very nice. There sat Mrs Oldcastle reading with her face to the house. A little way farther on, Miss Oldcastle sat with a book on her knee, but her gaze fixed on the wide-spread landscape before her, of which, however, she seemed to be as inobservant as of her book. I caught glimpses of Judy flitting hither and thither among the trees, never a moment in one place. Fearful of having an interview with the old lady alone, which was not likely to lead to what I wanted, I stepped from a window which was open, out upon the terrace, and thence down the steps to the lawn below. The servant had just informed Mrs Oldcastle of my visit when I came near. She drew herself up in her chair, and evidently chose to regard my approach as an intrusion. "I did not expect a visit from you to-day, Mr Walton, you will allow me to say." "I am doing Sunday work," I answered. "Will you kindly tell me whether you were in London on Thursday last? But stay, allow me to ask Miss Oldcastle to join us." Without waiting for answer, I went to Miss Oldcastle, and begged her to come and listen to something in which I wanted her help. She rose courteously, though without cordiality, and accompanied me to her mother, who sat with perfect rigidity, watching us. "Again let me ask," I said, "if you were in London on Thursday?" Though I addressed the old lady, the answer came from her daughter. "Yes, we were." "Were you in and Company's in Street?" But now before Miss Oldcastle could reply, her mother interposed. "Are we charged with shoplifting, Mr Walton? Really, one is not accustomed to such cross-questioning except from a lawyer." "Have patience with me for a moment," I returned. "I am not going to be mysterious for more than 2 or 3 questions. Please tell me whether you were in that shop or not." "I believe we were," said the mother. "Yes, certainly," said the daughter. "Did you buy anything?" "No, we—" Miss Oldcastle began. "Not a word more," I exclaimed eagerly. "Come with me at once." "What do you mean, Mr Walton?" said the mother, with a sort of cold indignation, while the daughter looked surprised, but said nothing. "I beg your pardon for my impetuosity, but much is in your power at this moment. The son of one of my parishioners has come home in trouble. His father, Thomas Weir—" "Ah!" said Mrs Oldcastle, in a tone considerably at strife with refinement, but I took no notice. "His father will not believe his story. The lad thinks you were the ladies in serving whom he got into trouble. I am so confident he tells the truth, that I want Miss Oldcastle to be so kind as to accompany me to Weir's house." "Really, Mr Walton, I am astonished at your making such a request," exclaimed Mrs Oldcastle, with suitable emphasis on every salient syllable, while her white face flushed with anger. "To ask Miss Oldcastle to accompany you to the dwelling of the ringleader of all the canaille of the neighbourhood!" "It is for the sake of justice," I interposed. "That is no concern of ours. Let them fight it out between them. I am sure any trouble that comes of it is no more than they all deserve. A low family, men and women of them. I assure you, I think very differently." "I dare say you do." "But neither your opinion nor mine has anything to do with the matter." Here I turned to Miss Oldcastle, and went on. "It is a chance which seldom occurs in one's life, Miss Oldcastle, a chance of setting wrong right by a word. And as a minister of the gospel of truth and love, I beg you to assist me with your presence to that end." I would have spoken more strongly, but I knew that her word given to me would be enough without her presence. At the same time I felt not only that there would be a propriety in her taking a personal interest in the matter, but that it would do her good, and tend to create a favour towards each other in some of my flock between whom at present there seemed to be nothing in common. But at my last words Mrs Oldcastle rose to her feet, no longer red, now whiter than her usual whiteness with passion. "You dare to persist? You take advantage of your profession to persist in dragging my daughter into a vile dispute between mechanics of the lowest class, against the positive command of her only parent. Have you no respect for her position in society? For her sex? Mr Walton, you act in a manner unworthy of your cloth." I had stood looking in her eyes with as much self-possession as I could muster, and I believe I should have borne it all quietly, but for that last word. If there is one epithet I hate more than another, it is that execrable word cloth, used for the office of a clergyman. I have no time to set forth its offence now. If my reader cannot feel it, I do not care to make him feel it. Only I am sorry to say it overcame my temper. "Madam," I said, "I owe nothing to my tailor, but I owe God my whole being, and my neighbour all I can do for him. He that loveth not his brother is a murderer, or murderess, as the case may be." At that word murderess, Her face became livid, and she turned away without reply. By this time her daughter was half-way to the house. She followed her. And here I was left to go home, with the full knowledge that, partly from trying to gain too much, and partly from losing my temper, I had at best but a mangled and unsatisfactory testimony to carry back to Thomas Weir. Of course I walked away, around the end of the house and down the avenue. And the farther I went, the more mortified I grew. It was not merely the shame of losing my temper, though that was a shame, and with a woman too, merely because she used a common epithet. But I saw that it must appear very strange to the carpenter that I was not able to give a more explicit account of some sort, what I had learned not being in the least decisive in the matter. It only amounted to this, that Mrs. and Miss Oldcastle were in the shop on the very day on which Weir was dismissed. It proved that so much of what he had told me was correct. Nothing more. And if I tried to better the matter by explaining how I had offended them, would it not deepen the very hatred I had hoped to overcome? In fact, I stood convicted before the tribunal of my own conscience of having lost all the certain good of my attempt, in part at least from the foolish desire to produce a conviction of Weir rather than in Weir, which should be triumphant after a melodramatic fashion, and, must I confess it, should punish him for not believing in his son when I did. Forgetting in my miserable selfishness that not to believe in his son was an unspeakably worse punishment in itself than any conviction or consequent shame brought about by the most overwhelming of stage effects. I assure my reader, I felt humiliated. Now I think humiliation is a very different condition of mind from humility. Humiliation no man can desire. It is shame and torture. Humility is the true, right condition of humanity, peaceful, divine. And yet a man may gladly welcome humiliation when it comes, if he finds that with fierce shock and rude revulsion it has turned him right round, with his face away from pride, whither he was travelling, and towards humility, however far away upon the horizon's verge she may sit waiting for him. To me, however, there came a gentle and not therefore less effective dissolution of the bonds both of pride and humiliation. And before Weir and I met, I was nearly as anxious to heal his wounded spirit as I was to work justice for his son. I was walking slowly, with burning cheek and downcast eyes, the one of conflict, the other of shame and defeat, away from the great house, which seemed to be staring after me down the avenue with all its window eyes, when suddenly my deliverance came. At a somewhat sharp turn, where the avenue changed into a winding road, Miss Oldcastle stood waiting for me, the glow of haste upon her cheek, and the firmness of resolution upon her lips. Once more I was startled by her sudden presence, but she did not smile. "Mr Walton, what do you want me to do? I would not willingly refuse, if it is, as you say, really my duty to go with you." "I cannot be positive about that," I answered. "I think I put it too strongly. But it would be a considerable advantage, I think, if you would go with me, and let me ask you a few questions in the presence of Thomas Weir. It will have more effect if I am able to tell him that I have only learned as yet that you were in the shop on that day, and refer him to you for the rest." "I will go." "A thousand thanks. But how did you manage to—" Here I stopped, not knowing how to finish the question. "You are surprised that I came notwithstanding mamma's objection to my going?" "I confess I am." "I should not have been surprised at Judy's doing so now." She was silent for a moment. "Do you think obedience to parents is to last forever? The honour is, of course, but I am surely old enough to be right in following my conscience at least." "You mistake me. That is not the difficulty at all. Of course you ought to do what is right against the highest authority on earth, which I take to be just the parental. What I am surprised at is your courage." "Not because of its degree, only that it is mine." And she sighed. She was quite right, and I did not know what to answer. But she resumed. "I know I am cowardly. But if I cannot dare, I can bear. Is it not strange? With my mother looking at me, I dare not say a word, dare hardly move against her will. And it is not always a good will. I cannot honour my mother as I would. But the moment her eyes are off me, I can do anything, knowing the consequences perfectly, and just as regardless of them. For, as I tell you, Mr. Walton, I can endure. And you do not know what that might come to mean with my mother. Once she kept me shut up in my room, and sent me only bread and water, for a whole week to the very hour. Not that I minded that much, but it will let you know a little of my position in my own home. That is why I walked away before her. I saw what was coming. And Miss Oldcastle drew herself up with more expression of pride than I had yet seen in her, revealing to me that perhaps I had hitherto quite misunderstood the source of her apparent haughtiness. I could not reply for indignation. My silence must have been the cause of what she said next. "Ah, you think I have no right to speak so about my own mother. Well, well, but indeed I would not have done so a month ago. If I am silent, Miss Oldcastle, it is that my sympathy is too strong for me. There are mothers and mothers, and for a mother not to be a mother is too dreadful." She made no reply. I resumed. "It will seem cruel, perhaps. Certainly in saying it, I lay myself open to the rejoinder that talk is so easy. Still I shall feel more honest when I have said it. The only thing I feel should be altered in your conduct, forgive me, is that you should dare your mother. Do not think, for it is an unfortunate phrase, that my meaning is a vulgar one. If it were, I should at least know better than to utter it to you. What I mean is, that you ought to be able to be and do the same before your mother's eyes that you are and do when she is out of sight. I mean that you should look in your mother's eyes and do what is right." "I know that, know it well." She emphasized the words as I do. "But you do not know what a spell she casts upon me. How impossible it is to do as you say. Difficult, I allow. Impossible, not. You will never be free till you do so. You are too hard upon me. Besides, though you will scarcely be able to believe it now, I do honour her, and cannot help feeling that by doing as I do, I avoid irreverence, impertinence, rudeness, whichever is the right word for what I mean. I understand you perfectly. But the truth is more than propriety of behaviour, even to a parent, and indeed it has in it a deeper reverence, or the germ of it at least, than any adherence to the mere code of respect. If you once did as I want you to do, you would find that in reality you both revered and loved your mother more than you do now. You may be right, but I am certain you speak without any real idea of the difficulty. That may be, and yet what I say remains just as true. How could I meet violence, for instance? Impossible." She returned no reply. We walked in silence for some minutes. At length she said, "My mother's self-will amounts to madness, I do believe. I have yet to learn where she would stop of herself." "All self-will is madness," I returned, stupidly enough, for what is the use of making general remarks when you have a terrible concrete before you? To want one's own way, just and only because it is one's own way, is the height of madness. Perhaps. But when madness has to be encountered as if it were sense, it makes it no easier to know that it is madness. Does your uncle give you no help? Poor man, he is as frightened at her as I am. He dares not even go away. He did not know what he was coming to when he came to Oldcastle Hall. Dear uncle, I owe him a great deal. But for any help of that sort, he is of no more use than a child. I believe mamma looks upon him as half an idiot. He can do anything or everything but help one to live, to be anything. Oh me, I am so tired." And the proud lady, as I had thought her, perhaps not incorrectly, burst out crying. What was I to do? I did not know in the least. What I said I do not even now know. But by this time we were at the gate, and as soon as we had passed the guardian monstrosities, we found the open road an effectual antidote to tears. When we came within sight of the old house where Weir lived, Miss Oldcastle became again a little curious as to what I required of her. "Trust me," I said. "There is nothing mysterious about it. Only I prefer the truth to come out fresh in the ears of the man most concerned." "I do trust you," she answered. And we knocked at the house door. Thomas Weir himself opened the door, with a candle in his hand. He looked very much astonished to see his lady visitor. He asked us, politely enough, to walk upstairs, and ushered us into the large room I have already described. There sat the old man, as I had first seen him, by the side of the fire. He received us with more than politeness, with courtesy, and I could not help glancing at Miss Oldcastle to see what impression this family of low, free-thinking republicans made upon her. It was easy to discover that the impression was of favourable surprise. But I was as much surprised at her behaviour as she was at theirs. Not a haughty tone was to be heard in her voice, not a haughty movement to be seen in her form. She accepted the chair offered her, and sat down, perfectly at home, by the fireside, only that she turned towards me, waiting for what explanation I might think proper to give. Before I had time to speak, however, old Mr Weir broke the silence. "I've been telling Tom, sir, as I've told him many a time afore, as how he's a deal too hard with his children." "Father," interrupted Thomas angrily. "Have patience a bit, my boy," persisted the old man, turning again towards me. "Now, sir, he won't even hear young Tom's side of the story. And I say that boy won't tell him no lie if he's the same boy he went away." "I tell you, father," again began Thomas, but this time I interposed, to prevent useless talk beforehand. "Thomas," I said, "listen to me. I have heard your son's side of the story. Because of something he said, I went to Miss Oldcastle, and asked her whether she was in his late master's shop last Thursday. That is all I have asked her, and all she has told me is that she was. I know no more than you what she is going to reply to my questions now, but I have no doubt her answers will correspond to your son's story." I then put my questions to Miss Oldcastle, whose answers amounted to this: that they had wanted to buy a shawl, that they had seen none good enough, that they had left the shop without buying anything, and that they had been waited upon by a young man who, while perfectly polite and attentive to their wants, did not seem to have the ways or manners of a London shop lad. I then told them the story as young Tom had related it to me, and asked if his sister was not in the house and might not go to fetch him. But she was with her sister Catherine. "I think, Mr Walton, if you have done with me, I ought to go home now," said Miss Oldcastle. "Certainly," I answered. "I will take you home at once. I am greatly obliged to you for coming." "Indeed, sir," said the old man, rising with difficulty, "we're obliged to both you and the lady more than we can tell, to take such a deal of trouble for us. But you see, sir, you're one of them as thinks a man's got his duty to do one way or another, whether he be clergyman or carpenter. God bless you, miss. You're of the right sort, which you'll excuse an old man, miss, as'll never see you again till you've got the wings you ought to have." Miss Oldcastle smiled very sweetly, and answered nothing, but shook hands with them both, and bade them good night. Weir could not speak a word. He could hardly even lift his eyes. But a red spot glowed on each of his pale cheeks, making him look very like his daughter Catherine, and I could see Miss Oldcastle wince and grow red too, with the grip he gave her hand. But she smiled again none the less sweetly. "I will see Miss Oldcastle home, and then go back to my house and bring the boy with me," I said, as we left. It was some time before either of us spoke. The sun was setting, the sky, the earth, and the air lovely with rosy light, and the world full of that peculiar calm which belongs to the evening of the day of rest. Surely the world ought to wake better on the morrow. "Not very dangerous people, those, Miss Oldcastle," I said at last. "I thank you very much for taking me to see them," she returned, cordially. "You won't believe all you may happen to hear against the working people now?" "I never did. There are ill-conditioned, cross-grained, low-minded, selfish, unbelieving people amongst them. God knows it. But there are ladies and gentlemen amongst them too." "That old man is a gentleman." "He is. And the only way to teach them all to be such is to be such to them. The man who does not show himself a gentleman to the working people—why should I call them the poor? Some of them are better off than many of the rich, for they can pay their debts, and do it—" I had forgotten the beginning of my sentence. "You were saying that the man who does not show himself a gentleman to the poor is no gentleman at all, only a gentle without the man. And if you consult my namesake, old Isaac, you will find what that is." "I will look. I know your way now. You won't tell me anything I can find out for myself." "Is it not the best way?" "Yes, because for one thing you find out so much more than you look for." "Certainly that has been my own experience." "Are you a descendant of Isaac Walton?" "No. I believe there are none. But I hope I have so much of his spirit that I can do two things like him." "Tell me." "Live in the country, though I was not brought up in it, and know a good man when I see him." "I am very glad you asked me to go to-night. If people only knew their own brothers and sisters, the kingdom of heaven would not be far off." I do not think Miss Oldcastle quite liked this, for she was silent thereafter, though I allow that her silence was not conclusive. And we had now come close to the house. "I wish I could help you," I said. "In what?" "To bear what I fear is waiting you." "I told you I was equal to that. It is where we are unequal that we want help. You may have to give it me some day. Who knows?" I left her most unwillingly in the porch, just as Sarah, the white wolf, had her hand on the door, rejoicing in my heart, however, over her last words. My reader will not be surprised after all this if, before I get very much further with my story, I have to confess that I loved Miss Oldcastle. When young Tom and I entered the room, his grandfather rose and tottered to meet him. His father made one step towards him, and then hesitated. Of all conditions of the human mind, that of being ashamed of himself must have been the strangest to Thomas Weir. The man had never in his life, I believe, done anything mean or dishonest, and therefore he had had less frequent opportunities than most people of being ashamed of himself. Hence his fall had been from another pinnacle, that of pride. When a man thinks it such a fine thing to have done right, he might almost as well have done wrong. For it shows he considers right something extra, not absolutely essential to human existence, not the life of a man. I call it Thomas Weir's fall, for surely to behave in an unfatherly manner to both daughter and son, the one sinful, and therefore needing the more tenderness, the other innocent, and therefore claiming justification, and to do so from pride, and hurt pride, was fall enough in one history, worse a great deal than many sins that go by harder names. For the world's judgment of wrong does not exactly correspond with reality. And now if he was humbled in the one instance, there would be room to hope he might become humble in the other. But I had soon to see that, for a time, his pride, driven from its entrenchment against his son, only retreated, with all its forces, into the other against his daughter. Before a moment had passed, justice overcame so far that he held out his hand and said, "Come, Tom, let bygones be bygones." But I stepped between. "Thomas Weir," I said, "I have too great a regard for you, and you know I dare not flatter you, to let you off this way, or rather leave you to think you have done your duty when you have not done the half of it. You have done your son a wrong, a great wrong. How can you claim to be a gentleman? I say nothing of being a Christian, for therein you make no claim. How, I say, can you claim to act like a gentleman, if having done a man wrong, his being your own son has nothing to do with the matter one way or other, except that it ought to make you see your duty more easily, having done him wrong, why don't you beg his pardon, I say, like a man?" He did not move a step, but young Tom stepped hurriedly forward, and catching his father's hand in both of his, cried out, "My father shan't beg my pardon. I beg yours, father, for everything I ever did to displease you. But I wasn't to blame in this. I wasn't indeed. "Tom, I beg your pardon," said the hard man, overcome at last. "And now, sir," he added, turning to me, "will you let bygones be bygones between my boy and me?" There was just a touch of bitterness in his tone. "With all my heart," I replied. "But I want just a word with you in the shop before I go." "Certainly," he answered stiffly, and I bade the old and the young man good night, and followed him downstairs. "Thomas, my friend," I said, when we got into the shop, laying my hand on his shoulder, "will you after this say that God has dealt hardly with you? There's a son for any man God ever made to give thanks for on his knees. Thomas, you have a strong sense of fair play in your heart, and you give fair play neither to your own son nor yet to God himself. You close your doors and brood over your own miseries and the wrongs people have done you, whereas if you would but open those doors, you might come out into the light of God's truth, and see that his heart is as clear as sunlight towards you. You won't believe this, and therefore naturally you can't quite believe that there is a God at all. For, indeed, a being that was not all light would be no God at all. If you would but let him teach you, you would find your perplexities melt away like the snow in spring, till you could hardly believe you had ever felt them. No arguing will convince you of a God. But let him once come in, and all argument will be tenfold useless to convince you that there is no God. Give God justice. Try him as I have said. Good night." He did not return my farewell with a single word, but the grasp of his strong, rough hand was more earnest and loving even than usual. I could not see his face, for it was almost dark, but indeed I felt that it was better I could not see it. I went home as peaceful in my heart as the night whose curtains God had drawn about the earth, that it might sleep till the morrow. End of Chapter 13, Part 2. Recording by Bill Vorst.
Chapter 14 of Annals of a Quiet Neighbourhood. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit Librivox.org. Recording by Jeff Blanchard. Annals of a Quiet Neighbourhood by George MacDonald. Chapter 14. My Pupil. Although I do happen to know how Miss Oldcastle fared the night after I left her, the painful record is not essential to my story. Besides, I have hereto recorded only those things quorum pars magna, or minima, as the case may be. Phooey, there is one exception, old Weir's story, for the introduction of which my reader cannot yet see the artistic reason. For whether a story be real in fact, or only real in meaning, there must always be an idea, or artistic model, in the brain, after which it is fashioned. In the latter case one of invention, in the former case one of choice. In the middle of the following week I was returning from a visit I had paid to Tompkins and his wife, when I met, in the only street of the village, my good and honoured friend Dr. Duncan. Of course I saw him often, and I beg my reader to remember that this is no diary, but only a gathering together of some of the more remarkable facts of my history, admitting of being ideally grouped, but this time I recall distinctly, because the interview bore upon many things. "Well, Dr. Duncan," I said, "busy as usual fighting the devil?" "Ah, my dear Walton," returned the doctor, and a kind word from him went a long way into my heart. "I know what you mean. You fight the devil from the inside, and I fight him from the outside. My chance is a poor one. It would be, perhaps, if you were confined to outside remedies. But what an opportunity your profession gives you of attacking the enemy from the inside as well. And you have the advantage over us, that no man can say it belongs to your profession to say such things, and therefore disregard them. Ah, Mr. Walton, I have too great a respect for your profession to dare to interfere with it. The doctor in Macbeth, you know, could not minister to a mind diseased, pluck from the memory a rooted sorrow, raised out the writing troubles of the brain, and with some sweet oblivious antidote cleanse the stuffed bosom of that perilous stuff which weighs upon the heart. What a memory you have! But you don't think I can do that any more than you?" You know the best medicine to give, anyhow. I wish I always did. But you see, we have no theriaca now. Well, we have, for the Lord says, 'Come unto me, and I will give you rest.' There, I told you, that will meet all diseases. Strangely now there comes into my mind a line of Chaucer, with which I will make a small return for your quotation from Shakespeare. You have mentioned theriaca, and I, without thinking of this line, quoted our Lord's words. Chaucer brings the two words together, for the word triacle is merely a corruption of theriaca, the unfailing cure for everything. Christ, which is that to every harm triacle. That is delightful, I thank you, and that is in Chaucer. Yes, in the Man of Law's tale. Shall I tell you how I was able to quote so correctly from Shakespeare? I have just come from referring to the passage, and I mention that because I want to tell you what made me think of the passage. I had been to see poor Catherine Weir. I think she is not long for this world. She has a bad cough, and I fear her lungs are going. I am concerned to hear that. I consider her very delicate, and I am not surprised. But I do wish, I had got a little hold of her before, that I might be of some use to her now. Is she in immediate danger, do you think? No, I do not think so, but I have no expectation of her recovery. Very likely she will live through the winter and die in the spring. Those patients so often go as the flowers come. All her coughing, poor woman, will not cleanse her stuffed bosom. The perilous stuff weighs on her heart, as Shakespeare says, as well as on her lungs. Ah, dear, what is it, doctor, that weighs upon her heart? Is it shame, or what is it? For she is so uncommunicative that I hardly know anything at all about her yet. I cannot tell. She has the faculty of silence. But do not think I complain that she has not made me her confessor. I only mean that if she would talk at all, one would have the chance of knowing something of her state of mind, and so might give her some help. Perhaps she will break down all at once, and open her mind to you. I have not told her she is dying. I think a medical man ought at least to be quite sure before he dares to say such a thing. I have known a long life endured, to human view at least, by the medical verdict in youth of ever imminent death. Certainly one has no right to say what God is going to do with any one till he knows it beyond a doubt. Illness has its own peculiar mission, independent of any association with coming death, and may often work better when mingled with the hope of life. I mean, we must take care of presumption when we measure God's plans by our theories. But could you not suggest something, Dr. Duncan, to guide me in trying to do my duty by her? I cannot. You see, you don't know what she is thinking. Until you know that, I presume you will agree with me that all is an aim in the dark. How can I prescribe without some diagnosis? It is just one of those few cases in which one would like to have the authority of the Catholic priests to urge confession with. I do not think anything will save her life, as we say, but you have taught some of us to think of the life that belongs to the Spirit as the life. And I do believe confession would do everything for that. Yes, if made to God. But I will grant that communication of one's sorrows or even sins to a wise brother of mankind may help to a deeper confession to the Father in heaven. But I have no wish for authority in the matter. Let us see whether the Spirit of God working in her may not be quite as powerful for a final illumination of her being as the fiat confessio of a priest. I have no confidence in forcing in the moral or spiritual garden. A hothouse development must necessarily be a sickly one, rendering the plant unfit for the normal life of the open air. Wait, we must not hurry things. She will perhaps come to me of herself before long, but I will call and inquire after her. We parted, and I went at once to Catherine Weir's shop. She received me much as usual, which was hardly to be called receiving at all. Perhaps there was a doubtful shadow, not of more cordiality, but of less repulsion in it. Her eyes were full of a stony brilliance, and the flame of the fire that was consuming her glowed upon her cheeks more brightly, I thought, than ever. But that might be fancy, occasioned by what the doctor had said about her. Her hand trembled, but her demur was perfectly calm. "I am sorry to hear you are complaining, Miss Weir," I said. "I suppose Dr. Duncan told you so, sir." But I am quite well. I did not send for him. He called of himself, and wanted to persuade me I was ill. I understood that she felt injured by the interference. You should attend to his advice, though. He is a prudent man, and not in the least given to alarming people without cause. She returned no answer, so I tried another subject. What a fine fellow your brother is. Yes, he grows very much. Has your father found another place for him yet? I don't know. My father never tells me about any of his doings. But don't you go and talk to him sometimes? No, he does not care to see me. I am going there now. Will you come with me? Thank you. I never go where I am not wanted. But it is not right that father and daughter should live as you do. Suppose he may not have been so kind to you as he ought. You should not cherish resentment against him for it. That only makes matters worse, you know. I never said to human being that he had been unkind to me. And yet you let every person in the village know it. How? Her eyes had no longer the stony glitter. It flashed now. You are never seen together. You scarcely speak when you meet. Neither of you crosses the other's threshold. It is not my fault. It is not all your fault, I know. But do you think you can go to a heaven at last, where you will be able to be apart from each other, he in his house and you in your house, without any sign that it was through his Father on earth that you were born into the world, which the Father in heaven redeemed by the gift of his own Son? She was silent, and after a pause I went on. I believe in my heart that you love your father. I could not believe otherwise of you. And you will never be happy till you have made it up with him. Have you done him no wrong? At these words her face turned white with anger. I could see all but those spots on her cheekbones, which shone out in dreadful contrast to the deathly paleness of the rest of her face. Then the returning blood surged violently from her heart, and the red spots were lost in one crimson glow. She opened her lips to speak, but apparently changed her mind, turned and walked haughtily out of the shop and closed the door behind her. I waited, hoping she would recover herself and return, but after 10 minutes had passed, I thought it better to go away. As I had told her, I was going to her father's shop. There I was received very differently. There was a certain softness in the manner of the carpenter which I had not observed before, with the same heartiness in the shake of his hand which had accompanied my last leave-taking. I had purposely allowed 10 days to elapse before I called again, to give time for the unpleasant feeling associated with my interference to vanish. And now I had something in my mind about young Tom. Have you got anything for your boy yet, Thomas? Not yet, sir. There's time enough. I don't want to part with him just yet. There he is, taking his turn at what's going. Tom. And from the farther end of the large shop, where I had not observed him, now approached young Tom, in a canvas jacket, looking quite like a workman. Well, Tom, I am glad to find you can turn your hand to anything. I must be a stupid, sir, if I couldn't handle my father's tools, returned the lad. I don't know that quite. I am not just prepared to admit it for my own sake. My father is a lawyer, and I never could read a chapter in one of his books. His tools, you know. Perhaps you never tried, sir. Indeed, I did, and no doubt I could have done it if I had made up my mind to it. But I never felt inclined to finish the page. And that reminds me why I called today. Thomas, I know that lad of yours is fond of reading. Can you spare him from his work for an hour or so before breakfast? Tomorrow, sir? Tomorrow, and tomorrow, and tomorrow, I answered. And there's Shakespeare for you. Of course, sir, whatever you wish, said Thomas, with a perplexed look, in which pleasure seemed to long for confirmation, and to be, till that came, afraid to put its native semblance on. I want to give him some direction in his reading. When a man is fond of any tools, and can use them, it is worth while showing him how to use them better. Oh, thank you, sir, exclaimed Tom, his face beaming with delight. That is kind of you, sir. Tom, you're a made man, cried his father. So, I went on, if you will let him come to me for an hour every morning, till he gets another place, say from 8 to 9, I will see what I can do for him. Tom's face was as red with delight as his sister's had been with anger, and I left the shop somewhat consoled for the pain I had given Catherine, which grieved me without making me sorry that I had occasioned it. I had intended to try to do something from the father's side towards a reconciliation with his daughter, but no sooner had I made up my proposal for Tom than I saw I had blocked up my own way towards my more important end, for I could not bear to seem to offer to bribe him, even to allow me to do him good, nor would he see that it was for his good and his daughter's, not at first. The first impression would be that I had a professional end to gain, that the reconciliation of father and daughter was a sort of parish business of mine, and that I had smoothed the way to it by offering a gift, an intellectual one, true, but not, therefore, the lesser gift in the eyes of Thomas, who had a great respect for books. This was just what would irritate such a man, and I resolved to say nothing about it, but bide my time. When Tom came, I asked him if he had read any Wordsworth, for I always give people what I like myself, because that must be wherein I can best help them. I was anxious, too, to find out what he was capable of, and for this anything that has more than a surface meaning will do. I had no doubt about the lad's intellect, and now I wanted to see what there was deeper than the intellect in him. He said he had not. I therefore chose one of Wordsworth's sonnets, not one of his best by any means, but suitable for my purpose, the one entitled Composed During a Storm. This I gave him to read, telling him to let me know when he considered that he had mastered the meaning of it, and sat down to my own studies. I remember I was reading the Anglo-Saxon Gospels. I think it was fully half an hour before Tom rose and gently approached my place. I had not been uneasy about the experiment after 10 minutes had passed, and after that time was doubled, I felt certain of some measure of success. This may possibly puzzle my reader, but I will explain. It was clear that Tom did not understand the sonnet at first, and I was not in the least certain that he would come to understand it by any exertion of his intellect without further experience. But what I was delighted to be made sure of was that Tom at least knew that he did not know, for that is the very next step to knowing. Indeed, it may be said to be a more valuable gift than the other, being of general application, for some quick people will understand many things very easily, but when they come to a thing that is beyond their present reach, will fancy they see a meaning in it, or invent one, or even, which is far worse, pronounce it nonsense, and indeed show themselves capable of any device for getting out of the difficulty, except seeing and confessing to themselves that they are not able to understand it. Possibly this sonnet might be beyond Tom now, but at least there was great hope that he saw or believed that there must be something beyond him in it. I only hoped that he would not fall upon some wrong interpretation, seeing he was brooding over it so long. "Well, Tom," I said, "have you made it out?" "I can't say I have, sir. I'm afraid I'm very stupid, for I've tried hard. I must just ask you to tell me what it means. But I must tell you one thing, sir. Every time I read it over, 20 times, I dare say, I thought I was lying on my mother's grave, as I lay that trembling night, and then, at the end, there you were standing over me and saying, 'Can I do anything to help you?'" I was struck with astonishment, for here in a wonderful manner I saw the imagination outrunning the intellect, and manifesting to the heart what the brain could not yet understand. It indicated undeveloped gifts of a far higher nature than those belonging to the mere power of understanding alone, for there was a hidden sympathy of the deepest kind between the life experience of the lad and the embodiment of such life experience on the part of the poet. But he went on. "I am sure, sir, I ought to have been at my prayers then, but I wasn't, so I didn't deserve you to come. But don't you think God is sometimes better to us than we deserve? He's just everything to us, Tom, and we don't and can't deserve anything. Now I will try to explain the sonnet to you. I had always had an impulse to teach, not for the teaching's sake, for that, regarded as the attempt to fill skulls with knowledge, had always been to me a desolate dreariness. But the moment I saw a sign of hunger, an indication of readiness to receive, I was invariably seized with a kind of passion for giving. I now proceeded to explain the sonnet. Having done so nearly as well as I could, Tom said, "It is very strange, sir, but now that I have heard you say what the poem means, I feel as if I had known it all the time, though I could not say it. Here at least was no common mind. The reader will not be surprised to hear that the hour before breakfast extended into 2 hours after breakfast as well. Nor did this take up too much of my time, for the lad was capable of doing a great deal for himself under the sense of help at hand. His father, so far from making any objection to the arrangement, was delighted with it, nor do I believe that the lad did less work in the shop for it. I learned that he worked regularly till 8 o'clock every night. Now the good of the arrangement was this. I had the lad fresh in the morning, clear-headed, with no mist from the valley of labour to cloud his heights of understanding. From the exercise of the mind, it was a pleasant and revealing change to turn to bodily exertion. I am certain that he both thought and worked better because he had thought and worked. Every literary man ought to be mechanical, to use a Shakespearean word, as well. But it would have been quite a different matter if he had come to me after the labour of the day. He would not then have been able to think nearly so well. But labour, sleep, thought, labour again, seems to me to be the right order for those who, earning their bread by the sweat of the brow, would yet remember that man shall not live by bread alone. Were it possible that our mechanics could attend the institution called by their name in the morning instead of the evening, perhaps we should not find them so ready to degrade into places of mere amusement. I am not objecting to the amusement, only to cease to educate in order to amuse is to degenerate. Amusement is a good and sacred thing, but it is not on par with education. And indeed, if it does not in any way further the growth of the higher nature, it cannot be called good at all. Having exercised him in the analysis of some of the best portions of our home literature, I mean helped him to take them to pieces, that putting them together again, he might see what kind of things they were. For who could understand a new machine, or find out what it was meant for, without either actually or in his mind taking it to pieces? Which pieces, however, let me remind my reader, are utterly useless, except in their relation to the whole. I resolved to try something fresh with him. At this point I had intended to give my readers a theory of mine about the teaching and learning of a language, and tell them how I had found the trial of its success in the case of Tom Weir. But I think this would be too much of a digression from the course of my narrative, and would, besides, be interesting to those only who had given a good deal of thought to subjects belonging to education. I will only say, therefore, that by the end of the 3 months my pupil, without knowing any other Latin author, was able to read any part of the first book of the Aeneid, to read it tolerably in measure, and to enjoy the poetry of it, and this not without a knowledge of the declensions and the conjunctions. As to the syntax, I made the sentences themselves teach him that. Now I know that, as an end, all this was of no great value, but as a beginning it was invaluable, for it made and kept him hungry for more, whereas in most modes of teaching the beginnings are such that without the pressure of circumstances no boy, especially after an interval of cessation, will return to them. Such is not nature's mode, for the beginnings with her are as pleasant as the fruition, and that without being less thorough than they can be. The knowledge a child gains of the external world is the foundation upon which all his future philosophy is built. Every discovery he makes is fraught with pleasure. That is the secret of his progress, and the essence of my theory, that learning should, in each individual case, as in the first case, be discovery, bringing its own pleasure with it. Nor is this to be confounded with turning study into play. It is upon the moon itself that the infant speculates, after the moon itself that he stretches out his eager hands, to find in after years that he still wants her, but that in science and poetry he has her 1,000-fold more than if she had been handed him down to suck. So after all I have bored my reader with a shadow of my theory instead of a description. After all, again, the description would have plagued him more, and that must be both his and my comfort. So through the whole of that summer and the following winter I went on teaching Tom Weir. He was a lad of uncommon ability, else he could not have effected what I say he had within his first 3 months of Latin. Let my theory be not only perfect in itself, but true as well, true to human nature, I mean. And his father, though his own book learning was but small, had enough of insight to perceive that his son was something out of the common, and that any possible advantage he might lose by remaining in Marshmallow was considerably more than counterbalanced by the instruction he got from the vicar. Hence, I believe it was that not a word was said about another situation for Tom. And I was glad of it, for it seemed to me that the lad had abilities equal to any profession whatever. End chapter 14.
Chapter 15 of Annals of a Quiet Neighborhood. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For information, or to volunteer, please visit Librivox.org. Annals of a Quiet Neighborhood by George MacDonald. Chapter 15. Dr. Duncan's Story. On the next Sunday but one, which was surprising to me when I considered the manner of our last parting, Catherine Weir was in church, for the second time since I had come to the place. As it happened, only as Spenser says, "It chanced eternal God that chance did guide." And why I say this will appear afterwards. I had, in preaching upon, that is, in endeavoring to enforce the Lord's Prayer by making them think about the meaning of the words they were so familiar with, come to the petition, "Forgive us our debts, as we forgive our debtors," with which I naturally connected the words of our Lord that follow, "For if ye forgive men their trespasses, your heavenly Father will also forgive you. But if ye forgive not men their trespasses, neither will your Father forgive your trespasses." I need not tell my reader more of what I said about this, than that I tried to show that even were it possible with God to forgive an unforgiving man, the man himself would not be able to believe for a moment that God did forgive him, and therefore could get no comfort, or help, or joy of any kind from the forgiveness. So essentially does hatred, or revenge, or contempt, or anything that separates us from man, separate us from God too. To the loving soul alone does the Father reveal himself, for love alone can understand him. It is the peacemakers who are his children. This I said, thinking of no one more than another of my audience, but as soon as I closed my sermon, I could not help fancying that Mrs Oldcastle looked at me with more than her usual fierceness. I forgot all about it, however, for I never seemed to myself to have any hold of, or relation to, that woman. I know that I was wrong in being unable to feel my relation to her because I disliked her, but not till years after did I begin to understand how she felt, or recognize in myself a common humanity with her. A sin of my own made me understand her condition. I can hardly explain now. I will tell it when the time comes. When I called upon her next, after the interview last related, she behaved much as if she had forgotten all about it, which was not likely. In the end of the week after the sermon to which I have alluded, I was passing the Hall gate on my usual Saturday's walk, when Judy saw me from within, as she came out of the lodge. She was with me in a moment. "Mr Walton," she said, "how could you preach at Granny as you did last Sunday?" "I did not preach at anybody, Judy." "Oh, Mr Walton!" "You know I didn't, Judy. You know that if I had, I would not say I had not." "Yes, yes, I know that perfectly," she said, seriously. "But Granny thinks you did." "How do you know that?" "By her face." "That is all, is it? You don't think Granny would say so?" "No, nor yet that you could know by her face what she was thinking." "Oh, can't I just? I can read her face, not so well as plain print, but, let me see, as well as what Uncle Stoddart calls black letter, at least. I know she thought you were preaching at her, and her face said, 'I shan't forgive you, anyhow.' I never forgive, and I won't for all your preaching.' That's what her face said." "I am sure she would not say so, Judy," I said, really not knowing what to say. "Oh, no, she would not say so. She would say, 'I always forgive, but I never forget.' That's a favourite saying of hers." "But, Judy, don't you think it is rather hypocritical of you to say all this to me about your grandmother, when she is so kind to you, and you seem such good friends with her?" She looked up in my face with an expression of surprise. "It is all true, Mr Walton," she said. "Perhaps. But you are saying it behind her back." "I will go home and say it to her face directly." She turned to go. "No, no, Judy, I did not mean that," I said, taking her by the arm. "I won't say you told me to do it. I thought there was no harm in telling you. Grannie is kind to me, and I am kind to her. But Grannie is afraid of my tongue, and I mean her to be afraid of it. It's the only way to keep her in order. Darling Aunt Winnie, it's all she's got to defend her. If you knew how she treats her sometimes, you would be cross with Grannie yourself, Mr Walton, for all your goodness and your white surplice." And to my yet greater surprise, the wayward girl burst out crying, and, breaking away from me, ran through the gate and out of sight amongst the trees, without once looking back. I pursued my walk, my meditations somewhat discomposed by the recurring question, would she go home and tell her grandmother what she had said to me? And if she did, would it not widen the breach upon the opposite side of which I seemed to see Ethelwyn stand, out of the reach of my help? I walked quickly on to reach a stile by means of which I should soon leave the little world of marshmallows quite behind me, and be alone with nature and my Greek Testament. Hearing the sound of horse hoofs on the road from Addicehead, I glanced up from my pocket-book, in which I had been looking over the thoughts that had at various moments passed through my mind that week, in order to choose one, or more if they would go together, to be brooded over to-day for my people's spiritual diet to-morrow. I say I glanced up from my pocket-book, and saw a young man, that is, if I could call myself young still, of distinguished appearance, approaching upon a good serviceable hack. He turned into my road and passed me. He was pale, with a dark moustache, and large dark eyes, sat his horse well and carelessly, had fine features of the type commonly considered Grecian, but thin, and expressive chiefly of conscious weariness. He wore a white hat, with crape upon it, white gloves, and long military-looking boots. All this I caught as he passed me, and I remember them, because, looking after him, I saw him stop at the lodge of the hall, ring the bell, and then ride through the gate. I confess I did not quite like this, but I got over the feeling so far as to be able to turn to my Testament, when I had reached and crossed the stile. I came home another way, after one of the most delightful days I had ever spent. Having reached the river in the course of my wandering, I came down the side of it towards Old Rogers's cottage, loitering and looking, quiet in heart and soul and mind, because I had committed my cares to Him who careth for us. The earth was round me. I was rooted, as it were, in it, but the air of a higher life was about me. I was swayed to and fro by the motions of a spiritual power. Feelings and desires and hopes passed through me, passed away, and returned. And still my head rose into the truth, and the will of God was the regnant sunlight upon it. I might change my place and condition, new feelings might come forth, and old feelings retire into the lonely corners of my being, but still my heart should be glad and strong in the one changeless thing, in the truth that maketh free. Still my head should rise into the sunlight of God, and I should know that because He lived I should live also, and because He was true I should remain true also, nor should any change pass upon me that should make me mourn the decadence of humanity. And then I found that I was gazing over the stump of an old pollard, on which I was leaning, down on a great bed of white water-lilies, that lay in the broad slow river, here broader and slower than in most places. The slanting yellow sunlight shone through the water down to the very roots anchored in the soil, and the water swathed their stems with coolness and freshness, and a universal sense, I doubt not, of watery presence and nurture. And there on their lovely heads, as they lay on the pillow of the water, shone the life-giving light of the summer sun, filling all the spaces between their outspread petals of living silver with its sea of radiance, and making them gleam with the whiteness which was born of them and the sun. And then came a hand on my shoulder, and turning, I saw the grey head and the white smock of my old friend Rogers, and I was glad that he loved me enough not to be afraid of the parson and the gentleman. "I've found it, sir, I do think," he said, his brown furrowed old face shining with a yet lovelier light than that which shone from the blossoms of the water-lilies, though, after what I had been thinking about them, it was no wonder that they seemed both to mean the same thing, both to shine in the light of his countenance. "Found what, Old Rogers?" I returned, raising myself, and laying my hand in return on his shoulder. "Why, he was displeased with the disciples for not knowing—" "What he meant about the leaven of the Pharisees," I interrupted. "Yes, yes, of course. Tell me then." "I will try, sir. It was all dark to me for days, for it appeared to me very natural that, seeing they had no bread in the locker, and hearing tell of leaven which they weren't to eat, they should think it had summat to do with their having none of any sort. But he didn't seem to think it was right of them to fall into the blunder. For why, then? A man can't always be right. He may be like myself, a foremast man with no schoolin' but what the winds and the waves puts into him. And I'm thinking those fishermen the Lord took to so much were something of that sort. How could they help it, I said to myself, sir. And from that I came to ask myself, could they have helped it? If they couldn't, he wouldn't have been vexed with them. Mayhap they ought to have been able to help it. And all at once, sir, this mornin', it came to me. I don't know how, but it was give to me anyhow. And I flung down my rake, and I ran into the old woman, but she wasn't in the way, and so I went back to my work again. But when I saw you, sir, a-readin' upon the lilies of the field, leastways the lilies of the water, I couldn't help runnin' out to tell you. Isn't it a satisfaction, sir, when your dead reckonin' runs you right in betwixt the cheeks of the harbor? I see it all now." "Well, I want to know, Old Rogers. I'm not so old as you, and so I may live longer, and every time I read that passage, I should like to be able to say to myself, 'Old Rogers gave me this.'" "I only hope it's right, sir. It was just this. Their heads was full of their dinner because they didn't know where it was to come from. But they ought to ha' known where it always come from. If their hearts had been full of the dinner he gave the 5,000 hungry men and women and children, they wouldn't have been uncomfortable about not having a loaf. And so they wouldn't have been set upon the wrong tack when he spoke about the leaven of the Pharisees and Sadducees, and they would have known in a moment what he meant. And if I hadn't been too much of the same sort, I wouldn't have started saying it was but reasonable to be in the doldrums because they were at sea with no biscuit in the locker." "You're right. You must be right, Old Rogers. It's as plain as possible," I cried, rejoiced at the old man's insight. "Thank you. I'll preach about it tomorrow. I thought I had got my sermon in Foxborough Wood, but I was mistaken. You had got it." But I was mistaken again. I had not got my sermon yet. I walked with him to his cottage, and left him after a greeting with the old woman. Passing through the village, and seeing by the light of her candle the form of Catherine Weir behind her counter, I went in. I thought Old Rogers's tobacco must be nearly gone, and I might safely buy some more. Catherine's manner was much the same as usual, but as she was weighing my purchase, she broke out all at once. "It's no use your preaching at me, Mr. Walton. I cannot, I will not forgive. I will do anything but forgive, and it's no use." "It is not I that say it, Catherine. It is the Lord himself." I saw no great use in protesting my innocence, yet I thought it better to add, "And I was not preaching at you. I was preaching to you as much as to any one there, and no more." Of this she took no notice, and I resumed, "Just think of what he says, not what I say." "I can't help it. If he won't forgive me, I must go without it. I can't forgive." I saw that good and evil were fighting in her, and felt that no words of mine would be of further avail at the moment. The words of our Lord had laid hold of her. That was enough for this time. Nor dared I ask her any questions. I had the feeling that it would hurt, not help. All I could venture to say was, "I won't trouble you with talk, Catherine. Our Lord wants to talk to you. It is not for me to interfere. But please to remember, if ever you think I can serve you in any way, you have only to send for me." She murmured a mechanical thanks, and handed me my parcel. I paid for it, bade her good night, and left the shop. "O Lord," I said in my heart, as I walked away, "what a labour Thou hast with us all! Shall we ever, some day, be all and quite good like Thee? Help me, fill me with Thy light, that my work may all go to bring about the gladness of Thy kingdom, the holy household of us brothers and sisters, all Thy children." And now I found that I wanted very much to see my friend Dr Duncan. He received me with his stately cordiality, and a smile that went farther than all his words of greeting. "Come now, Mr Walton, I am just going to sit down to my dinner, and you must join me. I think there will be enough for us both. There is, I believe, a chicken apiece for us, and we can make up with cheese and a glass of, would you believe it, my own father's port. He was fond of port, the old man, though I never saw him with one glass more aboard than the registered tonnage. He always sat light on the water. Ah, dear me, I'm old myself now." "But what am I to do with Mrs Pearson?" I said. "There's some chef d'oeuvre of hers waiting for me by this time. She always treats me particularly well on Saturdays and Sundays." "Ah, then you must not stop with me. You will fare better at home." "But I should much prefer stopping with you. Couldn't you send a message for me?" "To be sure. My boy will run with it at once." Now, what is the use of writing all this? I do not know. Only that even a tete-a-tete dinner with an old friend, now that I am an old man myself, has such a pearly halo about it in the mists of the past, that every little circumstance connected with it becomes interesting, though it may be quite unworthy of record. So, kind reader, let it stand. We sat down to our dinner, so simple and so well cooked, that it was just what I liked. I wanted very much to tell my friend what had occurred in Catherine's shop, but I would not begin till we were safe from interruption. And so we chatted away concerning many things, he telling me about his seafaring life, and I telling him some of the few remarkable things that had happened to me in the course of my life voyage. There is no man but has met with some remarkable things that other people would like to know, and which would seem stranger to them than they did at the time to the person to whom they happened. At length I brought our conversation round to my interview with Catherine Weir. "Can you understand," I said, "a woman finding it so hard to forgive her own father?" "Are you sure it is her father?" he returned. "Surely she has not this feeling towards more than one. That she has it towards her father, I know." "I don't know," he answered. "I have known resentment preponderate over every other feeling and passion, in the mind of a woman too. I once heard of a good woman who cherished this feeling against a good man because of some distrustful words he had once addressed to herself. She had lived to a great age, and was expressing to her clergyman her desire that God would take her away. She had been waiting a long time. The clergyman, a very shrewd as well as devout man, and not without a touch of humour, said, 'Perhaps God doesn't mean to let you die till you've forgiven Mr Blank.' She was as if struck with a flash of thought, sat silent during the rest of his visit, and when the clergyman called the next day, he found Mr Blank and her talking together very quietly over a cup of tea. And she hadn't long to wait after that, I was told, but was gathered to her fathers, or went home to her children, whichever is the better phrase." "I wish I had had your experience, Dr Duncan," I said. "I have not had so much experience as a general practitioner, because I have been so long at sea, but I am satisfied that until a medical man knows a good deal more about his patient than most medical men give themselves the trouble to find out, his prescriptions will partake a good deal more than is necessary of haphazard. As to this question of obstinate resentment, I know one case in which it is the ruling presence of a woman's life. The very light that is in her is resentment. I think her possessed myself." "Tell me something about her." "I will. But even to you I will mention no names. Not that I have her confidence in the least, but I think it is better not. I was called to attend a lady at a house where I had never yet been. Was it in—" I began, but checked myself. Dr. Duncan smiled and went on without remark. I could see that he told his story with great care, lest I thought he should let anything slip that might give a clue to the place or people. I was led up into an old-fashioned, richly furnished room. A great wood fire burned on the hearth. The bed was surrounded with heavy dark curtains, in which the shadowy remains of bright colours were just visible. In the bed lay one of the loveliest young creatures I had ever seen, and, one on each side, stood two of the most dreadful-looking women I had ever beheld. Still as death, while I examined my patient, they stood, with moveless faces, one as white as the other. Only the eyes of both of them were alive. One was evidently mistress, and the other servant. The latter looked more self-contained than the former, but less determined, and possibly more cruel. That both could be unkind, at least, was plain enough. There was trouble and signs of inward conflict in the eyes of the mistress. The maid gave no sign of any inside to her at all, but stood watching her mistress. A child's toy was lying in a corner of the room. I may here interrupt my friend's story to tell my reader that I may be mingling some of my own conclusions with what the good man told me of his, for he will see well enough already that I had in a moment attached his description to persons I knew, and, as it turned out, correctly, though I could not be certain about it till the story had advanced a little beyond this early stage of its progress. I found the lady very weak and very feverish. A quick feeble pulse, now bounding, and now intermitting, and a restlessness in her eye which I felt contained the secret of her disorder. She kept glancing, as if involuntarily, towards the door, which would not open for all her looking, and I heard her once murmur to herself, for I was still quick of hearing then, "He won't come." Perhaps I only saw her lips move to those words, I cannot be sure, but I am certain she said them in her heart. I prescribed for her as far as I could venture, but begged a word with her mother. She went with me into an adjoining room. "The lady is longing for something," I said, not wishing to be so definite as I could have been. The mother made no reply. I saw her lips shut yet closer than before. "She is your daughter, is she not?" "Yes," very decidedly. "Could you not find out what she wishes?" "Perhaps I could guess. I do not think I can do her any good till she has what she wants." "Is that your mode of prescribing, doctor?" she said tartly. "Yes, certainly," I answered, "in the present case. Is she married?" "Yes." "Has she any children?" "One daughter." "Let her see her, then. She does not care to see her." "Where is her husband?" "Excuse me, doctor. I did not send for you to ask questions, but to give advice." "And I come to ask questions in order that I might give advice. Do you think a human being is like a clock that can be taken to pieces, cleaned, and put together again? My daughter's condition is not a fit subject for jesting." "Certainly not. Send for her husband, or the undertaker, whichever you please," I said, forgetting my manners and my temper together, for I was more irritable then than I am now, and there was something so repulsive about the woman, that I felt as if I was talking to an evil creature that for her own ends, though what I could not tell, was tormenting the dying lady. "I understood you were a gentleman of experience and breeding." "I am not in the question, madam. It is your daughter. She shall take your prescription. She must see her husband if it be possible." "It is not possible." "Why?" "I say it is not possible, and that is enough. Good morning." I could say no more at the time. I called the next day. She was just the same, only that I knew she wanted to speak to me, and dared not, because of the presence of the two women. Her troubled eyes seemed searching mine for pity and help, and I could not tell what to do for her. There are, indeed, as some one says, strongholds of injustice and wrong into which no law can enter to help. One afternoon, about a week after my first visit, I was sitting by her bedside, wondering what could be done to get her out of the clutches of these tormentors, who were, evidently to me, consuming her in the slow fire of her own affections, when I heard a faint noise, a rapid foot in the house so quiet before. Heard doors open and shut, then a dull sound of conflict of some sort. Presently a quick step came up the oak stair. The face of my patient flushed, and her eyes gleamed as if her soul would come out of them. Weak as she was, she sat up in bed almost without an effort, and the two women darted from the room, one after the other. "My husband," said the girl, for indeed she was little more in age, turning her face, almost distorted with eagerness, towards me. "Yes, my dear," I said, "I know. But you must be as still as you can, else you will be very ill. Do keep quiet." "I will," she gasped, stuffing her pocket-handkerchief actually into her mouth to prevent herself from screaming, as if that was what would hurt her. "But go to him. They will murder him." That moment I heard a cry, and what sounded like an articulate imprecation, but both from a woman's voice. And the next, a young man, as fine a fellow as I ever saw, dressed like a gamekeeper, but evidently a gentleman, walked into the room with a quietness that strangely contrasted with the dreadful paleness of his face and with his disordered hair, while the two women followed, as red as he was white, and evidently in fierce wrath from a fruitless struggle with the powerful youth. He walked gently up to his wife, whose outstretched arms and face followed his face, as he came round the bed to where she was at the other side, till arms and face and head fell into his embrace. I had gone to the mother. "Let us have no scene now," I said, "or her blood will be on your head." She took no notice of what I said, but stood silently glaring, not gazing, at the pair. I feared an outburst, and had resolved, if it came, to carry her at once from the room, which I was quite able to do then, Mr Walton, though I don't look like it now. But in a moment more the young man, becoming uneasy at the motionlessness of his wife, lifted up her head and glanced in her face. Seeing the look of terror in his, I hastened to him, and lifting her from him, laid her down, dead. Disease of the heart, I believe. The mother burst into a shriek, not of horror or grief or remorse, but of deadly hatred. "Look at your work!" she cried to him as he stood gazing in stupor on the face of the girl. "You said she was yours, not mine. Take her. You may have her now you have killed her." "He may have killed her, but you have murdered her, madam," I said, as I took the man by the arm and led him away, yielding like a child. But the moment I got him out of the house, he gave a groan, and breaking away from me, rushed down a road leading from the back of the house towards the home farm. I followed, but he had disappeared. I went on, but before I could reach the farm I heard the gallop of a horse, and saw him tearing away at full speed along the London road. I never heard more of him, or of the story. Some women can be secret enough, I assure you. I need not follow the rest of our conversation. I could hardly doubt whose was the story I had heard. It threw a light upon several things about which I had been perplexed. What a horror of darkness seemed to hang over that family! What deeds of wickedness! But the reason was clear. The horror came from within. Selfishness and fierceness of temper were its source. No unhappy doom. The worship of one's own will fumes out around the being an atmosphere of evil, an altogether abnormal condition of the moral firmament, out of which will break the very flames of hell. The consciousness of birth and of breeding, instead of stirring up to deeds of gentleness and high emprise, becomes then but an incentive to violence and cruelty, and things which seem as if they could not happen in a civilized country and a polished age are proved as possible as ever where the heart is unloving, the feelings unrefined, self the centre, and God nowhere in the man or woman's vision. The terrible things that one reads in old histories or in modern newspapers were done by human beings, not by demons. I did not let my friend know that I knew all that he concealed. But I may as well tell my reader now what I could not have told him then. I know all the story now, and as no better place will come, as far as I can see, I will tell it at once and briefly. Dorothy, a wonderful name, the gift of God, to be so treated, faring in this, however, like many other of God's gifts, Dorothy Oldcastle was the eldest daughter of Jeremy and Sibyl Oldcastle, and the sister, therefore, of Ethelwyn. Her father, who was an easy-going man entirely under the dominion of his wife, died when she was about 15, and her mother sent her to school with a special recommendation to the care of a clergyman in the neighbourhood, whom Mrs Oldcastle knew. For somehow, and the fact is not so unusual as to justify especial inquiry here, though she paid no attention to what our Lord or his apostle said, nor indeed seemed to care to ask herself if what she did was right, or what she accepted, I cannot say believed, was true, she had yet a certain, to me all but incomprehensible, leaning to the clergy. I think it belongs to the same kind of superstition which many of our own day are turning to. Offered the Spirit of God for the asking, offered it by the Lord himself in the misery of their unbelief, they betake themselves to necromancy instead, and raise the dead to ask their advice, and follow it, and will find some day that Satan had not forgotten how to dress like an angel of light. Nay, he can be more cunning with the demands of the time. We are clever. He will be cleverer. Why should he dress and not speak like an angel of light? Why should he not give good advice if that will help to withdraw people by degrees from regarding the source of all good? He knows well enough that good advice goes for little, but that what fills the heart and mind goes for much. What religion is there in being convinced of a future state? Is that to worship God? It is no more religion than the belief that the sun will rise tomorrow is religion. It may be a source of happiness to those who could not believe it before, but it is not religion. Where religion comes, that will certainly be likewise, but the one is not the other. The devil can afford a kind of conviction of that. It costs him little. But to believe that the spirits of the departed are the mediators between God and us is essential paganism, to call it nothing worse. And a bad enough name too, since Christ has come and we have heard and seen the only begotten of the Father. Thus the instinctive desire for the wonderful, the need we have of a revelation from above us, denied its proper food and nourishment, turns in its hunger to feed upon garbage. As a devout German says, I do not quote him quite correctly, "Where God rules not, demons will." Let us once see with our spiritual eyes the wonderful, the Counselor, and surely we shall not turn from him to seek elsewhere the treasures of wisdom and knowledge. Those who sympathize with my feeling in regard to this form of the materialism of our day will forgive this divergence. I submit to the artistic blame of such as do not, and return to my story. Dorothy was there 3 or 4 years. I said I would be brief. She and the clergyman's son fell in love with each other. The mother heard of it, and sent for her home. She had other views for her. Of course, in such eyes, a daughter's fancy was, irrespective of its object altogether, a thing to be sneered at. But she found, to her fierce disdain, that she had not been able to keep all her beloved obstinacy to herself. She had transmitted a portion of it to her daughter. But in her it was combined with noble qualities, and ceasing to be the evil thing it was in her mother, became an honorable firmness, rendering her able to withstand her mother's stormy importunities. Thus nature had begun to right herself, the right in the daughter turning to meet and defy the wrong in the mother, and that in the same strength of character which the mother had misused for evil and selfish ends. And thus the bad breed was broken. She was and would be true to her lover. The consequent scenes were dreadful. The spirit, but not the will, of the girl was all but broken. She felt that she could not sustain the strife long. By some means, unknown to my informant, her lover contrived to communicate with her. He had, through means of relations who had great influence with government, procured a good appointment in India, whither he must sail within a month. The end was that she left her mother's house. Mr. Gladwyn was waiting for her near, and conducted her to his father's, who had constantly refused to aid Mrs. Oldcastle by interfering in the matter. They were married next day by the clergyman of a neighbouring parish, but almost immediately she was taken so ill that it was impossible for her to accompany her husband, and she was compelled to remain behind at the rectory, hoping to join him the following year. Before the time arrived, she gave birth to my little friend Judy, and her departure was again delayed by a return of her old complaint, probably the early stages of the disease of which she died. Then, just as she was about to set sail for India, news arrived that Mr. Gladwyn had had a sunstroke, and would have leave of absence and come home as soon as he was able to be moved; so that instead of going out to join him, she must wait for him where she was. His mother had been dead for some time. His father, an elderly man of indolent habits, was found dead in his chair one Sunday morning, soon after the news had arrived of the illness of his son, to whom he was deeply attached. And so the poor young creature was left alone with her child, without money, and in weak health. The old man left nothing behind him but his furniture and books, and nothing could be done in arranging his affairs till the arrival of his son, of whom the last accounts had been that he was slowly recovering. In the meantime his wife was in want of money, without a friend to whom she could apply. I presume that one of the few parishioners who visited at the rectory had written to acquaint Mrs. Oldcastle with the condition in which her daughter was left, for, influenced by motives of which I dare not take upon me to conjecture an analysis, she wrote, offering her daughter all that she required in her old home. Whether she foreintended her following conduct, or old habit returned with the return of her daughter, I cannot tell. But she had not been more than a few days in the house before she began to tyrannize over her, as in old times, and although Mrs. Gladwyn's health, now always weak, was evidently failing in consequence, she either did not see the cause, or could not restrain her evil impulses. At length the news arrived of Mr. Gladwyn's departure for home. Perhaps then for the first time the temptation entered her mind to take her revenge upon him, by making her daughter's illness a pretext for refusing him admission to her presence. She told her she should not see him till she was better, for that it would make her worse; persisted in her resolution after his arrival, and effected, by the help of Sarah, that he should not gain admittance to the house, keeping all the doors locked except one. It was only by the connivance of Ethelwyn, then a girl about 15, that he was admitted by the underground way, of which she unlocked the upper door for his entrance. She had then guided him as far as she dared, and directed him the rest of the way to his wife's room. My reader will now understand how it came about in the process of writing these my recollections, that I have given such a long chapter chiefly to that one evening spent with my good friend Dr. Duncan. For he will see, as I have said, that what he told me opened up a good deal to me. I had very little time for the privacy of the church that night. Dark as it was, however, I went in before I went home. I had the key of the vestry door always in my pocket. I groped my way into the pulpit, and sat down in the darkness, and thought. Nor did my personal interest in Dr. Duncan's story make me forget poor Catherine Weir, and the terrible sore in her heart, the sore of unforgivingness. And I saw that of herself she would not, could not, forgive to all eternity; that all the pains of hell could not make her forgive; for that it was a divine glory to forgive, and must come from God. And thinking of Mrs. Oldcastle, I saw that in ourselves we could be sure of no safety, not from the worst and vilest sins. For who could tell how he might not stupefy himself by degrees, and by one action after another, each a little worse than the former, till the very fires of Sinai would not flash into eyes blinded with the incense arising to the golden calf of his worship. A man may come to worship a devil without knowing it. Only by being filled with a higher spirit than our own, which, having caused our spirits, is one with our spirits, and is in them the present life principle, are we or can we be safe from this eternal death of our being. This spirit was fighting the evil spirit in Catherine Weir. How was I to urge her to give her ear to the good? If will would but side with God, the forces of self, deserted by their leader, must soon quit the field. And the woman, the kingdom within her no longer torn by conflicting forces, would sit quiet at the feet of the Master, reposing in that rest which he offered to those who would come to him. Might she not be roused to utter one feeble cry to God for help? That would be one step towards the forgiveness of others. To ask something for herself would be a great advance in such a proud nature as hers. And to ask good-heartedly is the very next step to giving good-heartedly. Many thoughts such as these passed through my mind, chiefly associated with her, for I could not think how to think about Mrs Oldcastle yet. And the old church gloomed about me all the time. I kept lifting up my heart to the God who had cared to make me, and then drew me to be a preacher to my fellows, and had surely something to give me to say to them. For did he not choose so to work by the foolishness of preaching? Might not my humble ignorance work his will, though my wrath could not work his righteousness? And I descended from the pulpit, thinking with myself, let him do as he will. Here I am. I will say what I see. Let him make it good. And the next morning I spoke about the words of our Lord. If ye then, being evil, know how to give good gifts to your children, how much more shall your heavenly Father give the Holy Spirit to them that ask him? And I looked to see, and there Catherine Weir sat, looking me in the face. There likewise sat Mrs Oldcastle, looking me in the face too. And Judy sat there, also looking me in the face, as serious as man could wish grown woman to look. End of chapter 15. Recording by Bill Borst.
Chapter 16 of Annals of a Quiet Neighborhood. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit Librivox.org. Recording by Greg Giordano. Annals of a Quiet Neighborhood by George MacDonald. Chapter 16. The Organ. One little matter I forgot to mention as having been talked about between Dr. Duncan and myself that same evening. I happened to refer to Old Rogers. "What a fine old fellow that is," said Dr. Duncan. "Indeed he is," I answered. "He is a great comfort and help to me. I don't think anybody but myself has an idea what there is in that old man. The people in the village don't quite like him, though, I find. He is too ready to be down upon them when he sees things going amiss. The fact is, they are afraid of him. Something as the Jews were afraid of John the Baptist, because he was an honest man, and spoke not merely his own mind, but the mind of God in it." "Just so. I believe you're quite right. Do you know, the other day, happening to go into Weir's shop to get him to do a job for me, I found him and Old Rogers at close quarters in an argument. I could not well understand the drift of it, not having been present at the beginning, but I soon saw that, keen as Weir was, and far surpassing Rogers in correctness of speech, and precision as well, the old sailor carried too heavy metal for the carpenter. It evidently annoyed Weir, but such was the good humour of Rogers, that he could not, for very shame, lose his temper, the old man's smile again and again compelling a response on the thin cheeks of the other. "I know how he would talk exactly," I returned. "He has a kind of loving banter with him, if you will allow me the expression, that is irresistible to any man with a heart in his bosom. I am very glad to hear that there is anything like communion begun between them. Ware will get good from him. My man of all work is going to leave me. I wonder if the old man would take his place. I do not know whether he is fit for it, but of one thing you may be sure. If Old Rogers does not honestly believe he is fit for it, he will not take it, and he will tell you why, too. Of that, however, I think I may be a better judge than he. There is nothing to which a good sailor cannot turn his hand, whatever he may think himself. You see, Mr. Walton, it is not like a routine trade. Things are never twice the same at sea. The sailor has 1,000 chances of using his judgment, if he has any to use, and that Old Rogers has in no common degree. So I should have no fear of him. If he won't let me steer him, you must put your hand to the tiller for me." "I will do what I can," I answered, "for nothing would please me more than to see him in your service. It would be much better for him, and his wife too, than living by uncertain jobs as he does now." The result of it all was, that Old Rogers consented to try for a month, but when the end of the month came, nothing was said on either side, and the old man remained, and I could see several little new comforts about the cottage, in consequence of the regularity of his wages. Now I must report another occurrence in regular sequence. To my surprise, and I must confess, not a little to my discomposure, when I rose in the reading desk on the day after this dinner with Dr. Duncan, I saw that the hall pew was full. Miss Oldcastle was there for the first time, and by her side the gentleman whom the day before I had encouraged on horseback. He sat carelessly, easily, contentedly, indifferently; for, although I never that morning looked up from my prayer book except involuntarily in the changes of posture, I could not help seeing that he was always behind the rest of the congregation, as if he had no idea of what was coming next, or did not care to conform. Gladly would I, that day, have shunned the necessity of preaching that was laid upon me. But, I said to myself, shall the work given me to do fare ill because of the perturbation of my spirit? No harm is done though I suffer, but much harm if one tone fails of its force because I suffer. I therefore prayed God to help me, and feeling the right, because I felt the need of looking to him for aid, I cast my care upon him, kept my thoughts strenuously away from that which discomposed me, and never turned my eyes towards the hall pew from the moment I entered the pulpit; and partly, I presume, from the freedom given by the sense of irresponsibility for the result, I being weak and God strong, I preached, I think, a better sermon than I had ever preached before. But when I got into the vestry, I found that I could scarcely stand for trembling, and I must have looked ill, for when my attendant came in he got me a glass of wine without even asking me if I would have it, although it was not my custom to take any there. But there was one of my congregation that morning who suffered more than I did from the presence of one of those who filled the hall pew. I recovered in a few moments from my weakness, but altogether disinclined to face any of my congregation, went out at my vestry door, and home through the shrubbery, a path I seldom used, because it had a separatist look about it. When I got to my study, I threw myself on a couch and fell fast asleep. How often in trouble have I had to thank God for sleep as for one of his best gifts, and how often when I have awaked refreshed and calm have I thought of poor Sir Philip Sidney, who, dying slowly and patiently in the prime of life and health, was sorely troubled in his mind to know how he had offended God, because, having prayed earnestly for sleep, no sleep came in answer to his cry. I woke just in time for my afternoon service, and the inward peace in which I found my heart was to myself a marvel and a delight. I felt almost as if I was walking in a blessed dream, come from a world of serener air than this of ours. I found, after I was already in the reading desk, that I was a few minutes early, and while, with bowed head, I was simply living in the consciousness of the presence of a supreme quiet, the first low notes of the organ broke upon my stillness with the sense of a deeper delight. Never before had I felt, as I felt that afternoon, the triumph of contemplation in Handel's rendering of "I know that my Redeemer liveth," and I felt how through it all ran a cold silvery quiver of sadness, like the light in the east after the sun is gone down, which would have been pain, but for the golden glow of the west, which looks after the light of the world with a patient waiting. Before the music ceased, it had crossed my mind that I had never before heard that organ utter itself in the language of Handel. But I had no time to think more about it just then, for I rose to read the words of our Lord, "I will arise and go to my Father." There was no one in the hall pew. Indeed, it was a rare occurrence if any one was there in the afternoon. But for all the quietness of my mind during that evening service, I felt ill before I went to bed, and awoke in the morning with a headache, which increased along with other signs of perturbation of the system, until I thought it better to send for Dr. Duncan. I have not yet got so imbecile as to suppose that a history of the following 6 weeks would be interesting to my readers, for during so long did I suffer from low fever, and more weeks passed during which I was unable to meet my flock. Thanks to the care of Mr. Brownrigg, a clever young man in priest's orders, who was living at Addicehead while waiting for curacy, kindly undertook my duty for me, and thus relieved me from all anxiety about supplying my place. End of chapter 16. Recording by Greg Giordano. Newport Richey, Florida.
Chapter 17 of Annals of a Quiet Neighborhood. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Recording by Chad Curtis. Annals of a Quiet Neighborhood by George MacDonald. Chapter 17. But I cannot express equal satisfaction in regard to everything that Mr. Brownrigg took upon his own responsibility, as my reader will see. He and another farmer, his neighbour, had been so often re-elected churchwardens that at last they seemed to have gained a prescriptive right to the office, and the form of election fell into disuse. So much so that after Mr. Summer's death, which took place some year and a half before I became vicar of Marshmallows, Mr. Brownrigg continued to exercise the duty in his own single person, and nothing had as yet been said about the election of a colleague. So little seemed to fall to the duty of the churchwarden that I regarded the neglect as a trifle, and was remiss in setting it right. I had therefore to suffer, as was just. Indeed, Mr. Brownrigg was not the man to have power in his hands unchecked. I had so far recovered that I was able to rise about noon and go into my study, though I was very weak, and had not yet been out, when one morning Mrs. Pearson came into the room and said, "Please, sir, here's young Thomas Wire in a great way about something, and insisting upon seeing you, if you possibly can." I had as yet seen very few of my friends except the doctor, and those only for 2 or 3 minutes. But although I did not feel very fit for seeing anybody just then, I could not but yield to his desire, confident there must be a good reason for it, and so told Mrs. Pearson to show him in. "Oh, sir, I know you would be vexed if you hadn't been told," he exclaimed, "and I am sure you will not be angry with me for troubling you." "What is the matter, Tom?" I said. "I assure you I shall not be angry with you. There's Farmer Brownrigg, at this moment, taking away Mr. Templeton's table because he won't pay the church rate." "What church rate?" I cried, starting up from the sofa. "I never heard of a church rate." Now, before I go farther, it is necessary to explain some things. One day before I was taken ill, I had had a little talk with Mr. Brownrigg about some repairs of the church, which were necessary and must be done before another winter. I confess I was rather pleased, for I wanted my people to feel that the church was their property, and that it was their privilege, if they could regard it as a blessing to have the church, to keep it in decent order and repair. So I said in a by-the-by to my churchwarden, "We must call a vestry before long, and have this looked to." Now my predecessor had left everything of the kind to his churchwardens, and the inhabitants from their side had likewise left the whole affair to the churchwardens. But Mr. Brownrigg, who, I must say, had taken more pains than might have been expected of him to make himself acquainted with the legalities of his office, did not fail to call a vestry, to which, as usual, no one had responded. Whereupon he imposed a rate according to his own unaided judgment. This, I believe, he did during my illness, with the notion of pleasing me by the discovery that the repairs had been already effected according to my mind. Nor did any one of my congregation throw the least difficulty in the churchwarden's way. And now I must refer to another circumstance in the history of my parish. I think I have already alluded to the fact that there were dissenters in Marshmallows. There was a little chapel down a lane leading from the main street of the village, in which there was service 3 times every Sunday. People came to it from many parts of the parish, amongst whom were the families of 2 or 3 farmers of substance, while the village and its neighbourhood contributed a portion of the poorest of their inhabitants. A year or 2 before I came, their minister died, and they had chosen another, a very worthy man of considerable erudition, but of extreme views, as I heard, upon insignificant points, and moved by a great dislike to national churches and episcopacy. This, I say, is what I had made out about him, from what I had heard, and my reader will very probably be inclined to ask, but why, with principles such as yours, should you have only hearsay to go upon? Why did you not make the honest man's acquaintance? In such a small place, men should not keep each other at arm's length. And any reader who says so will say right. All I have to suggest for myself is simply a certain shyness for which I cannot entirely account, but which was partly made up of fear to intrude, or of being supposed to arrogate to myself the right of making advances, partly of a dread lest we should not be able to get on together, and so the attempt should result in something unpleasantly awkward. I dare say, likewise, that the natural shelliness of the English had something to do with it. At all events, I had not made his acquaintance. Mr. Templeton, then, had refused, as a point of conscience, to pay the church rate when the collector went round to demand it, had been summoned before a magistrate in consequence, had suffered a default, and, proceedings being pushed from the first in all the pride of Mr. Brownrigg's legality, had on this very day been visited by the churchwarden, accompanied by a broker from the neighbouring town of Addicehead, and at the very time when I was hearing of the fact was suffering distraint of his goods. The porcine head of the churchwarden was not on his shoulders by accident, nor without significance. But I did not wait to understand all this now. It was enough for me that Tom bore witness to the fact that at that moment proceedings were thus driven to extremity. I rang the bell for my boots, and, to the open-mouthed dismay of Mrs. Pearson, left the vicarage leaning on Tom's arm. But such was the commotion in my mind that I had become quite unconscious of illness or even feebleness. Hurrying on in more terror than I can well express lest I should be too late, I reached Mr. Templeton's house, just as a small mahogany table was being hoisted into a spring cart which stood at the door. Breathless with haste, I was yet able to call out, "Put that table down directly." At the same moment Mr. Brownrigg appeared from within the door. He approached with the self-satisfied look of a man who had done his duty and is proud of it. I think he had not heard me. "You see I'm prompt, Mr. Walton," he said, "but bless my soul, how ill you look!" Without answering him, for I was more angry with him than I ought to have been, I repeated, "Put that table down, I tell you." They did so. "Now," I said, "carry it back into the house." "Why, sir," interposed Mr. Brownrigg, "it's all right." "Yes," I said, "as right as the devil would have it." "I assure you, sir, I've done everything according to law." "I'm not so sure of that. I believe I had the right to be chairman at the vestry meeting, but instead of even letting me know, you took advantage of my illness to hurry on matters to this shameful and wicked excess." I did the poor man wrong in this, for I believe he had hurried things really to please me. His face had lengthened considerably by this time, and its rubicund hue declined. "I did not think you would stand upon ceremony about it, sir. You never seem to care for business." "If you talk about legality, so will I. Certainly you didn't stand upon ceremony." "I didn't expect you would turn against your own churchwarden in the execution of his duty, sir," he said in an offended tone. "It's bad enough to have a meeting house in the place, with t'other parson as won't pay a lawful church rate." "I would have paid the church rate for the whole parish 10 times over, before such a thing should have happened. I feel so disgraced I am ashamed to look Mr. Templeton in the face. Carry the table into the house again directly." "It's my property now," interposed the broker. "I bought it of the churchwarden, and paid for it." I turned to Mr. Brownrigg. "How much did he give you for it?" I asked. 20 shillings, returned he sulkily, "and it won't pay expenses." 20 shillings! I exclaimed. "For a table that costs 3 times as much at least! What do you expect to sell it for?" "That's my business," answered the broker. I pulled out my purse and threw 1.5 sovereigns on the table, saying, "50 per cent. will be, I think, profit enough, even on such a transaction." "I did not offer you the table," returned the broker. "I am not bound to sell except I please and at my own price." "Possibly, but I tell you the whole affair is illegal, and if you carry away the table I shall see what the law will do for me. I assure you I will prosecute you myself. You take up that money or I will. It will go to pay counsel, I give you my word, if you do not take it to quench strife." I stretched out my hand, but the broker was before me. Without another word he pocketed the money, jumped into his cart with his man, and drove off, leaving the churchwarden and the parson standing at the door of the dissenting minister with his mahogany table on the path between them. "Now, Mr. Brownrigg," I said, "lend me a hand to carry this table in again." He yielded, not graciously, that could not be expected, but in silence. "Oh, sir," interposed young Tom, who had stood by during the dispute, "let me take it. You're not able to lift it." "Nonsense, Tom, keep away," I said. "It's all the reparation I can make." And so Mr Brownrigg and I blundered into the little parlour with our burden. Not a great one, but I began to find myself railing. Mr Templeton sat in a Windsor chair in the middle of the room. Evidently the table had been carried away from before him, leaving his position uncovered. The floor was strewed with the books which had lain upon it. He sat reading an old folio as if nothing had happened, but when we entered he rose. He was a man of middle size, about 40, with short black hair and overhanging bushy eyebrows. His mouth indicated great firmness, not unmingled with sweetness, and even with humour. He smiled as he rose, but looked embarrassed, glancing first at the table, then at me, and then at Mr Brownrigg, as if begging someone to tell him what to say. But I did not leave him a moment in this perplexity. "Mr Templeton," I said, quitting the table, and holding out my hand, "I beg your pardon for myself and my friend here, my churchwarden." Mr Brownrigg gave a grunt. "That you should have been annoyed like this. I have—" Mr Templeton interrupted me. "I assure you it was a matter of conscience with me," he said. "On no other ground." I know it, I said, interrupting him in my turn. "I beg your pardon, and I have done my best to make amends for it. Offences must come, you know, Mr Templeton, but I trust I have not incurred the woe that follows upon them by means of whom they come, for I knew nothing of it, and indeed was too ill—" Here my strength left me altogether, and I sat down. The room began to whirl round me, and I remember nothing more till I knew that I was lying on a couch, with Mrs Templeton bathing my forehead, and Mr Templeton trying to get something into my mouth with a spoon. Ashamed to find myself in such circumstances, I tried to rise, but Mr Templeton, laying his hand on mine, said, "My dear sir, add to your kindness this day by letting my wife and me minister to you." Now, was not that a courteous speech? He went on, "Mr Brownrigg has gone for Dr Duncan, and will be back in a few moments. I beg you will not exert yourself." I yielded and lay still. Dr Duncan came, his carriage followed, and I was taken home. Before we started, I said to Mr Brownrigg, for I could not rest till I had said it, "Mr Brownrigg, I spoke in heat when I came up to you, and I am sure I did you wrong. I am certain you had no improper motive in not making me acquainted with your proceedings. You meant no harm to me, but you did very wrong towards Mr Templeton. I will try to show you that when I am well again. But you mustn't talk more now," said Dr Duncan. So I shook hands with Mr Brownrigg, and we parted. I fear, from what I know of my churchwarden, that he went home with the conviction that he had done perfectly right, and that the parson had made an apology for interfering with a churchwarden who was doing his best to uphold the dignity of church and state. But perhaps I may be doing him wrong again. I went home to a week more of bed and a lengthened process of recovery, during which many were the kind inquiries made after me by my friends, and amongst them by Mr Templeton, and here I may as well sketch the result of that strange introduction to the dissenting minister. After I was tolerably well again, I received a friendly letter from him one day, expostulating with me on the inconsistency of my remaining within the pale of the established church. The gist of the letter lay in these words: "I confess it perplexes me to understand how to reconcile your Christian and friendly behaviour to one whom most of your brethren would consider as much beneath their notice as inferior to them in social position, with your remaining the minister of a church in which such enormities, as you employed your private influence to counteract in my case, are not only possible, but certainly lawful, and recognized by most of its members as likewise expedient." To this I replied, "My dear sir, I do not like writing letters, especially on subjects of importance. There are 1,000 chances of misunderstanding, whereas in a personal interview there is a possibility of controversy being hallowed by communion. Come and dine with me tomorrow at an hour convenient to you, and make my apologies to Mrs Templeton for not inviting her with you, on the ground that we are to have a long talk with each other about the distracting influence which even her presence would unavoidably occasion. I am, etc., etc." He accepted my invitation at once. During dinner we talked away, not upon indifferent, but upon the most interesting subjects, connected with the poor and the parish work and the influence of the higher upon the lower classes of society. At length we sat down on opposite sides of the fire, and as soon as Mrs Pearson had shut the door, I said, "You asked me, Mr Templeton, in your very kind letter," and here I put my hand in my pocket to find it. "I asked you," imposed Mr Templeton, "how you could belong to a church which authorizes things of which you yourself so heartily disapprove." And I answer you, I returned, that just to such a church our Lord belonged. I do not quite understand you. Our Lord belonged to the Jewish church. But ours is his church. Yes, but principles remain the same. I speak of him as belonging to a church. His conduct would be the same in the same circumstances, whatever church he belonged to, because he would always do right. I want, if you will allow me, to show you the principle upon which he acted with regard to church rates. Certainly. I beg your pardon for interrupting you. The Pharisees demanded a tribute, which, it is allowed, was for the support of the temple and its worship. Our Lord did not refuse to acknowledge their authority, notwithstanding the many ways in which they had degraded the religious observances of the Jewish church. He acknowledged himself a child of the church, but said that as a child he ought to have been left to contribute as he pleased to the support of its ordinances, and not to be compelled after such a fashion. "There, I have you," exclaimed Mr. Templeton. "He said they were wrong to make the tribute or church rate, if it was really such, compulsory. I grant it is entirely wrong, a very unchristian proceeding. But our Lord did not therefore desert the church, as you would have me do. He paid the money, lest he should offend, and not having it of his own, he had to ask his Father for it, or, what came to the same thing, make a servant of his Father, namely a fish in the Sea of Galilee, bring him the money. Have you, Mr. Templeton? It is wrong to compel and wrong to refuse the payment of a church rate. I do not say equally wrong. It is much worse to compel than to refuse." "You are very generous," returned Mr. Templeton. "May I hope that you will do me the credit to believe that if I saw clearly that they were the same thing, I would not hesitate a moment to follow our Lord's example." "I believe it perfectly. Therefore, however we may differ, we are in reality at no strife. But is there not this difference, that our Lord was, as you say, a child of the Jewish church, which was indubitably established by God? Now, if I cannot conscientiously belong to the so-called English church, why should I have to pay church rate or tribute? Shall I tell you the argument the English church might then use? The church might say, 'Then you are a stranger and no child. Therefore, like the kings of the earth, we may take tribute of you.' So you see it would come to this, that dissenters alone should be compelled to pay church rates." We both laughed at this pushing of the argument to illegitimate conclusions. Then I resumed. "But the real argument is that not for such faults should we separate from each other. Not for such faults, or any faults, so long as it is the repository of the truth, should you separate from the church." "I will yield the point when you can show me the same ground for believing the Church of England, the national church, appointed such by God, that I can show you, and you know already, for receiving the Jewish church as the appointment of God." "That would involve a long argument, upon which, though I have little doubt upon the matter myself, I cannot say I am prepared to enter at this moment. Meantime, I would just ask you whether you are not sufficiently a child of the Church of England, having received from it 1,000 influences for good, if in no other way, yet through your fathers, to find it no great hardship, and not very unreasonable, to pay a trifle to keep in repair one of the tabernacles in which our forefathers worshipped together, as I hope you will allow, in some imperfect measure God is worshipped, and the truth is preached in it?" "Most willingly would I pay the money. I object simply because the rate is compulsory." "And therein you have our Lord's example to the contrary." A silence followed, for I had to deal with an honest man who was thinking. I resumed. "1,000 difficulties will no doubt come up to be considered in the matter. Do not suppose I am anxious to convince you. I believe that our Father, our elder brother, and the Spirit that proceedeth from them is teaching you, as I believe I too am being taught by the same. Why then should I be anxious to convince you of anything? Will you not, in his good time, come to see what he would have you see? I am relieved to speak my mind, knowing he would have us speak our minds to each other, but I do not want to proselytize. If you change your mind, you will probably do so on different grounds from any I give you, on grounds which show themselves in the course of your own search and the foundations of truth in regard, perhaps, to some other question altogether." Again a silence followed. Then Mr. Templeton spoke. "Don't think I am satisfied," he said, "because I don't choose to say anything more till I have thought about it. I think you are wrong in your conclusion about the church, though surely you are right in thinking we ought to have patience with each other. And now tell me true, Mr. Walton. I'm a blunt kind of man, descended from an old Puritan, one of Cromwell's Ironsides, I believe. And I haven't been to a university like you, but I'm no fool either, I hope. Don't be offended at my question. Wouldn't you be glad to see me out of your parish now?" I began to speak, but he went on. "Don't you regard me as an interloper now, one who has no right to speak because he does not belong to the church?" "God forbid," I answered. "If a word of mine would make you leave my parish tomorrow, I dare not say it. I do not want to incur the rebuke of our Lord, for surely the words 'forbid him not' involved some rebuke. Would it not be a fearful thing that one soul, because of a deed of mine, should receive a less portion of elevation or comfort in his journey towards his home? Are there not countless modes of saying the truth? You have some of them. I hope I have some. People will hear you who will not hear me. Preach to them in the name and love of God, Mr. Templeton. Speak that you do know, and testify that you have seen. You and I will help each other in proportion as we serve the Master. I only say that in separating from us you are in effect and by your conduct saying to us, 'Do not preach, for you follow not with us.' I will not be guilty of the same towards you. Your fathers did the church no end of good by leaving it, but it is time to unite now." Once more followed a silence. "If people could only meet and look each other in the face," said Mr. Templeton at length, "they might find there was not such a gulf between them as they had fancied." And so we parted. Now I do not write all this for the sake of the church rate question. I write it to commemorate the spirit in which Mr. Templeton met me. For it is of consequence that two men who love their master should recognize each that the other does so, and thereupon, if not before, should cease to be estranged because of difference of opinion, which surely, inevitable as offence, does not involve the same denunciation of woe. After this, Mr. Templeton and I found some opportunities of helping each other, and many a time ere his death we consulted together about things that befell. Once he came to me about a legal difficulty in connection with the deed of trust of his chapel, and although I could not help him myself, I directed him to such help as was thorough, and cost him nothing. I need not say he never became a churchman, or that I never expected he would. All his memories of a religious childhood, all the sources of the influences which had refined and elevated him, were surrounded with other associations than those of the church and her forms. The church was his grandmother, not his mother, and he had not made any acquaintance with her till comparatively late in life. But while I do not say that his intellectual objections to the church were less strong than they had been, I am sure that his feelings were moderated, even changed towards her. And though this may seem of no consequence to one who loves the church more than the brotherhood, it does not seem of little consequence to me who love the church because of the brotherhood, of which it is the type and the restorer. It was long before another church rate was levied in Marshmallows, and when the circumstance did take place, no one dreamed of calling on Mr. Templeton for his share in it. But having heard of it, he called himself upon the churchwarden, Mr. Brownrigg still, and offered the money cheerfully. And Mr. Brownrigg refused to take it till he had consulted me. I told him to call on Mr. Templeton, and say he would be much obliged to him for his contribution, and give him a receipt for it. End of chapter 17.
Chapter 18 of Annals of a Quiet Neighbourhood. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit Librivox.org. Annals of a Quiet Neighbourhood, by George MacDonald. Chapter 18. Judy's News. Perhaps my reader may be sufficiently interested in the person who, having once begun to tell a story, may possibly have allowed his feelings, in concert with the comfortable confidence afforded by the mask of namelessness, to run away with his pen, and so have babbled of himself more than he ought, may be sufficiently interested, I say, in my mental condition, to cast a speculative thought upon the state of my mind during my illness with regard to Miss Oldcastle and the stranger who was her mother's guest at the Hall. Possibly, being by nature gifted, as I have certainly discovered, with more of hope than is usually mingled with the other elements composing the temperament of humanity, I did not suffer quite so much as some would have suffered during such an illness. But I have reason to fear that when I was lightheaded from fever, which was a not uncommon occurrence, especially in the early mornings during the worst of my illness, when Mrs Pearson had to sit up with me, and sometimes an old woman of the village who was generally called in upon such occasions, I may have talked a good deal of nonsense about Miss Oldcastle. For I remember that I was haunted with visions of magnificent conventual ruins which I had discovered, and which, no one seeming to care about them but myself, I was left to wander through at my own lonely will. Would I could see with the waking eye such a grandeur of Gothic arches and long-drawn aisles as then arose upon my sick sense. Within was a labyrinth of passages in the walls, and long-sounding corridors, and sudden galleries, whence I looked down into the great church aching with silence. Through these I was ever wandering, ever discovering new rooms, new galleries, new marvels of architecture, ever disappointed and ever dissatisfied, because I knew that in one room somewhere in the forgotten mysteries of the pile sat Ethelwyn reading, never lifting those sea-blue eyes of hers from the great volume on her knee, reading every word, slowly turning leaf after leaf, knew that she would sit there reading till, one by one, every leaf in the huge volume was turned, and she came to the last and read it from top to bottom, down to the finis and the urn with a weeping willow over it, when she would close the book with a sigh, lay it down on the floor, rise and walk slowly away, and leave the glorious ruin dead to me, as it had so long been to everyone else, knew that if I did not find her before that terrible last page was read, I should never find her at all, but have to go wandering alone all my life through those dreary galleries and corridors, with one hope only left, that I might yet before I died find the palace chamber far apart, and see the red and forsaken volume lying on the floor where she had left it, and the chair beside it upon which she had sat so long waiting for someone in vain. And perhaps to words spoken under these impressions may partly be attributed the fact, which I knew nothing of till long afterwards, that the people of the village began to couple my name with that of Miss Oldcastle. When all this vanished from me in the returning wave of health that spread through my weary brain, I was yet left anxious and thoughtful. There was no one from whom I could ask any information about the family at the Hall, so that I was just driven to the best thing, to try to cast my care upon Him who cared for my care. How often do we look upon God as our last and feeblest resource? We go to Him because we have nowhere else to go, and then we learn that the storms of life have driven us, not upon the rocks, but into the desired haven, that we have been compelled, as to the last remaining, so to the best, the only, the central help, the causing cause of all the helps to which we had turned aside as nearer and better. One day, when, having considerably recovered from my second attack, I was sitting reading in my study, who should be announced but my friend Judy. "Oh, dear Mr Walton, I am so sorry that you have been so ill," exclaimed the impulsive girl, taking my hand in both of hers and sitting down beside me. "I haven't had a chance of coming to see you before, though we've always managed, I mean Auntie and I, to hear about you. I would have come to nurse you, but it was no use thinking of it." I smiled as I thanked her. "Ah, you think because I'm such a tomboy that I couldn't nurse you. I only wish I had had a chance of letting you see. I'm so sorry for you." "But I'm nearly well now, Judy, and I have been taken good care of." "But that frumpy old thing, Mrs Pearson, and—" "Mrs Pearson is a very kind woman, and an excellent nurse," I said, but she would not heed me. "And that awful old witch, Mother Goose, she was enough to give you bad dreams all night she sat by you." "I didn't dream about Mother Goose, as you call her, Judy, I assure you. But now I want to hear how everybody is at the Hall." "What, Granny, and the White Wolf, and all?" "As many as you please to tell me about." "Well, Granny is gracious to everybody but Auntie." "Why isn't she gracious to Auntie?" "I don't know. I only guess." "Is your visitor gone?" "Yes, long ago. Do you know, I think Granny wants Auntie to marry him, and Auntie doesn't quite like it. But he's very nice. He's so funny. He'll be back again soon, I dare say. I don't quite like him. Not so well as you by a whole half, Mr Walton. I wish you would marry Auntie, but that would never do. It would drive Granny out of her wits." To stop the strange girl, and hide some confusion, I said, "Now tell me about the rest of them." "Sarah comes next. She's as white and as wolfy as ever. Mr Walton, I hate that woman. She walks like a cat. I'm sure she is bad." "Did you ever think, Judy, what an awful thing it is to be bad? If you did, I think you would be so sorry for her. You could not hate her." At the same time, knowing what I knew now, and remembering that impressions can date from further back than the memory can reach, I was not surprised to hear that Judy hated Sarah, though I could not believe that in such a child the hatred was of the most deadly description. "I'm sure I must go on hating in the meantime," said Judy. "I wish someone would marry Auntie, and turn Sarah away. But that can't be so long as Granny lives." "How is Mr Stoddart?" "There now, that's one of the things Auntie said I was to be sure to tell you." "Then your aunt knew you were coming to see me?" "Oh yes, I told her. Not Granny, you know. You mustn't let it out." "I shall be careful. How is Mr Stoddart, then?" "Not well at all. He was taken ill before you, and has been in bed and by the fireside ever since. Auntie doesn't know what to do with him, he is so out of spirits." "If tomorrow is fine, I shall go and see him." "Thank you. I believe that's just what Auntie wanted. He won't like it at first, I dare say. But he'll come too, and you'll do him good. You do everybody good you come near." "I wish that were true, Judy. I fear it is not. What good did I ever do you, Judy?" "Do me?" she exclaimed, apparently half angry at the question. "Don't you know I have been an altered character ever since I knew you?" And here the odd creature laughed, leaving me in absolute ignorance of how to interpret her. But presently her eyes grew clearer, and I could see the slow film of a tear gathering. "Mr Walton," she said, "I have been trying not to be selfish. You have done me that much good." "I'm very glad, Judy. Don't forget who can do you all good. There is one who can not only show you what is right, but can make you able to do and be what is right. You don't know how much you have got to learn yet, Judy, but there is that one teacher ever ready to teach if you will only ask him." Judy did not answer, but sat looking fixedly at the carpet. She was thinking, though, I saw. "Who has played the organ, Judy, since your uncle was taken ill?" I asked at length. "Why, Auntie, to be sure. Didn't you hear?" "No," I answered, turning almost sick at the idea of having been away from church for so many Sundays while she was giving voice and expression to the dear asthmatic old pipes. And I did feel very ready to murmur, like a spoilt child that had not had his way. Think of her there and me here. "Then," I said to myself at last, "it must have been she that played 'I know that my Redeemer liveth' the last time I was in church. And instead of thanking God for that, here I am murmuring that he did not give me more. And this child has just been telling me that I have taught her to try not to be selfish. Certainly I should be ashamed of myself. When was your uncle taken ill?" "I don't exactly remember, but you will come and see him tomorrow? And then we shall see you too, for we are always out and in of his room just now." "I will come if Dr Duncan will let me. Perhaps he will take me in his carriage." "No, no, don't you come with him. Uncle can't bear doctors. He never was ill in his life before, and he behaves to Dr Duncan just as if he had made him ill. I wish I could send the carriage for you, but I can't, you know." "Never mind, Judy. I shall manage somehow. What is the name of the gentleman who was staying with you?" "Don't you know? Captain George Everard. He would change his name to Oldcastle, you know." What a foolish pain, like a spear thrust, they sent through me, those words spoken in such a taken-for-granted way. "He's a relation, on Granny's side mostly, I believe. But I never could understand the explanation. What makes it harder is, that all the husbands and wives in our family, for 150 years, have been more or less of cousins, or half-cousins, or second or third cousins. Captain Everard has what grandmamma calls a neat little property of his own from his mother, somewhere in Northumberland. For he is only a third son, one of a class Granny does not in general feel very friendly to, I assure you, Mr Walton. But his second brother is dead, and the eldest something the worse for the wear, as grannie says, so that the captain comes just within sight of the coronet of an old uncle who ought to have been dead long ago. Just the match for auntie." "But you said auntie doesn't like him." "Oh, but you know that doesn't matter," returned Judy, with bitterness. "What will grannie care for that? It's nothing to anybody but auntie, and she must get used to it. Nobody makes anything of her." It was only after she had gone that I thought how astounding it would have been to me to hear a girl of her age show such an acquaintance with worldliness and scheming, had I not been personally so much concerned about one of the objects of her remarks. She certainly was a strange girl. But strange as she was, it was a satisfaction to think that the aunt had such a friend and ally in her wild niece. Evidently she had inherited her father's fearlessness, and if only it should turn out that she had likewise inherited her mother's firmness, she might render the best possible service to her aunt against the oppression of her wilful mother. "How are you able to get here to-day?" I asked, as she rose to go. "Grannie is in London, and the wolf is with her. Auntie wouldn't leave uncle." "They have been a good deal in London of late, have they not?" "Yes. They say it's about money of auntie's. But I don't understand. I think it's that grannie wants to make the captain marry her, for they sometimes see him when they go to London." Chapter 18. Recording by Eric Metzler, Albuquerque, New Mexico, United States of America.
Chapter 19 of Annals of a Quiet Neighbourhood. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit Librivox.org. Recording by Jeff Blanchard. Annals of a Quiet Neighbourhood by George MacDonald. Chapter 19. The Invalid. The following day being very fine, I walked to Oldcastle Hall, but I remember well how much slower I was forced to walk than I was willing. I found to my relief that Mrs Oldcastle had not yet returned. I was shown at once to Mr Stoddard's library. There I found the two ladies in attendance upon him. He was seated by a splendid fire, for the autumn days were now chilly on the shady side, in the most luxurious of easy-chairs, with his furred feet buried in the long hair of the hearth-rug. He looked worn and peevish. All the placidity of his countenance had vanished. The smooth expanse of his forehead was drawn into 50 wrinkles, like a sea over which the fretting wind had been blowing all night. Nor was it only suffering that his face expressed. He looked like a man who strongly suspected that he was ill-used. After salutation, "You are well off, Mr Stoddard," I said, "to have two such nurses." "They are very kind," sighed the patient. "You would recommend Mrs Pearson and Mother Goose instead, would you not, Mr Walton?" said Judy. Her grey eyes sparkled with fun. "Judy, be quiet," said the invalid languidly, and yet sharply. Judy redeemed and was silent. "I'm sorry for finding you so unwell," I said. "Yes, I am very ill," he returned. Aunt and niece rose and left the room quietly. "Do you suffer much, Mr Stoddard?" "Much weariness worse than pain. I could welcome death. I do not think, from what Dr Duncan says of you, that there is reason to apprehend more than a lingering illness," I said. "To try him, I confess." "I hope not indeed," he exclaimed angrily, sitting up in his chair. "What right has Dr Duncan to talk of me so?" "To a friend, you know," I returned, apologetically, "who is much interested in your welfare." "Yes, of course. So is the doctor. A sick man belongs to you both by prescription. For my part, I would rather talk about religion to a whole man rather than a sick man. A sick man is not a whole man. He is but part of a man, as it were, for the time, and it is not so easy to tell what he can take." "Thank you. I am obliged to you for my new position in the social scale. Of the tailor species, I suppose. I could not help wishing he were as far up as any man that does such needful honest work." "My dear sir, I beg your pardon. I meant only a glance at the peculiar relation of the words whole and heel. I do not find etymology interesting at present." "Not seated in such a library as this?" "No, I am ill." Satisfied that, ill as he was, He might be better if he would. I resolved to make another trial. Do you remember how Ligarius in Julius Caesar discards his sickness? I am not sick, if Brutus have in hand any exploit worthy the name of honour. I want to be well. I do not like to be ill. But what there is in this foggy, swampy world worth being well for, I'm sure I haven't found out yet. If you have not, it must be because you have never tried to find out. But I am not going to attack you when you are not able to defend yourself. We shall find a better time for that. But can't I do something for you? Would you like me to read to you for half an hour? No, thank you. The girls tire me out with reading to me. I hate the very sound of their voices. I have today's Times in my pocket. I've heard all the news already. Then I think I shall only bore you if I stay. He made me no answer. I rose. He just let me take his hand and returned my good morning as if there was nothing good in the world, least of all the same morning. I found the ladies in the outer room. Judy was on her knees on the floor occupied with a long row of books. How the books had got there I wondered, but soon learned that the secret which I had in vain asked of the butler on my first visit, namely, how Mr. Stoddart reached the volumes arranged immediately under the ceiling, in shelves, as my reader may remember, that looked like beams radiating from the centre. For Judy rose from the floor and proceeded to put in motion a mechanical arrangement concealed in one of the divisions of the bookshelves along the wall, and I now saw that there were strong cords reaching from the ceiling and attached to the shelves, or rather long box sidewards open, which contained the books. "Do take care, Judy," said Ethelyn. "You know it is very venturous of you to let that shelf down, when uncle is so jealous of his books as a hen of her chickens. I oughtn't have let you touch the cords." "You couldn't help it, auntie dear, for I had the shelves half-way down before you saw me," returned Judy, proceeding to rise the books to their usual position under the ceiling. But in another moment, either from Judy's awkwardness or from the gradual decay and final fracture of some cord, down came the whole shelf with a thundering noise, and the books were scattered hither and thither in confusion about the floor. Ethelyn was gazing in dismay, and Judy had built up her face in a defiant look, when the door of the inner room opened and Mr. Stoddart appeared. His brow was already flushed, but when he saw the condition of his idols, for the lust of his eye had its full share in his disregard for his books, he broke out in a passion to which he could not have given away but for the weak state of his health. "How dare you?" he said, with terrible emphasis on the word dare. "Judy, I beg you will not again show yourself in my apartment till I send for you." "And then," said Judy, leaving the room, "I am not in the least likely to be otherwise engaged." "I am very sorry, uncle," begged Miss Oldcastle. But Mr. Stoddart had already retreated and banged the door behind him. So Miss Oldcastle and I were left standing together amid the ruins. She glanced at me with a distressed look. I smiled. She smiled in return. "I assure you," she said, "uncle is not a bit like himself, and I fear in trying to rouse him I have done him no good, only made him more irritable." I said, "But he will be sorry when he comes to himself, and so we must take the reversion of his repentance now, and think nothing more of the matter than if he had already said he was sorry. Besides, when books are in the case, I, for one, must not be too hard upon my unfortunate neighbour." "Thank you, Mr. Walton. I am so much obliged for you taking my uncle's part. He has been very good to me, and that dear Judy is provoking sometimes. I am afraid I help to spoil her, but you would hardly believe how good she really is, and what a comfort she is to me, with all her waywardness." "I think I understand Judy," I replied, "and I shall be more mistaken than I am willing to confess I have ever been before, if she does not turn out a very fine woman. The marvel to me is that with all the various influences amongst which she is placed here, she is not really, not seriously spoiled after all. I assure you I have the greatest regard for, as well as confidence in, my friend Judy." Ethelyn, Miss Oldcastle I should say, gave me such a pleased look that I was well recompensed, if justice should ever talk of recompense for my defence of her niece. "Will you come with me?" she said, "for I fear our talk may continue to annoy Mr. Stoddard. His hearing is acute at all times, and has been excessively so since his illness." "I am at your service," I returned, and followed her from the room. "Are you still as fond of the old quarry as you used to be, Miss Oldcastle?" I said, as we caught a glimpse of it from the window of a long passage we were going through. "I think I am. I go there most days. I have not been to-day, though." "Would you like to go down?" "Very much," I said. "Ah, I forgot, though. You must not go. It is not a fit place for an invalid." "I cannot call myself an invalid now." "Your face, I am sorry to say, contradicts your words." And she looked so kindly at me that I almost broke out into thanks for the mere look. "And indeed," she went on, "it is too damp down there, not to speak of the stairs." By this time we had reached the little room in which I was received the first time I visited the hall. There we found Judy. "If you are not too tired already, I should like to show you my little study. It has, I think, a better view than any other room in the house," said Miss Oldcastle. "I shall be delighted," I replied. "Come, Judy," said her aunt. "You don't want me, I'm sure, auntie." "I do, Judy, really. You mustn't be cross to us because uncle has been cross to you. Uncle is not well, you know, and isn't a bit like himself, and you know you should not have meddled with his machinery." And Miss Oldcastle put her arm round Judy and kissed her, whereupon Judy jumped from her seat, threw her book down, and ran to one of the several doors that opened from the room. This disclosed a little staircase, almost like a ladder, only that it wound about, up which we climbed, and reached a charming little room, whose window looked down upon the Bishop's Basin, glimmering slightly through the tops of the trees between. It was panelled in a small panel of dark oak, like the room below, but with more of carving. Consequently, it was sombre, and its sombreness was unrelieved by any mirror. I gazed about me with a kind of awe. I would gladly have carried away the remembrance of everything and its shadow. Just opposite the window was a small space of brightness formed from the backs of nicely bound books. Seeing that these attracted my eye— "Those are almost all gifts from my uncle," said Miss Oldcastle. "He is really very kind, and you will not think of him as you have seen him to-day." "Indeed I will not," I replied. My eye fell upon a small pianoforte. "Do sit down," said Miss Oldcastle. "You have been very ill, and I could do nothing for you, who have been so kind to me." She spoke as if we had wanted to say this. "I only wish I had a chance of doing anything for you," I said, as I took a chair in the window. "But if I had done all I ever could hope to do, you have repaid me long ago, I think." "How? I do not know what you mean, Mr. Walton. I have never done you the least service. Tell me first, did you play the organ in the church that afternoon when, before I was taken ill, I mean the same day, you had a friend with you in the pew in the morning? I dare say my voice was as irregular as my construction. I ventured just one glance. Her face was flushed, but she answered me at once. I did. Then I am in your debt, more than you know or I can tell you. Why, if that is all, I have played the organ every Sunday since uncle was taken ill," she said, smiling. "I know that now, and I am very glad I did not know it till I was better able to bear the disappointment. But it is only for what I heard that I mean now to acknowledge my obligation. Tell me, Miss Oldcastle, what is the most precious gift one person can give another?" She hesitated, and I, fearing to embarrass her, answered for her. "It must be something imperishable, something which, in its own nature, is, if instead of a gem, or even of a flower, we could cast the gift of a loving thought into the heart of a friend, that would be giving, as the angels, I suppose, must give. But you did more and better for me than that. I had been troubled all the morning, and you made me know that my Redeemer liveth. I did not know you were playing, mind, though I felt a difference. You gave me more trust in God, and what other gift so great could one give? I think that last impression, just as I was taken ill, must have helped me through my illness. Often when I was most oppressed, I know that my Redeemer liveth, would rise up in the troubled air of my mind, and sung by a voice which, though I never heard you sing, I never questioned to be yours. She turned her face towards me. Those sea-blue eyes were full of tears. I was troubled myself, she said, with a flattering voice, when I sang, played, that I am so glad it did somebody good. I fear it did not do me much. I will sing it to you now, if you like. And she rose to get the music. But that instant Judy, who I then found had left the room, bounded into it, with the exclamation, "Auntie, auntie, here's Granny!" Miss Oldcastle turned pale. I confess I felt embarrassed, as if I had been caught in something underhand. "Is she come in?" asked Miss Oldcastle, trying to speak with indifference. "She's just at the door. Must be getting out of the fly now. What shall we do?" "What do you mean, Judy?" said her aunt. "Well, you know, auntie, as well as I do, that Granny will look as black as thundercloud to find Mr. Walton here. And if she doesn't speak as loud, it will only be because she can't. I don't care for myself, but you know on whose head the storm will fall. Do, dear Mr. Walton, come down the back stair. Then she won't be a bit the wiser. I'll manage it all." Here was a dilemma for me, either to bring suffering on her, to save whom I would have borne any pain, or to creep out of the house as if I were, and ought to be, ashamed of myself. I believe that had I been in any other relation to my fellows, I would have resolved at once to lay myself open to the peculiarly unpleasant reproach of sneaking out of the house, rather than that she should innocently suffer for my being innocently there. But I was a clergyman, and I felt, more than I had ever before, that therefore I could not risk ever the appearance of what was mean. Miss Oldcastle, however, did not leave it to me to settle the matter. All that I had just written had but flashed through my mind when she said, "Judy, for shame to propose such a thing to Mr. Walton. I am very sorry that he may chance to have any unpleasant meeting with mamma, but we can't help it. Come, Judy, we will show Mr. Walton out together." "It wasn't for Mr. Walton's sake," returned Judy, pouting. "You are very troublesome, auntie dear. Mr. Walton, she is so hard to take care of, and she's worse since you came. I shall have to give her up some day. Do be generous, Mr. Walton, and take my side, that is, auntie's." "I am afraid, Judy, I must thank your aunt for taking the part of my duty against my inclination. But this kindness, at least," I said to Miss Oldcastle, "I can never hope to return." It was a stupid speech, but I could not be annoyed that I had made it. All obligations are not burdens to be got rid of, are they? She replied with a sweet smile on such a pale, troubled face, that I was more moved for her, deliberately handing her over to the torture for the truth's sake, than I cared definitely to confess. Thereupon Miss Oldcastle led the way down the stairs. I followed, and Judy brought up the rear. The affair was not so bad as it might have been, inasmuch as, meeting the mistress of the house in no penetralia of the same, I insisted on going out alone, and met Mrs. Oldcastle in the hall only. She held out no hand to greet me. I bowed, and said I was sorry to find Mr. Stoddart so far from well. "I fear he is far from well," she returned. "Certainly, in my opinion, too ill to receive visitors." So saying, she bowed and passed on. I turned and walked out, not ill pleased, as my readers will believe, with my visit. From that day I recovered rapidly, and the next Sunday had the pleasure of preaching to my flock. Mr. Aitken, the gentleman already mentioned as doing duty for me, reading prayers, I took for my subject one of our Lord's miracles of healing. I forget which now, and tried to show my people that all healing and all kind of healing comes as certainly and only from his hand as those instants in which he put forth his bodily hand and touched the diseased, and told them to be whole. And as they left the church, the organ played, Comfort ye, my people, saith your God. I tried hard to prevent my new feelings from so filling my mind as to make me fail of my duty towards my flock. I said to myself, let me be the more gentle, the more honourable, the more tender towards these my brothers and sisters, forasmuch as they are here brothers and sisters too. I wanted to do my work the better that I loved her. Thus week after week passed, with little that I can remember worthy of record. I seldom saw Miss Oldcastle, and during this period never alone. True, she played the organ still, for Mr. Stoddart continued too unwell to resume his ministry of sound. But I never made any attempt to see her as she came to or from the organ loft. I felt that I ought not, or at least that it was better not, lest an interview should trouble my mind, and so interfere with my work, which, in my calling, meant anything real, was a consideration of vital import. But one thing I could not help noting, that she seemed, by some intuition, to know the music I liked best, and great help she often gave me by so uplifting my heart upon the billows of the organ harmony, that my thinking became free and harmonious, and I spoke, as far as my own feelings was concerned, like one upheld on the unseen wings of a ministering cherubim. How it might be to those who heard me, or what the value of the utterance in itself might be, I cannot tell. I only speak of my own feelings, I say. Does my reader wonder why I did not yet make any further attempt to gain favour in the lady's eyes? He will see, if he will think for a moment. First of all, I could not venture until she had seen more of me, and how to enjoy more of her socially, while her mother was so unfriendly, both from instinctive dislike to me, and because of the offence I had given her more than once. I did not know, for I feared that to call oftener might only occasion measures upon her part to prevent me from seeing her daughter at all, and I could not tell how far such measures might expedite the event I most dreaded, or add to the discomfort to which Miss Oldcastle was already so much exposed. Meantime I heard nothing of Captain Everard, and the comfort that flowed from such a negative source was yet of a very positive character. At the same time, will my reader understand me? I was in some measure deterred from making further advances by the doubt whether her favour for Captain Everard might not be greater than Judy had represented it, for I had always shrunk, I can hardly say with invincible dislike, for I had never tried to conquer it, from rivalry of every kind. It was, somehow, contrary to my nature. Besides, Miss Oldcastle was likely to be rich some day, apparently had money of her own, even now. And was it a weakness? Was it not a weakness? I cannot tell. I writhed at the thought of being supposed to marry for money, and being made the object of such remarks as, "Ah, you see, that's the way with the clergy. They talk about poverty and faith, pretending to despise riches and to trust in God, but just put money in their way, and what chance will a poor girl have besides a rich one? It's all very well in the pulpit. It's their business to talk so. But does one of them believe what he says, or, at least, act upon it?" I think I may be a little excused for the sense of creeping cold that passed over me at the thought of such remarks as these, accompanied by compressed lips and down-drawn corners of the mouth, and reiterated nods of the head of knowingness. But I mention this only as a repressing influence to which I certainly should not have been such a fool as to yield, had I seen the way otherwise clear. For a man, by showing how to use money, or rather simply by using money all right, may do more good than by refusing to possess it, if it comes to him in an entirely honourable way, that is, in such cases as mine, merely as an accident of his history. But I was glad to feel pretty sure that if I should be so blessed as to marry Miss Oldcastle, which at the time whereof I now write seemed far too gorgeous a castle in the clouds ever to descend to earth for me to enter it, The poor of my own people would be these most likely to understand my position and feelings, and least likely to impute to me worldly motives, as paltry as they are vulgar, and altogether unworthy of a true man. So the time went on. I called once or twice on Mr. Stoddart, and found him, as I thought, better, but he would not allow that he was. Dr. Duncan said he was better, and would be better still, if he would only believe it and exert himself. He continued in the same strangely irritable humour. End of chapter 19.
Chapter 20 of Annals of a Quiet Neighborhood. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit Librivox.org. Recording by Gertrude Durrett. Annals of a Quiet Neighborhood by George MacDonald. Chapter 20, Mood and Will. Winter came apace. When we look toward winter from the last borders of autumn, it seems as if we could not encounter it, and as if it never would go over. So does threatened trouble of any kind seem to us as we look forward upon its miry ways from the last borders of the pleasant greenwoods on which we have hitherto been walking. But not only do both run their course, but each has its own alleviations, its own pleasures, and very marvelously does the healthy mind fit itself to the new circumstances, while to those who will bravely take up their burden and bear it, asking no more questions than just, "Is this my burden?" 1,000 ministrations of nature and life will come with gentle comfortings. Across a dark verdureless field will blow a wind through the heart of the winter, which will wake in the patient mind not a memory merely, but a prophecy of the spring, with a glimmer of crocus or snowdrop or primrose, and across the waste of tired endeavor will a gentle hope, coming he knows not whence, breathe spring-like upon the heart of the man around whom life looks desolate and dreary. Well do I remember a friend of mine telling me once, he was then a laborer in the field of literature, who had not yet begun to earn his penny a day, though he worked hard, telling me how once, when a hope that had kept him active for months was suddenly quenched, a book refused on which he had spent a passion of labor, the weight of money that must be paid and could not be had, pressing him down like the coffin lid that had lately covered the only friend to whom he could have applied confidently for aid, telling me, I say, how he stood at the corner of a London street with the rain dripping black from the brim of his hat, the dreariest of atmospheres about him in the closing afternoon of the city, when the rich men were going home, and the poor men who worked for them were longing to follow, and how across the waste came energy and hope into his bosom, swelling thenceforth with courage to fight and yield no ear to suggested failure. And the story would not be complete, though it is for the fact of the arrival of unexpected and apparently unfounded hope that I tell it, if I did not add that in the morning his wife gave him a letter which their common trouble of yesterday had made her forget, and which had lain with its black border all night in the darkness unopened, waiting to tell him how the vanished friend had not forgotten him on her deathbed, but had left him enough to take him out of all those difficulties and give him strength and time to do far better work than the book which had failed of birth. Some of my readers may doubt whether I am more than a wandering voice, but whatever I am, or may be thought to be, my friend's story is true. And all this has come out of the winter that I, in the retrospect of my history, am looking forward to. It came with its fogs and dripping boughs and sodden paths and rotting leaves and rains and skies of weary gray, but also with its fierce red suns, shining aslant upon sheets of manna-like hoarfrost and delicate ice films over prisoned waters, and those white falling chaoses of perfect forms called snowstorms, those confusions confounded of infinite symmetries. And when the hard frost came, it brought a friend to my door. It was Mr. Stoddard. He entered my room with something of the countenance Naaman must have borne after his flesh had come again like unto the flesh of a little child. He did not look ashamed, but his pale face looked humble and distressed. Its somewhat self-satisfied placidity had vanished, and instead of the diffuse geniality which was its usual expression, it now showed traces of feeling as well as plain signs of suffering. I gave him as warm a welcome as I could, and having seated him comfortably by the fire, and found that he would take no refreshment, began to chat about the day's news, for I had just been reading the newspaper. But he showed no interest beyond what the merest politeness required. I would try something else. The cold weather, which makes so many invalids creep into bed, seems to have brought you out into the air, Mr. Stoddard, I said. It has revived me, certainly. Indeed, one must believe that winter and cold are beneficent, though not so genial as summer and its warmth. Winter kills many a disease and many a noxious influence. And what is it to have the fresh green leaves of spring instead of the everlasting brown of some countries which have no winter? I talked thus, hoping to rouse him to conversation, and I was successful. I feel just as if I were coming out of a winter. Don't you think illness is a kind of human winter? Certainly, more or less stormy, with some a winter of snow and hail and piercing winds, with others of black frosts and creeping fogs, with now and then a glimmer of the sun. The last is more like mine. I feel as if I had been in a wet hole in the earth. And many a man, I went on, the foliage of whose character had been turning brown and seared and dry, rattling rather than rustling in the faint, hot wind of even fortunes, has come out of the winter of a weary illness with the fresh, delicate buds of a new life bursting from the sun-dried bark. I wish it would be so with me. I know you mean me, but I don't feel my green leaves coming. Facts are not always indicated by feelings. Indeed, I hope not. Nor yet feelings indicated by facts. I do not quite understand you. Well, Mr. Walton, I will explain myself. I have come to tell you how sorry and ashamed I am that I behaved so badly to you every time you came to see me. Oh, nonsense, I said. It was your illness, not you. At least, my dear sir, the facts of my behavior did not really represent my feelings towards you. I know that as well as you do. Don't say another word about it. You had the best excuse for being cross. I should have had none for being offended. It was only the outside of me. Yes, yes, I acknowledge it heartily. But that does not settle the matter between me and myself, Mr. Walton, although, by your goodness, it settles it between me and you. It is humiliating to think that illness should so completely overcrow me that I am no more myself, lose my hold, in fact, of what I call me, so that I am almost driven to doubt my personal identity. You are fond of theories, Mr. Stoddard, perhaps a little too much so. Perhaps. Will you listen to one of mine? With pleasure. It seems to me sometimes, I know it is a partial representation, as if life were a conflict between the inner force of the spirit, which lies in its faith in the unseen, and the outer force of the world, which lies in the pressure of everything it has to show us. The material operating upon our senses is always asserting its existence, and if our inner life is not equally vigorous, we shall be moved, urged, what is called actuated from without, whereas all our activity ought to be from within. But sickness not only overwhelms the mind, but vitiating all the channels of the senses, causes them to represent things they are not, of which misrepresentations the presence, persistency, and iteration seduce the man to act from false suggestions instead of from what he knows and believes. Well, I understand all that, but what use am I to make of your theory? I am delighted, Mr. Stoddart, to hear you put the question. That is always the point. The inward holy garrison, that of faith, which holds by the truth, by sacred facts, and not by appearances, must be strengthened and nourished and upheld, and so enabled to resist the onset of the powers without. A friend's remonstrance may appear an unkindness, a friend's jest an unfeelingness, a friend's visit an intrusion. Nay, to come to higher things, during a mere headache it will appear as if there was no truth in the world, no reality but that of pain anywhere, and nothing to be desired but deliverance from it. But all such impressions caused from without. For remember, the body and its innermost experiences are only outside of the man, have to be met by the inner confidence of the spirit, resting in God and resisting every impulse to act according to that which appears to it, instead of that which it believes. Hence faith is thus allegorically represented, but I had better give you Spenser's description of her. Here is the Fairy Queen. She was arrayed all in lily white, and in her right hand bore a cup of gold, with wine and water filled up to the height, in which a serpent did himself enfold. That horror made to all that did behold, and she no whit did change her constant mood. This serpent stands for the dire perplexity of things about us, at which yet faith will not blench, acting according to what she believes, and not what shows itself to her by impression and appearance. I admit all that you say, returned Mr. Stoddart, but still the practical conclusion, which I understand to be that the inward garrison must be fortified, is considerably incomplete unless we buttress it with the final how. How is it to be fortified? For I have as much of this in art as you, but yet my nature could not bear it so. You see, I read Shakespeare as well as you, Mr. Walton, I dare say, from a certain inclination to take the opposite side, and a certain dislike to the dogmatism of the clergy. I speak generally. I may have appeared to you indifferent, but I assure you that I have labored much to withdraw my mind from the influence of money and ambition and pleasure, and to turn it to the contemplation of spiritual things. Yet, on the first attack of a depressing illness, I cease to be a gentleman. I am rude to ladies who do their best in kindness to serve me, and I talk to the friend who comes to cheer and comfort me as if he were an idle vagrant who wanted to sell me a worthless book, with the recommendation of the pretense that he wrote it himself. Now that I am in my right mind, I am ashamed of myself, ashamed that it would be possible for me to behave so, and humiliated yet besides that I have no ground of assurance that, should my illness return tomorrow, I should not behave in the same manner the day after. I want to be always in my right mind. When I am not, I know I am not, and yet yield to the appearance of being. I understand perfectly what you mean, for I fancy I know a little more of illness than you do. Shall I tell you where I think the fault of your self-training lies? That is just what I want. The things which it pleased me to contemplate when I was well gave me no pleasure when I was ill. Nothing seemed the same. If we were always in a right mood, there would be no room for the exercise of the will. We should go by our mood and inclination only. But that is by the by. Where you have been wrong is that you have sought to influence your feelings only by thought and argument with yourself, and not also by contact with your fellows. Besides the ladies of whom you have spoken, I think you have hardly a friend in this neighborhood but myself. One friend cannot afford you half experience enough to teach you the relations of life and of human needs. At best, under such circumstances, you can only have right theories. Practice for realizing them in yourself is nowhere. It is no more possible for a man in the present day to retire from his fellows into the cave of his religion, and thereby leave the world of his own faults and follies behind, than it was possible for the eremites of old to get close to God in virtue of declining the duties which their very birth of human father and mother laid upon them. I do not deny that you and the eremite may both come nearer to God in virtue of whatever is true than your desires and your worship. But if a man love not his brother whom he hath seen, how can he love God whom he hath not seen? Which surely means to imply, at least, that to love our neighbor is a great help towards loving God. How this love is to come about without intercourse, I do not see, and how without this love we are to bear up from within against the thousand irritations to which, especially in sickness, our unavoidable relations with humanity will expose us, I cannot tell either. But, returned Mr Stoddart, I have had a true regard for you, and some friendly communication with you. If human intercourse were what is required in my case, how should I fail just with respect to the only man with whom I had held such intercourse? Because the relations in which you stood with me were those of the individual, not of the race. You like me because I am fortunate enough to please you, to be a gentleman, I hope, to be a man of some education, and capable of understanding, or at least docile enough to try to understand, what you tell me of your plans and pursuits. But you do not feel any relation to me on the ground of my humanity, that God made me, and therefore I am your brother. It is not because we grow out of the same stem, but merely because my leaf is a little like your own, that you draw to me. Our Lord took on him the nature of man. You will only regard your individual attractions. Disturb your liking, and your love vanishes. You are severe. I don't mean really vanishes, but disappears for the time. Yet you confess you have to wait till somehow, you know not how, it comes back again, of itself, as it were. Yes, I confess, to my sorrow, I find it so. Let me tell you the truth, Mr Stoddart. You seem to me to have been hitherto only a dilettante or amateur in spiritual matters. Do not imagine I mean a hypocrite. Very far from it. The word amateur itself suggests a real interest, though it may be of a superficial nature. But in religion one must be all there. You seem to me to have taken much interest in unusual forms of theory, and in mystical speculations, to which in themselves I make no objection. But to be content with those instead of knowing God himself, or to substitute a general amateur friendship toward the race for the love of your neighbor is a mockery which will always manifest itself to an honest mind like yours in such failure and disappointment in your own character as you are now lamenting, if not indeed in some mode far more alarming, because gross and terrible. Am I to understand you then that intercourse with one's neighbors ought to take the place of meditation? By no means, but ought to go side by side with it, if you would have at once a healthy mind to judge and the means of either verifying your speculations or discovering their falsehood. But where am I to find such friends beside yourself with whom to hold such spiritual communion? It is the communion of spiritual deeds, deeds of justice, of mercy, of humility, the kind word, the cup of cold water, the visitation in sickness, the lending of money, not spiritual conference or talk, that I mean. The latter will come of itself where it is natural. You would soon find that it is not only to those whose spiritual windows are of the same shape as your own that you are neighbor. There is one poor man in my congregation who knows more, practically I mean too, of spirituality of mind than any of us. Perhaps you could not teach him much, but he could teach you. At all events, our neighbors are just those round about us, and the most ignorant man in a little place like Marshmallows, one like you with leisure, ought to know and understand, and have some good influence upon. He is your brother, whom you are bound to care for and elevate. I do not mean socially, but really, in himself, if it be possible. You ought at least to get into some simple human relation with him, as you would with the youngest and most ignorant of your brothers and sisters, born of the same father and mother, approaching him not with pompous lecturing or fault-finding, still less with that abomination called condescension, but with the humble service of the older to the younger, in whatever he may be helped by you without injury to him. Never was there a more injurious mistake than that it is the business of the clergy only to have the care of souls. But that would be endless. It would leave me no time for myself. Would that be no time for yourself spent in leading a noble Christian life, in verifying the words of our Lord by doing them, in building your house on the rock of action instead of the sands of theory, in widening your own being by entering into the nature, thoughts, feelings, even fancies of those around you? In such intercourse, you would find health radiating into your own bosom, healing sympathies springing up in the most barren acquaintance, channels opened for the inrush of truth into your own mind, and opportunities afforded for the exercise of that self-discipline, the lack of which led to the failures which you now bemoan. Soon then would you have cause to wonder how much some of your speculations had fallen into the background, simply because the truth, showing itself grandly true, had so filled and occupied your mind that it left no room for anxiety without such questions as, while secured in the interest all reality gives, were yet dwarfed by the sight of it. Nothing, I repeat, so much as humble ministration to your neighbors, will help you to that perfect love of God which casteth out fear. Nothing but the love of God, that God revealed in Christ, will make you able to love your neighbor aright. And the Spirit of God, which alone gives might for any good, will by those loves which are life strengthen you at last to believe in the light even in the midst of darkness, to hold the resolution formed in health when sickness has altered the appearance of everything around you, and to feel tenderly towards your fellow, even when you yourself are plunged in dejection or racked with pain. But, I said, I fear I have transgressed the bounds of all propriety by enlarging upon this matter as I have done. I can only say I have spoken in proportion to my feeling of its weight and truth. "I thank you heartily," returned Mr Stoddart, rising, "and I promise you at least to think over what you have been saying. I hope to be in my own place in the organ loft next Sunday." So he was, and Miss Oldcastle was in the pew with her mother, nor did she go any more to Addicehead to church. End of chapter 20.
Chapter 21 of Annals of a Quiet Neighborhood. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit Librivox.org. Annals of a Quiet Neighborhood by George MacDonald. Chapter 21 The Devil in Thomas Weir. As winter went on, it was sad to look on the evident though slow decline of Catherine Weir. It seemed as if the dead season was dragging her to its bosom, to lay her among the leaves of past summers. She was still to be found in the shop, or appeared in it as often as the bell suspended over the door rang to announce the appearance of a customer, but she was terribly worn, and her step indicated much weakness. Nor had the signs of restless trouble diminished as these tide marks indicated ebbing strength. There was the same dry fierce fire in her eyes, the same forceful compression of her lips, the same evidences of brooding over some one absorbing thought or feeling. She seemed to me, and to Dr Duncan as well, to be dying of resentment. Would nobody do anything for her, I thought? Would not her father help her? He had got more gentle now, whence I had reason to hope that Christian principles and feelings had begun to rise and operate in him, while surely the influence of his son must, by this time, have done something not only to soften his character generally, but to appease the anger he had cherished towards the one ewe lamb, against which, having wandered away into the desert place, he had closed and barred the door of the sheepfold. I would go and see him, and try what could be done for her. I must be forgiven here if I make the remark that I cannot help thinking that what measure of success I had already had with my people was partly owing to this, that when I thought of a thing and had concluded it might do, I very seldom put off the consequent action. I found I was wrong sometimes, and that the particular action did no good, but thus movement was kept up in my operative nature, preventing it from sinking towards the inactivity to which I was but too much inclined. Besides, to find out what will not do is a step towards finding out what will do. Moreover, an attempt in itself unsuccessful may set something or other in motion that will help. My present attempt turned out one of my failures, though I cannot think it would have been better left unmade. A red, rayless sun, which one might have imagined sullen and disconsolate because he could not make the dead earth smile into flowers, was looking through the frosty fog of the winter morning as I walked across the bridge to find Thomas Weir in his workshop. The poplars stood like goblin sentinels, with black heads upon which the loose hair stood on end, all along the dark cold river. Nature looked like a life out of which the love has vanished. I turned from it and hastened on. Thomas was busy working with a spoke sheave at the spoke of a cart-wheel. How curiously the smallest visual fact will sometimes keep its place in the memory when it cannot with all earnestness of endeavour recall a thought, a far more important fact. That will come again only when its time comes first. "A cold morning, Thomas," I called from the door. "I can always keep myself warm, sir," returned Thomas, cheerfully. "What are you doing, Tom?" I asked, going up to him first. "A little job for myself, sir. I'm making a few bookshelves. I want to have a little talk with your father. Just step out in a minute or so, and let me have half an hour." "Yes, certainly, sir." I then went to the other end of the shop, for, curiously, as it seemed to me, although father and son were on the best of terms, they always worked as far from each other as the shop would permit, and it was a very large room. "It is not easy always to keep warm through and through, Thomas," I said. I suppose my tone revealed to his quick perceptions that more was meant than met the ear. He looked up from his work, his tool filled with an uncompleted shaving. "And when the heart gets cold," I went on, "it is not easily warmed again. The fire is hard to light there, Thomas." Still he looked at me, stooping over his work, apparently with a presentiment of what was coming. "I fear there is no way of lighting it again, except the blacksmith's way." "Hammering the iron till it is red hot, you mean, sir?" "I do. When a man's heart has grown cold, The blows of affliction must fall thick and heavy before the fire can be got that will light it. When did you see your daughter Catherine, Thomas?" His head dropped, and he began to work as if for bare life. Not a word came from the form now bent over his tool, as if he had never lifted himself up since he first began in the morning. I could just see that his face was deadly pale, and his lips compressed like those of one of the violent who take the kingdom of heaven by force. But it was for no such agony of effort that his were thus closed. He went on working till the silence became so lengthened that it seemed settled into the endless. I felt embarrassed. To break a silence is sometimes as hard as to break a spell. What Thomas would have done or said if he had not had this safety valve of bodily exertion, I cannot even imagine. "Thomas," I said at length, laying my hand on his shoulder, "you are not going to part company with me, I hope?" "You drive a man too far, sir. I've given in more to you than ever I did to man, sir, and I don't know that I oughtn't to be ashamed of it. But you don't know where to stop. If we lived 1,000 years you would be driving a man on to the last. And there's no good in that, sir. A man must be at peace somewhen. The question is, Thomas, whether I would be driving you on or back. You and I, too, must go on or back. I want to go on myself, and to make you go on too. I don't want to be parted from you now and then." "That's all very well, sir, and very kind, I don't doubt. But, as I said afore, a man must be at peace somewhen." "That's what I want so much that I want you to go on. Peace! I trust in God we shall both have it some day, somewhen, as you say. Have you got this peace so plentifully now that you are satisfied as you are? You will never get it but by going on." "I do not think there is any good got in stirring a puddle. Let bygones be bygones. You make a mistake, sir, in rousing an anger which I would willingly let sleep." "Better a wakeful anger, and a wakeful conscience with it, than an anger sunk into indifference, and a sleeping dog of a conscience that will not bark. To have ceased to be angry is not one step nearer to your daughter. Better strike her, abuse her, with the chance of a kiss to follow. Ah, Thomas, you are like Jonas with his gourd." "I don't see what that has to do with it." "I will tell you. You are fierce in wrath at the disgrace to your family. Your pride is up in arms. You don't care for the misery of your daughter, who, the more wrong she has done, is the more to be pitied by a father's heart. Your pride, I say, is all that you care about. The wrong your daughter has done you care nothing about, or you would have taken her to your arms years ago, in the hope that the fervour of your love would drive the devil out of her and make her repent. I say it is not the wrong, but the disgrace you care for. The gourd of your pride is withered, and yet you will water it with your daughter's misery." "Go out of my shop," he cried, "or I may say what I should be sorry for." I turned at once and left him. I found young Tom round the corner, leaning against the wall, and reading his Virgil. "Don't speak to your father, Tom," I said, "for a while. I've put him out of temper. He will be best left alone." He looked frightened. "There's no harm done, Tom, my boy. I've been talking to him about your sister. He must have time to think over what I have said to him. I see, sir, I see. Be as attentive to him as you can." "I will, sir." It was not alone resentment at my interference that had thus put the poor fellow beside himself, I was certain. I had called up all the old misery, set the wound bleeding again. Shame was once more wide awake and tearing at his heart. That his daughter should have done so! For she had been his pride. She had been the belle of the village, and very lovely, but having been apprenticed to a dressmaker in Addicehead, had, after being there almost a year and a half, returned home, apparently in a decline. After the birth of her child, however, she had, to her own disappointment, and no doubt to that of her father as well, begun to recover. What a time of wretchedness it must have been to both of them until she left his house one can imagine. Most likely the misery of the father vented itself in greater unkindness than he felt, which, sinking into the proud nature she had derived from him, roused such a resentment as rarely if ever can be thoroughly appeased until death comes in to help the reconciliation. How often has an old love blazed up again under the blowing of his cold breath, and sent the spirit warm at heart into the regions of the unknown. She never would utter a word to reveal the name or condition of him by whom she had been wronged. To his child, as long as he drew his life from her, she behaved with strange alternations of dislike and passionate affection, after which season the latter began to diminish in violence, and the former to become more fixed, till at length, by the time I had made their acquaintance, her feelings seemed to have settled into what would have been indifference, but for the constant reminder of her shame and her wrong together, which his very presence necessarily was. There were not only the gossips of the village who judged that the fact of Addicehead's being a garrison town had something to do with the fate which had befallen her. a fate by which, in its very springtime, when its flowers were loveliest and hope is strongest for the summer, her life was changed into the dreary, wind-swept, rain-sodden moor. The man who can accept such a sacrifice from a woman, I say nothing of willing it from her, is, in his meanness, selfishness, and dishonour, contemptible as the Pharisee who, with his long prayers, devours the widow's house. He leaves her desolate, while he walks off free. Would to God a man like the great-hearted, pure-bodied Milton, a man whom young men are compelled to respect, would in this our age utter such a word as making mad the guilty. If such grace might be accorded them, would appal the free, lest they too should fall into such a mire of selfish dishonour. End of chapter 21. Recording by Todd.
Chapter 22 of Annals of a Quiet Neighbourhood. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit Librivox.org. Annals of a Quiet Neighbourhood, by George MacDonald. Chapter 22. The Devil in Catherine Weir. About this time my father was taken ill, and several journeys to London followed. It is only as vicar that I am writing these memorials, for such they should be called rather than annals, though certainly the use of the latter word has of late become vague enough for all convenience. Therefore I have said nothing about my home relations. But I must just mention here that I had a half-sister about half my own age, whose anxiety during my father's illness rendered my visits more frequent than perhaps they would have been from my own. But my sister was right in her anxiety. My father grew worse, and in December he died. I will not eulogize one so dear to me. That he was no common man will appear from the fact of his unconventionality and justice in leaving his property to my sister, saying in his will that he had done all I could require of him in giving me a good education, and that, men having means in their power which women had not, it was unjust to the latter to make them without a choice dependent upon the former. After the funeral, my sister, feeling it impossible to remain in the house any longer, begged me to take her with me. So, after arranging affairs, we set out, and reached Marshmallows on New Year's Day. My sister being so much younger than myself, her presence in my house made very little change in my habits. She came into my ways without any difficulty, so that I did not experience the least restraint from having to consider her, and I soon began to find her of considerable service among the poor and sick of my flock, the latter class being more numerous this winter on account of the greater severity of the weather. I now began to note a change in the habits of Catherine Weir. As far as I remember, I had never up to this time seen her out of her own house, except in church, at which she had been a regular attendant for many weeks. Now, however, I began to meet her when and where I least expected. I do not say often, but so often as to make me believe she went wandering about frequently. It was always at night, however, and always in stormy weather. The marvel was, not that a sick woman could be there, for a sick woman may be able to do anything, but that she could do so more than once. That was the marvel. At the same time, I began to miss her from church. Possibly my reader may wonder how I came to have the chance of meeting any one again and again at night and in stormy weather. I can relieve him from the difficulty. Odd as it will appear to some readers, I had naturally a predilection for rough weather. I think I enjoyed fighting with a storm in winter nearly as much as lying on the grass under a beech tree in summer. Possibly this assertion may seem strange to one likewise who has remarked the ordinary peaceableness of my disposition. But he may have done me the justice to remark at the same time, that I have some considerable pleasure in fighting the devil, though none in fighting my fellow men, even in the ordinary form of disputation in which it is not heart's blood but soul's blood that is so often shed. Indeed, there are many controversies far more immoral, as to the manner in which they are conducted, than a brutal prize fight. There is, however, a pleasure of its own in conflict, and I have always experienced a certain indescribable, though I believe not at all unusual, exultation, even in struggling with a well-set, thoroughly roused storm of wind and snow or rain. The sources of this by no means unusual delight I will not stay to examine, indicating only that I believe the sources are deep. I was now quite well, and had no reason to fear bad consequences from the indulgence of this surely innocent form of the love of strife. But I find I must give another reason as well, if I would be thoroughly honest with my reader. The fact was, that as I had recovered strength, I had become more troubled and restless about Miss Oldcastle. I could not see how I was to make any progress towards her favour. There seemed a barrier as insurmountable as intangible between her and me. The will of one woman came between and parted us, and that will was as the magic line over which no effort of will or strength could enable the enchanted knight to make a single stride. And this consciousness of being fettered by insensible and infrangible bonds, this need of doing something with nothing tangible in the reach of the outstretched hand, so worked upon my mind, that it naturally sought relief, as often as the elemental strife arose, by mingling unconstrained with the tumult of the night. Will my readers find it hard to believe that this disquietude of mind should gradually sink away as the hours of Saturday glided down into night, and the day of my best labour drew nigh? Or will they answer, we believe it easily, for then you could at least see the lady, and that comforted you? Whatever it was that quieted me, not the less have I to thank God for it. All might have been so different. What a fearful thing would it have been for me to have found my mind so full of my own cares, that I was unable to do God's work and bear my neighbour's burden. But even then I would have cried to him, and said, I know thee that thou art not a hard master. Now, however, that I have quite accounted, as I believe, by the peculiarity both of my disposition and circumstances, for unusual wanderings under conditions when most people consider themselves fortunate within doors, I must return to Catherine Weir, the eccentricity of whose late behaviour, being in the particulars discussed identical with that of mine, led to the necessity for the explanation of my habits given above. One January afternoon, just as twilight was folding her grey cloak about her and vanishing in the night, the wind blowing hard from the southwest, melting the snow underfoot, and sorely disturbing the dignity of the one grand old cedar which stood before my study window, and now filled my room with the great sweeps of its moaning, I felt as if the elements were calling me, and rose to obey the summons. My sister was by this time so accustomed to my going out in all weathers, that she troubled me with no expostulation. My spirits began to rise the moment I was in the wind. Keen and cold and unsparing, it swept through the leafless branches around me, with a different hiss for every tree that bent and swayed and tossed in its torrent. I made my way to the gate and out upon the road, and then, turning to the right, away from the village, I sought a kind of common, open and treeless, the nearest approach to a moor that was in the county, I believe, over which a wind like this would sweep unstayed by house or shrub or fence, the only shelter it afforded lying in the inequalities of its surface. I had walked with my head bent low against the blast for the better part of a mile, fighting for every step of the way, when, coming to a deep cut in the common, opening at right angles from the road, whence at some time or other a large quantity of sand had been carted, I turned into its defence to recover my breath, and listened to the noise of the wind and the fierce rush of its sea over the open channel of the common. And I remember I was thinking with myself, if the air would only become faintly visible for a moment, what a sight it would be of waste grandeur, with its thousands of billowing eddies, and self-involved, conflicting, and swallowing whirlpools from the sea-bottom of this common. When, with my imagination resting on the fancied vision, I was startled by such a moan as seemed about to break into a storm of passionate cries, but was followed by the words, "O God, I cannot bear it longer. Hast thou no help for me?" Instinctively almost I knew that Catherine Weir was beside me, though I could not see where she was. In a moment more, however, I thought I could distinguish through the darkness, imagination no doubt filling up the truth of its form, a figure crouching in such an attitude of abandoned despair as recalled one of Flaxman's outlines, the body bent forward over the drawn-up knees, and the face thus hidden even from the darkness. I could not help saying to myself, as I took a step or two towards her, "What is thy trouble to hers?" I may here remark that I had come to the conclusion, from pondering over her case, that until a yet deeper and bitterer resentment than that which she bore to her father was removed, it would be of no use attacking the latter. For the former kept her in a state of hostility towards her whole race. With herself at war she had no gentle thoughts, no love for her kind, but ever she fed her wound with fresh renewed bale. From every hurt that she received from or imagined to be offered her by anything human. So I had resolved that the next time I had an opportunity of speaking to her, I would make an attempt to probe the evil to its root, though I had but little hope, I confess, of doing any good. And now, when I heard her say, "Hast thou no help for me?" I went near her with the words, "God has indeed help for his own offspring. Has he not suffered that he might help? But you have not yet forgiven." When I began to speak, she gave a slight start. She was far too miserable to be terrified at anything. Before I had finished, she stood erect on her feet, facing me with the whiteness of her face glimmering through the blackness of the night. "I ask him for peace," she said, "and he sends me more torment." And I thought of Ahab, when he said, "Hast thou found me, O mine enemy?" If we had what we asked for always, we should too often find it was not what we wanted after all. "You will not leave me alone," she said. "It is too bad." Poor woman! It was well for her she could pray to God in her trouble, for she could scarcely endure a word from her fellow man. She, despairing before God, was fierce as a tigress to her fellow sinner who would stretch a hand to help her out of the mire, and set her beside him on the rock which he felt firm under his own feet. "I will not leave you alone, Catherine," I said, feeling that I must at length assume another tone of speech with her who resisted gentleness. "Scorn my interference as you will," I said, "I have yet to give an account of you, and I have to fear lest my master should require your blood at my hands. I did not follow you here, you may well believe me, but I have found you here, and I must speak." All this time the wind was roaring overhead, but in the hollow was stillness, and I was so near her that I could hear every word she said, although she spoke in a low, compressed tone. "Have you a right to persecute me," she said, "because I am unhappy?" "I have a right, and more than a right, I have a duty to aid your better self against your worse. You, I fear, are siding with your worse self." "You judge me hard. I have had wrongs that—" And here she stopped, in a way that let me know she would say no more. "That you have had wrongs, and bitter wrongs, I do not for a moment doubt. And him who has done you most wrong you will not forgive." "No. No, not even for the sake of him who, hanging on the tree, after all the bitterness of blows and whipping, and derision, and rudest gestures and taunts, even when the faintness of death was upon him, cried to his Father to forgive their cruelty. He asks you to forgive the man who wronged you, and you will not even for him. Oh, Catherine, Catherine!" "It is very easy to talk, Mr Walton," she returned with forced but cool scorn. "Tell me, then," I said, "have you nothing to repent of? Have you done no wrong in this same miserable matter?" "I do not understand you, sir," she said, freezingly, petulantly, not sure, perhaps, or unwilling to believe that I meant what I did mean. I was fully resolved to be plain with her now. "Catherine Weir," I said, "did not God give you a house to keep fair and pure for him? Did you keep it such?" "He told me lies," she cried fiercely, with a cry that seemed to pierce through the storm over our heads, up towards the everlasting justice. "He lied, and I trusted. For his sake I sinned, and he threw me from him. You gave him what was not yours to give. What right had you to cast your pearl before a swine? But dare you say it was all for his sake you did it? Was it all self-denial? Was there no self-indulgence?" She made a broken gesture of lifting her hands to her head, let them drop by her side, and said nothing. "You knew you were doing wrong. You felt it even more than he did. For God made you with a more delicate sense of purity, with a shrinking from the temptation, with a womanly foreboding of disgrace, to help you to hold the cup of your honour steady, which yet you dropped on the ground. Do not seek refuge in the cant about a woman's weakness. The strength of the woman is as needful to her womanhood as the strength of the man is to his manhood, and a woman is just as strong as she will be. And now, instead of humbling yourself before your Father in heaven, whom you have wronged more even than your father on earth, you rage over your injuries and cherish hatred against him who wronged you. But I will go yet further, and show you, in God's name, that you wronged your seducer. For you were his keeper, as he was yours. What if he had found a noble-hearted girl who also trusted him entirely, just until she knew she ought not to listen to him a moment longer, who, when his love showed itself less than human, caring but for itself, rose in the royalty of her maidenhood, and looked him in the face? Would he not have been ashamed before her, and so before himself, seeing in the glass of her dignity his own contemptibleness? But instead of such a woman he found you, who let him do as he would. No redemption for him in you. And now he walks the earth the worse for you, defiled by your spoil, glorying in his poor victory over you, despising all women for your sake, unrepentant and proud, ruining others the easier that he has already ruined you." "He does! He does!" she shrieked. "But I will have my revenge. I can and I will." And darting past me, she rushed out into the storm. I followed, and could just see that she took the way to the village. Her dim shape went down the wind before me into the darkness. I followed in the same direction, fast and faster, for the wind was behind me, and a vague fear which ever grew in my heart urged me to overtake her. What had I done? To what might I not have driven her? And although all I had said was true, and I had spoken from motives which, as far as I knew my own heart, I could not condemn, yet, as I sped after her, there came a reaction of feeling from the severity with which I had displayed her own case against her. Ah, poor sister, I thought, was it for me thus to reproach thee, who had suffered already so fiercely? If the Spirit speaking in thy heart could not win thee, how should my words of hard accusation, true though they were, every one of them, rouse in thee anything but the wrath that springs from shame? Should I not have tried again and yet again to awaken thy love, and then a sweet and healing shame, like that of her who bathed the Master's feet with her tears, would have bred fresh love and no wrath? But again I answered for myself, that my heart had not been the less tender towards her that I had tried to humble her, for it was that she might slip from under the net of her pride. Even when my tongue spoke the hardest things I could find, my heart was yearning over her. If I could but make her feel that she too had been wrong, would not the sense of common wrong between them help her to forgive? And with the first motion of willing pardon, would not a spring of tenderness, grief, and hope burst from her poor old dried-up heart, and make it young and fresh once more? Thus I reasoned with myself as I followed her back through the darkness. The wind fell a little as we came near the village, and the rain began to come down in torrents. There must have been a moon somewhere behind the clouds, for the darkness became less dense, and I began to fancy I could again see the dim shape which had rushed from me. I increased my speed, and became certain of it. Suddenly, her strength giving way, or her foot stumbling over something in the road, she fell to the earth with a cry. I was beside her in a moment. She was insensible. I did what I could for her, and in a few minutes she began to come to herself. "Where am I? Who is it?" she asked, listlessly. When she found who I was, she made a great effort to rise, and succeeded. "You must take my arm," I said, "and I will help you to the vicarage." "I will go home," she answered. "Lean on me now at least, for you must get somewhere." "What does it matter?" she said, in such a tone of despair that it went to my very heart. A wild half-cry, half-sob followed, and then she took my arm, and said nothing more. Nor did I trouble her with any words, except, when we readied the gate, to beg her to come into the vicarage instead of going home. But she would not listen to me, and so I took her home. She pulled the key of the shop from her pocket. Her hand trembled so that I took it from her and opened the door. A candle with a long snuff was flickering on the counter, and stretched out on the counter, with his head about a foot from the candle, lay little Gerard, fast asleep. "Ah, little darling," I said in my heart, "this is not much like painting the sky yet. But who knows?" And as I uttered the commonplace question in my mind it was suddenly changed into the half of a great dim prophecy by the answer which arose to it there, for the answer was God. I lifted the little fellow in my arms. He had fallen asleep weeping, and his face was dirty, and streaked with the channels of his tears. Catherine had snuffed the candle, and now stood with it in her hand, waiting for me to go. But without heeding her, I bore my child to the door that led to their dwelling. I had never been up those stairs before, and therefore knew nothing of the way. But without offering any opposition, his mother followed, and lighted me. What a sad face of suffering and strife it was upon which that dim light fell! She set the candle down upon the table of a small room at the top of the stairs, which might have been comfortable enough but that it was neglected and disordered. And now I saw that she did not even have her child to sleep with her, for his crib stood in a corner of this their sitting-room. I sat down on a haircloth couch, and proceeded to undress little Gerard, trying as much as I could not to wake him. In this I was almost successful. Catherine stood staring at me without saying a word. She looked dazed, perhaps from the effects of her fall, but she brought me his nightgown, notwithstanding. Just as I had finished putting it on, and was rising to lay him in his crib, he opened his eyes and looked at me, then gave a hurried look round, as if for his mother, then threw his arms about my neck and kissed me. I laid him down, and the same moment he was fast asleep. In the morning it would not be even a dream to him. "Now," I thought, "you are safe for the night, poor fatherless child. Even your mother's hardness will not make you sad now. Perhaps the Heavenly Father will send you loving dreams." I turned to Catherine, and bade her good night. She just put her hand in mine, but instead of returning my leave-taking, said, "Do not fancy you will get the better of me, Mr Walton, by being kind to that boy. I will have my revenge, and I know how. I am only waiting my time. When he is just going to drink, I will dash it from his hand. I will. At the altar I will." Her eyes were flashing almost with madness, and she made fierce gestures with her arm. I saw that argument was useless. "You loved him once, Catherine," I said. "Love him again. Love him better. Forgive him. Revenge is far worse than anything you have done yet." "What do I care? Why should I care?" And she laughed terribly. I made haste to leave the room and the house, but I lingered for nearly an hour about the place before I could make up my mind to go home. So much was I afraid lest she should do something altogether insane. But at length I saw the candle appear in the shop, which was some relief to my anxiety; and reflecting that her one consuming thought of revenge was some security for her conduct otherwise, I went home. That night my own troubles seemed small to me, and I did not brood over them at all. My mind was filled with the idea of the sad misery which, rather than in which, that poor woman was. And I prayed for her as for a desolate human world whose sun had deserted the heavens, whose fair fields, rivers, and groves were hardening into the frost of death, and all their germs of hope becoming but portions of the lifeless mass. "If I am sorrowful," I said, "God lives none the less, and his will is better than mine, yea, is my hidden and perfected will. In him is my life. His will be done. What then is my trouble compared to hers? I will not sink into it and be selfish." In the morning my first business was to inquire after her. I found her in the shop, looking very ill, and obstinately reserved. Gerard sat in a corner, looking as far from happy as a child of his years could look. As I left the shop he crept out with me. "Gerard, come back!" cried his mother. "I will not take him away," I said. The boy looked up in my face, as if he wanted to whisper to me, and I stooped to listen. "I dreamed last night," said the boy, "that a big angel with white wings came and took me out of my bed, and carried me high, high up, so high that I could not dream any more." We shall be carried up so high one day, Gerard, my boy, that we shall not want to dream any more, for we shall be carried up to God himself. Now go back to your mother." He obeyed at once, and I went on through the village. End of chapter 22. Recording by Bill Borst.
Chapter 23 of Annals of a Quiet Neighborhood. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit Librivox.org. Recording by Eric Metzler. Annals of a Quiet Neighborhood by George MacDonald. Chapter 23. The Devil in the Vicar. I just wanted to pass the gate, and look up the road towards Oldcastle Hall. I thought to see nothing but the empty road between the leafless trees, lying there like a dead stream that would not bear me on to the sunny pleasure dome with caves of ice that lay beyond. But just as I reached the gate, Miss Oldcastle came out of the lodge, where I learned afterwards the woman that kept the gate was ill. When she saw me she stopped, and I entered hurriedly and addressed her. But I could say nothing better than the merest commonplaces. For her old manner, which I had almost forgotten, a certain coldness shadowed with haughtiness, whose influence I had strongly felt when I began to make her acquaintance, had returned. I cannot make my reader understand how this could be blended with the sweetness in her face and the gentleness of her manners, but there the opposites were, and I could feel them both. There was likewise a certain drawing of herself away from me, which checked the smallest advance on my part, so that, I wonder at it now, but so it was, after a few words of very ordinary conversation, I bade her good morning and went away, feeling like a man forbid, as if I had done her some wrong, and she had chidden me for it. What a stone lay in my breast! I could hardly breathe for it. What could have caused her to change her manner towards me? I had made no advance, I could not have offended her. Yet there she glided up the road, and here stood I outside the gate. That road was now a flowing river that bore from me the treasure of the earth, while my boat was spellbound, and could not follow. I would run after her, fall at her feet, and entreat to know wherein I had offended her. But there I stood enchanted, and there she floated away between the trees, till at last she turned the slow sweep, and I, breathing deep as she vanished from my sight, turned likewise, and walked back the dreary way to the village. And now I knew that I had never been miserable in my life before, and I knew too that I had never loved her as I loved her now. But as I had for the last 10 years of my life been striving to be a right will, with 1,000 failures and forgetfulnesses every one of those years, while yet the desire grew stronger as hope recovered from every failure, I would now try to do my work as if nothing had happened to incapacitate me for it. So I went on to fulfil the plan with which I had left home, including as it did a visit to Thomas Weir, whom I had not seen in his own shop since he had ordered me out of it. This, as far as I was concerned, was more accidental than intentional. I had, indeed, abstained from going to him for a while, in order to give him some time to come round, but then circumstances which I have recorded intervened to prevent me, so that as yet no advance had been made on my part any more than on his towards a reconciliation, which, however, could have been such only on one side, for I had not been in the least offended by the way he had behaved to me, and needed no reconciliation. To tell the truth, I was pleased to find that my words had had force enough with him to rouse his wrath, anything rather than indifference. That the heart of the honest man would in the end right me, I could not doubt. In the meantime, I would see whether a friendly call might not improve the state of affairs. Till he yielded to the voice within him, however, I could not expect that our relation to each other would be quite restored. As long as he resisted his conscience, and knew that I sided with his conscience, it was impossible that he should regard me with peaceful eyes, however much he might desire to be friendly with me. I found him busy as usual, for he was one of the most diligent men I have ever known. But his face was gloomy, and I thought or fancied that the old scorn had begun once more to usurp the expression of it. Young Tom was not in the shop. "It is a long time since I saw you, now, Thomas." "I can hardly wonder at that," he returned, as if he were trying to do me justice. But his eyes dropped, and he resumed his work, and said no more. I thought it better to make no reference to the past even by assuring him that it was not from resentment that I had been a stranger. "How is Tom?" I asked. "Well enough," he returned. Then, with a smile of peevishness not unmingled with contempt, he added, "He's getting too uppish for me. I don't think the Latin agrees with him." I could not help suspecting at once how the matter stood, namely, that the father, unhappy in his conduct to his daughter, and unable to make up his mind to do right with regard to her, had been behaving captiously and unjustly to his son, and so had rendered himself more miserable than ever. "Perhaps he finds it too much for him without me," I said, evasively. "But I called today partly to inform him that I am quite ready now to recommence our readings together, after which I hope you will find the Latin agree with him better." "I wish you would let him alone, sir. I mean, take no more trouble about him. You see, I can't do as you want me. I wasn't made to go another man's way. And so it's very hard, more than I can bear, to be under so much obligation to you." "But you mistake me altogether, Thomas. It is for the lad's own sake that I want to go on reading with him, and you won't interfere between him and any use I can be of to him. I assure you, to have you go my way instead of your own is the last thing I could wish, though I confess I do wish very much that you would choose the right way for your own way." He made me no answer, but maintained a sullen silence. "Thomas," I said at length, "I had thought you were breaking every bond of Satan that withheld you from entering into the kingdom of heaven. But I fear he has strengthened his bands and holds you now as much a captive as ever. So it is not even your own way you are walking in, but his." "It's no use your trying to frighten me. I don't believe in the devil. It is God I want you to believe in, and I am not going to dispute with you now about whether there is a devil or not. In a matter of life and death we have no time for settling every disputed point." "Life or death? What do you mean?" "I mean that whether you believe there is a devil or not, you know there is an evil power in your mind dragging you down. I am not speaking in generals. I mean now, and you know as to what I mean it. And if you yield to it, that evil power, whatever may be your theory about it, it will drag you down to death. It is a matter of life or death, I repeat, not of theory about the devil. Well, I always did say that if you once give a priest an inch he'll take an ell, and I am sorry I forgot it for once." Having said this, he shut up his mouth in a manner that indicated plainly enough that he would not open it again for some time. This, more than his speech, irritated me, and with a mere "good morning," I walked out of the shop. No sooner was I in the open air than I knew that I too, I as well as poor Thomas Weir, was under a spell, knew that I had gone to him before I had recovered sufficiently from the mingled disappointment and mortification of my interview with Miss Oldcastle, that while I spoke to him I was not speaking with a whole heart, that I had been discharging a duty as if I had been discharging a musket, that, although I had spoken the truth, I had spoken it ungraciously and selfishly. I could not bear it. I turned instantly and went back into the shop. "Thomas, my friend," I said, holding out my hand, "I beg your pardon. I was wrong. I spoke to you as I ought not. I was troubled in my own mind, and that made me lose my temper and be rude to you, who are far more troubled than I am. Forgive me." He did not take my hand at first, but stared at me as if, not comprehending me, he supposed that I was backing up what I had said last with more of the same sort. But by the time I had finished he saw what I meant. His countenance altered and looked as if the evil spirit were about to depart from him. He held out his hand, gave mine a great grasp, dropped his head, went on with his work, and said never a word. I went out of the shop once more, but in a greatly altered mood. On the way home I tried to find out how it was that I had that morning failed so signally. I had little virtue in keeping my temper, because it was naturally very even. Therefore I had the more shame in losing it. I had borne all my uneasiness about Miss Oldcastle without, as far as I knew, transgressing in this fashion till this very morning. Were great sorrows less hurtful to the temper than small disappointments? Yes, surely. But Shakespeare represents Brutus, after hearing of the sudden death of his wife, as losing his temper with Cassius to a degree that bewildered the latter, who said he did not know that Brutus could have been so angry. Is this consistent with the character of the stately-minded Brutus, or with the dignity of sorrow? It is. For the loss of his wife alone would have made him only less irritable. But the whole weight of an army, with its distracting cares and conflicting interests, pressed upon him, and the battle of an empire was to be fought at daybreak, so that he could not be alone with his grief. Between the silence of death in his mind, and the roar of life in his brain, he became irritable. Looking yet deeper into it, I found that till this morning I had experienced no personal mortification with respect to Miss Oldcastle. It was not the mere disappointment of having no more talk with her, for the sight of her was a blessing I had not in the least expected, that had worked upon me, but the fact that she had repelled or seemed to repel me. And thus I found that self was at the root of the wrong I had done to one over whose mental condition, especially while I was telling him the unwelcome truth, I ought to have been as tender as a mother over her wounded child. I could not say that it was wrong to feel disappointed, or even mortified, but something was wrong when one whose especial business it was to serve his people in the name of Him who was full of grace and truth, made them suffer because of his own inward pain. No sooner had I settled this in my mind than my trouble returned with a sudden pang. Had I actually seen her that morning, and spoken to her, and left her with a pain in my heart? What if that face of hers was doomed ever to bring with it such a pain, to be ever to me no more than a lovely vision radiating grief? If so, I would endure in silence and as patiently as I could, trying to make up for the lack of brightness in my own fate by causing more brightness in the fate of others. I would, at least, keep on trying to do my work. That moment I felt a little hand poke itself into mine. I looked down, and there was Gerard Weir looking up in my face. I found myself in the midst of the children coming out of school, for it was Saturday and a half-holiday. He smiled in my face, and I hope I smiled in his, and so, hand in hand, we went on to the vicarage, where I gave him up to my sister. But I cannot convey to my reader any notion of the quietness that entered my heart with the grasp of that childish hand. I think it was the faith of the boy in me that comforted me, but I could not help thinking of the words of our Lord about receiving a child in His name, and so receiving Him. By the time we reached the vicarage my heart was very quiet. As the little boy held by my hand, so I seemed to be holding by God's hand, and a sense of heart security, as well as soul safety, awoke in me, and I said to myself, surely He will take care of my heart as well as of my mind and my conscience. For one blessed moment I seemed to be at the very centre of things, looking out quietly upon my own troubled emotions as upon something outside of me, apart from me, even as one from the firm rock may look abroad upon the vexed sea. And I thought I then knew something of what the apostle meant when he said, "Your life is hid with Christ in God." I knew that there was a deeper self than that which was thus troubled. I had not had my usual ramble this morning, and was otherwise ill prepared for the Sunday. So I went early into the church, but finding that the sexton's wife had not yet finished lighting the stove, I sat down by my own fire in the vestry. Suppose I am sitting there now while I say one word for our congregations in winter. I was very particular in having the church well warmed before Sunday. I think some parsons must neglect seeing after this matter on principle, because warmth may make a weary creature go to sleep here and there about the place, as if any healing doctrine could enter the soul while it is on the rack of the frost. The clergy should see, for it is their business, that their people have no occasion to think of their bodies at all while they are in church. They have enough ado to think of the truth. When our Lord was feeding even their bodies, He made them all sit down on the grass. It is worth noticing that there was much grass in the place, a rare thing I should think in those countries, and therefore perhaps it was chosen by Him for their comfort in feeding their souls and bodies both. If I may judge from experiences of my own, one of the reasons why some churches are of all places the least likely for anything good to be found in is, that they are as wretchedly cold to the body as they are to the soul, too cold every way for anything to grow in them. Edelweiss, noble white, as they call a plant growing under the snow on some of the Alps, could not survive the winter in such churches. There is small welcome in a cold house. And the clergyman, who is the steward, should look to it. It is for him to give his master's friends a welcome to his master's house, for the welcome of a servant is precious, and nowadays is very rare. And now Mrs. Stone must have finished. I go into the old church, which looks as if it were quietly waiting for its people. No, she has not done yet. Never mind. How full of meaning the vaulted roof looks, as if, having gathered a soul of its own out of the generations that have worshipped here for so long, it had feeling enough to grow hungry for a psalm before the end of the week. Some such half-foolish fancy was now passing through my tranquilized mind, or rather heart, for the mind would have rejected it at once, when to my, what shall I call it? Not amazement, for the delight was too strong for amazement. The old organ woke up and began to think aloud. As if it had been brooding over it all the week in the wonderful convolutions of its wooden brain, it began to sing out the Agnus Dei of Mozart's 12th Mass upon the air of the still church, which lay swept and garnished for the Sunday. How could it be? I know now, and I guessed then, and my guess was right, and my reader must be content to guess too. I took no step to verify my conjecture, for I felt that I was upon my honour, but sat in one of the pews and listened till the old organ sobbed itself into silence. Then I heard the steps of the sexton's wife vanish from the church, heard her lock the door, and knew that I was alone in the ancient pile, with the twilight growing thick about me, and felt like Sir Galahad when, after the rolling organ harmony, he heard "wings flutter, voices hover clear." In a moment the mood changed, and I was sorry, not that the dear organ was dead for the night, but actually felt gently mournful that the wonderful old thing never had and never could have a conscious life of its own. So strangely does the passion, which I had not invented, reader, whoever thou art that thinkest love and a church do not well harmonize, so strangely, I say, full to overflowing of its own vitality, does it radiate life, that it would even of its own superabundance quicken into blessed consciousness the inanimate objects around it, thinking that they would feel, had they a consciousness correspondent to their form, were their faculties moved from within themselves instead of from the will and operation of humanity. I lingered on long in the dark church, as my reader knows I had done often before, nor did I move from the seat I had first taken till I left the sacred building. And there I made my sermon for the next morning, and herewith I impart it to my reader. But he need not be afraid of another such as I have already given him, for I impart it only in its original germ, its concentrated essence of sermon, these 4 verses. Had I the grace to win the grace of some old man complete in love, my face would worship at his face, like childhood seated on the floor. Had I the grace to win the grace of childhood, loving, shy, apart, the child should find a nearer place, and teach me resting on my heart. Had I the grace to win the grace of maiden living all above, my soul would trample down the base, that she might have a man to love. A grace I have no grace to win knocks now at my half-open door. Ah, Lord of glory, come thou in, thy grace divine is all and more. This is what I made for myself. I told my people that God had created all our worships, reverences, tendernesses, loves, that they had come out of His heart, and He had made them in us because they were in Him first, that otherwise He could not have cared to make them, that all that we could imagine of the wise, the lovely, the beautiful, was in Him, only infinitely more of them than we could not merely imagine, but understand, even if He did all He could to explain them to us, to make us understand them. That in Him was all the wise teaching of the best man ever known in the world and more, all the grace and gentleness and truth of the best child and more, all the tenderness and devotion of the truest type of womankind and more. For there's a love that passes the love of woman, not the love of Jonathan to David, though David said so, but the love of God to the men and women whom he has made. Therefore we must be all God's, and all our aspirations, all our worships, all our honours, all our loves, must centre in him, the best. End of chapter 23. Recording by Eric Metzler, Albuquerque, New Mexico, United States of America.
Chapter 24 of Annals of a Quiet Neighborhood. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit Librivox.org. Recording by Gertrude Durrett. Annals of a Quiet Neighborhood by George MacDonald. Chapter 24, An Angel Unawares. Feeling rather more than the usual reaction so well known to clergymen after the concentrated duties of the Sunday, I resolved on Monday to have the long country walk I had been disappointed of on the Saturday previous. It was such a day as seems impossible to describe, except in negatives. It was not stormy. It was not rainy. It was not sunshiny. It was not snowy. It was not frosty. It was not foggy. It was not clear. It was nothing but cloudy and quiet and cold and generally ungenial, with just a puff of wind now and then to give an assertion to its ungeniality. I should not in the least have cared to tell what sort of the day was, had it not been an exact representation of my own mind. It was not the day that made me such as itself. The weather could always easily influence the surface of my mind, my external mood, but it could never go much further. The smallest pleasure would break through the conditions that merely came as such a day. But this morning my whole mind and heart seemed like the day. The summer was thousands of miles off on the other side of the globe. Ethelwyn, up at the old house there across the river, seemed millions of miles away. The summer might come back. She never would come nearer. It was absurd to expect it. For in such moods stupidity constantly arrogates to itself the qualities and claims of insight. In fact, it passes itself off for common sense, making the most dreary ever appear the most reasonable. In such moods a man might almost be persuaded that it was ridiculous to expect any such poetic absurdity as the summer, with the diamond mornings and the opal evenings, ever to come again. Nay, to think that it ever had had any existence except in the fancies of the human heart, one of its castles in the air. The whole of life seemed faint and foggy, with no red in it anywhere, and when I glanced at my present relations in Marshmallows, I could not help finding several circumstances to give some appearance of justice to this appearance of things. I seemed to myself to have done no good. I had driven Catherine Weir to the verge of suicide, while at the same time I could not restrain her from the contemplation of some dire revenge. I had lost the man upon whom I had most reckoned as a seal of my ministry, namely Thomas Weir. True, there was Old Rogers, but Old Rogers was just as good before I found him. I could not dream of having made him any better, and so I went on brooding over all the disappointing portions of my labor, all the time thinking about myself instead of God and the work that lay for me to do in the days to come. Nobody, I said, but Old Rogers understands me. Nobody would care, as far as my teaching goes, if another man took my place from next Sunday forward. And for Miss Oldcastle, her playing the Agnus Dei on Saturday afternoon, even if she intended that I should hear it, could only indicate at most that she knew
how she had behaved to me in the morning, and thought she had gone too far and been unkind, or perhaps was afraid lest she should be accountable for any failure I might make in my Sunday duties, and therefore felt bound to do something to restore my equanimity. Choosing, though without consciously intending to do so, the dreariest path to be found, I wandered up the side of the slow black river, with the sentinel pollards looking at themselves in its gloomy mirror, just as I was looking at myself in the mirror of my circumstances. They leaned in all directions, irregular as the headstones of an ancient churchyard. In the summer they looked like explosions of green leaves at the best. Now they looked like the burned out cases of the summer's fireworks. How different, too, was the river from the time when a whole fleet of shining white lilies lay anchored among their own broad green leaves upon its clear waters, filled with sunlight in every pore, as they themselves would fill the pores of a million-caverned sponge. But I could not even recall the past summer as beautiful. I seemed to care for nothing. The first miserable afternoon at Marshmallows looked now as if it had been the whole of my coming relation to the place seen through a reversed telescope, and here I was in it now. The walk along the side was tolerably dry, although the river was bank full. But when I came to the bridge I wanted to cross, a wooden one, I found that the approach to it had been partly undermined and carried away. For here the river had overflowed its banks in one of the late storms, and all about the place was still very wet and swampy. I could therefore get no farther in my gloomy walk, and so turned back upon my steps. Scarcely had I done so when I saw a man coming hastily towards me from far upon the straight line of the river walk. I could not mistake him at any distance. It was Old Rogers. I felt both ashamed and comforted when I recognized him. "Well, Old Rogers," I said, as soon as he came within hail, trying to speak cheerfully, "you cannot get much farther this way without waiting a bit at least." "I don't want to go no farther now, sir. I came to find you." "Nothing amiss, I hope?" "Nothing as I knows on, sir. I only wanted to have a little chat with you. I told master I wanted to leave for an hour or so. He always lets me do just as I like." "But how did you know where to find me?" "I saw you come this way. You passed me right on the bridge, and didn't see me, sir. So I says I to myself, 'Oh, Rogers, some'n's amiss with parson to day. He never went by me like that afore. This won't do. You just go and see.' So I went home and told master, and here I be, sir, and I hope you're no ways offended with the liberty of me." "Did I really pass you on the bridge?" I said, unable to understand it. "That you did, sir. I knowed parson must be a goodish bit in his own innards afore he would do that." "I needn't tell you I didn't see you, Old Rogers." "I could tell you that, sir. I hope there's nothing gone main wrong, sir. Miss is well, sir, I hope?" "Quite well, I thank you. No, my dear fellow, nothing has gone main wrong, as you say. Some of my running tackle got jammed a bit, that's all. I'm a little out of spirits, I believe." "Well, sir, don't you be afeard I'm going to be troublesome. Don't think I want to get aboard your ship, except you fling me a rope. There's a many things you mun ha' to think about that an ignorant man like me couldn't take up if you was to let 'em drop. And being a gentleman, I do believe, makes the matter worse betwixt us. And there's many a thing that no man can go talking about to any one only the Lord himself. Still, you can't help us poor folks seeing when there's summat amiss, and we can't help having our own thoughts any more than the sailor's jackdaw that couldn't speak. And sometimes we may be nearer the mark than you would suppose, for God has made us all of one blood, you know." "What are you driving at, Old Rogers?" I said with a smile, which was none the less true, that I suspected he had read some of the worst trouble of my heart. For why should I mind an honourable man like him knowing what oppressed me, though, as things went, I certainly should not, as he said, choose to tell it to any but one. I don't want to say what I was driving at, if it was anything but this, that I want to put the clumsy hand of a rough old tar, with a heart as soft as the pitch that makes his hand hard, to trim your sails a bit, sir, and help you to lie a point closer to the wind. You're not just close hauled, sir. Say on, Old Rogers, I understand you, and I will listen with all my heart, for you have a good right to speak. And Old Rogers spoke thus: Once upon a time I made a voyage in a merchant bark. We were becalmed in the South Seas, and weary work it were, a doing of nothing from day to day. But when the water began to come up thick from the bottom of the water cask, it was wearier a deal. Then a thick fog came on, as white as snow almost, and we couldn't see more than a few yards ahead or on any side of us. But the fog didn't keep the heat off, it only made it worse, and the water was fast going done. The short allowances grew shorter and shorter, and the men, some of them, were half mad with thirst and began to look bad at one another. I kept up my heart by looking ahead inside me. For days and days the fog hung about us as if the air had been made of flocks of wool. The captain took to his berth, and several of the crew to their hammocks, for it was just as hot on deck as anywhere else. The mate lay on a spare sail, on the quarter deck, groaning. I had a strong suspicion that the schooner was drifting, and hove the lead again and again, but could find no bottom. Some of the men got hold of the spirits, and that didn't quench their thirst. It drove them clean mad. I had to knock one of them down myself with a capstan bar, for he ran at the mate with his knife. At last I began to lose all hope, and still I was sure the schooner was slowly drifting. My head was like to burst, and my tongue was like a lump of holystone in my mouth. Well, one morning I had just, as I thought, lain down on the deck to breathe my last, hoping I should die before I went quite mad with thirst, when all at once the fog lifted like the foot of a sail. I sprung to my feet. There was the blue sky overhead, but the terrible burning sun was there. A moment more and a light air blew on my cheek, and turning my face to it as if it had been the very breath of God, there was an island within half a mile, and I saw the shine of water on the face of a rock on the shore. I cried out, "Land on the weather quarter! Water in sight!" In a moment more a boat was lowered, and in a few minutes the boat's crew, of which I was one, were lying, clothes and all, in a little stream that came down from the hills above. There, Mr. Walton, that's what I wanted to say to you. This is as near the story of my old friend as my limited knowledge of sea affairs allows me to report it. I understand you quite, Old Rogers, and I thank you heartily, I said. No doubt, resumed he, King Solomon was quite right, as he always was, I suppose, in what he said, for his wisdom mun have laid mostly in the tongue. Right, I say, when he said, "Boast not thyself of tomorrow, for thou knowest not what a day may bring forth." But I can't help thinking there's another side to it. I think it would be as good advice to a man on the other tack, whose boasting lay far to windward, and he close on a lee shore with breakers, it wouldn't be amiss to say to him, "Don't strike your colours to the morrow, for thou knowest not what a day may bring forth." There's just as many good days as bad ones, as much fair weather as foul in the days to come, and if a man keeps up heart, he's all the better for that, and none the worse when the evil day does come. But, God forgive me, I'm talking like a heathen. as if there was any chance about what the days would bring forth. "No, my lad," said the old sailor, assuming the dignity of his superior years under the inspiration of the truth. "Boast and trust and hope in God, for thou shalt yet praise him who is the health of thy countenance and thy God." I could but hold out my hand. I had nothing to say, for he had spoken to me as an angel of God. The old man was silent for some moments. His emotion needed time to still itself again. Nor did he return to the subject. He held out his hand once more, saying, "Good day, sir. I must go back to my work." "I will go back with you," I returned. And so we walked back side by side to the village, but not a word did we speak, the one to the other, till we shook hands and parted upon the bridge where we had first met. Old Rogers went to his work, and I lingered upon the bridge. I leaned upon the low parapet and looked up the stream as far as the mist creeping about the banks and hovering in thinnest veils over the surface of the water would permit. Then I turned and looked down the river, crawling on to the sweep it made out of sight just where Mr. Brownrigg's farm began to come down to its banks. Then I looked to the left, and there stood my old church, as quiet in the dreary day, though not so bright, as in the sunshine. Even the graves themselves must look yet more solemn sad in a wintry day like this than they look when the sunlight that enfolds them proclaims that God is not the God of the dead, but of the living. One of the great battles that we had to fight in this world, for 20 great battles had to be fought all at once and in one, is the battle with appearances. I turned me to the right, and there once more I saw, as on that first afternoon, the weathercock that watched the winds over the stables at Oldcastle Hall. It had caught just one glimpse of the sun through some rent in the vapours and flung it across to me ere it vanished again amid the general dinginess of the hour. End of chapter 24.
Chapter 25 of Annals of a Quiet Neighborhood. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Recording by Gertrude Durrett. Annals of a Quiet Neighborhood by George MacDonald. Chapter 25. To Parishioners. I have said near the beginning of my story that my parish was a large one. How is it that I have mentioned but one of the great families in it, and have indeed confined my recollections entirely to the village with its immediate neighborhood? Will my reader have patience while I explain this to him a little? First, as he may have observed, my personal attraction is towards the poor rather than the rich. I was made so. I can generally get nearer the poor than the rich, but I say generally, for I have known a few rich people quite as much to my mind as the best of the poor. Thereupon, of course, their education would give them the advantage with me in the possibilities of communion. But when the heart is right, and there is good stock of common sense as well, a gift predominant, as far as I am aware, in no one class over another, education will turn the scale very gently with me. And then when I reflect that some of these poor people would have made nobler ladies and gentlemen than all but 2 or 3 I know, if they had only had the opportunity, there is a reaction towards the poor, something like a feeling of favor because they have not had fair play, a feeling soon modified, though not altered, by the reflection that they are such because God, who loves them better than we do, has so ordered their lot, and by the recollection that not only was our Lord himself poor, but he said the poor were blessed. And let me just say in passing that I not only believe it because he said it, but I believe it because I see that it is so. I think sometimes that the world must have been especially created for the poor, and that particular allowances will be made for the rich, because they are born into such disadvantages, and with their wickednesses and their miseries, their love of spiritual dirt and meanness subserve the highest growth and emancipation of the poor, that they may inherit both the earth and the kingdom of heaven. But I have been once more wandering from my subject. Thus it was that the people in the village lying close to my door attracted most of my attention at first, of which attention those more immediately associated with the village, as for instance the inhabitants of the hall, came in for a share, although they did not belong to the same class. Again, the houses of most of the gentlefolk lay considerably apart from the church and from each other. Many of them went elsewhere to church, and I did not feel bound to visit those, for I had enough to occupy me without, and had little chance of getting a hold of them to do them good. Still, there were one or two families which I would have visited oftener, I confess, had I been more interested in them, or had I had a horse. Therefore, I ought to have bought a horse sooner than I did. Before this winter was over, however, I did buy one, partly to please Dr. Duncan, who urged me to it for the sake of my health, partly because I could then do my duty better, and partly, I confess, from having been very fond of an old mare of my father's when I was a boy, living, after my mother's death, at a farm of his in Bishire. Happening to come across a gray mare very much like her, I bought her at once. I think it was the very day after the events recorded in my last chapter that I mounted her to pay a visit to two rich maiden ladies, whose carriage stopped at the Lysh Gate most Sundays when the weather was favorable, but whom I had called upon only once since I came to the parish. I should not have thought this visit worth mentioning except for the conversation I had with them, during which a hint or two were dropped which had an influence in coloring my thoughts for some time after. I was shown with much ceremony by a butler, as old apparently as his livery of yellow and green, into the presence of the two ladies, one of whom sat in state reading a volume of the Spectator. She was very tall, and as square as the straight long-backed chair upon which she sat. A fat asthmatic poodle lay at her feet upon the hearth-rug. The other, a little lively gray-haired creature, who looked like a most ancient girl whom no power of gathering years would ever make old, was standing upon a high chair, making love to a demoniacal-looking cockatoo in a gilded cage. As I entered the room, the latter all but jumped from her perch with a merry though wavering laugh and advanced to meet me. "Jonathan, bring the cake and wine," she cried to the retreating servant. The former rose with a solemn stiff-backedness, which was more amusing than dignified, and extended her hand as I approached her, without moving from her place. "We were afraid, Mr Walton," said the little lady, "that you had forgotten we were parishioners of yours." "That I could hardly do," I answered, "seeing you are such regular attendants at church. But I confess I have given you ground for your rebuke, Miss Crowther. I bought a horse, however, the other day, and this is the first use I have put him to." "We're charmed to see you. It is very good of you not to forget such uninteresting girls as we are." "You forget, Jemima," interposed her sister in a feminine bass, "that time is always on the wing. I should have thought we were both decidedly middle-aged, though you are the elder by I will not say how many years." "All but 10 years, Hester. I remember rocking you in your cradle scores of times. But somehow, Mr Walton, I can't help feeling as if she were my elder sister. She is so learned, you see, and I don't read anything but the newspapers." "And your Bible, Jemima. Do yourself justice." "That's a matter of course, sister. But this is not the way to entertain, Mr. Walton. The gentlemen used to entertain the ladies when I was young, Jemima. I do not know how it may have been when you were. Much the same, I believe, sister. But if you look at Mr. Walton, I think you will see that he is pretty much entertained as it is. I agree with Miss Hester, I said. It is the duty of gentlemen to entertain ladies, but it is so much the kinder of ladies when they surpass their duty and condescend to entertain gentlemen. What can surpass duty, Mr. Walton? I confess I do not agree with your doctrines upon that point. I do not quite understand you, Miss Hester, I returned. Why, Mr. Walton, I hope you will not think me rude, but it always seems to me, and it has given me much pain, when I consider that your congregation is chiefly composed of lower classes, who may be greatly injured by such a style of preaching. I must say I think so, Mr. Walton. Only perhaps you are one of those who think a lady's opinion on such matters is worth nothing. On the contrary, I respect an opinion just as far as the lady or gentleman who holds it seems to be qualified to have formed it at first. But you have not yet told me what you think so objectionable in my preaching. You always speak as if faith in Christ was something greater than duty. Now I think duty the first thing. I quite agree with you, Miss Crowther, for how can I or any clergyman urge a man to that which is not his duty? But tell me, is not faith in Christ a duty? Where you have mistaken me is that you think I speak of faith as higher than duty, when indeed I speak of faith as higher than any other duty. It is the highest duty of man. I do not say the duty he always sees clearest, or even sees at all, but the fact is that when that which is a duty becomes the highest delight of a man, the joy of his very being, he no more thinks or needs to think about it as a duty. What would you think of the love of a son who, when an appeal was made to his affections, should say, "Oh yes, I love my mother dearly. It is my duty, of course"? That sounds very plausible, Mr. Walton, but still I cannot help feeling that you preach faith and not works. I do not say that you are not to preach faith, of course, but you know faith without works is dead. Now really, Hester, interposed Miss Jemima, I cannot think how it is, but for my part I should have said that Mr. Walton was constantly preaching works. He's always telling you to do something or other. I know I always come out of the church with something on my mind, and I've got to work it off somehow before I'm comfortable. And here Miss Jemima got up on the chair again and began to flirt with the cockatoo once more, but only in silent signs. I cannot quite recall how this part of the conversation drew to a close, but I will tell a fact or two about the sisters, which may possibly explain how it was that they took up such different notions of my preaching. The elder scarce left the house, but spent almost the whole of her time in reading small, dingy books of 18th century literature. She believed in no other, thought Shakespeare sentimental where he was not low, and Bacon pompous, Addison thoroughly respectable and gentlemanly. Pope was the great English poet, incomparably before Milton. The Essay on Man contained the deepest wisdom. The Rape of the Lock, the most graceful imagination to be found in the language. The Vicar of Wakefield was pretty, but foolish, while in philosophy Paley was perfect, especially in his notion of happiness, which she had heard objected to, and therefore warmly defended. Somehow or other, respectability in position, in morals, in religion, in conduct, was everything. The consequence was that her very nature was old-fashioned, and had nothing in it of that lasting youth which is the birthright, so often despised, of every immortal being. But I have already said more about her than her place in my story justifies. Miss Crowther, on the contrary, whose eccentricities did not lie on the side of respectability, had gone on shocking the stiff proprieties of her younger sister till she could be shocked no more, and gave in as to the hopelessness of fate. She had had a severe disappointment in youth, had not only survived it, but saved her heart alive out of it, losing only, as far as appeared to the eyes of her neighbors, at least any remnant of selfish care about herself, and she now spent the love which had before been concentrated upon one object, upon every living thing that came near her, even to her sister's sole favorite, the wheezing poodle. She was very odd, it must be confessed, with her gray hair, her clear gray eyes with wrinkled eyelids, her light step, her laugh at once girlish and cracked, darting in and out of the cottages, scolding this matron with a lurking smile in every tone, hugging that baby, boxing the ears of the other little tyrant, passing this one's rent, and threatening that other with awful vengeances. But it was a very lovely oddity. Their property was not large, and she knew every living thing on the place down to the dogs and pigs. And Miss Jemima, as the people always called her, transferring the Miss Crowther of primogeniture to the younger, who kept like King Henry IV, her present, like a robe pontifical, ne'er seen but wondered at, was the actual queen of the neighborhood, for, though she was the very soul of kindness, she was determined to have her way, and had it. Although I did not know all this at the time, such were the two ladies who held these different opinions about my preaching, the one who did nothing but read Messrs. Addison, Pope, Paley, and Company, considering that I neglected the doctrine of works as the seal of faith, and the one who was busy helping her neighbors from morning till night, finding little in my preaching except incentive to benevolence. The next point where my recollection can take up the conversation is where Miss Hester made the following further criticism on my pulpit labors. "You are too anxious to explain everything, Mr. Walton." I pause in my recording to do my critic the justice of remarking that what she said looks worse on paper than it sounded from her lips, for she was a gentlewoman, and the tone has much to do with the impression made by the intellectual contents of all speech. "Where can be the use of trying to make uneducated people see the grounds of everything?" she said. "It is enough that this or that is in the Bible." "Yes, but that is just the point. What is in the Bible? Is it this or that?" "You are their spiritual instructor. Tell them what is in the Bible." "But you have just been objecting to my mode of representing what is in the Bible." "It will be much the worse if you add argument to convince them of what is incorrect." "I doubt that. Falsehood will expose itself the sooner that honest argument is used to support it. You cannot expect them to judge of what you tell them. The Bible urges us to search and understand. I grant that for those whose business it is, like yourself. Do you think, then, that the church consists of a few privileged to understand, and a great many who cannot understand, and therefore need not be taught? I said you had to teach them. But to teach is to make people understand. I don't think so. If you come to that, how much can the wisest of us understand? You remember what Pope says, superior beings, when of late they saw a mortal man unfold all nature's law, admired such wisdom in an earthly shape, and showed a Newton as we show an ape. I do not know the passage. Pope is not my Bible. I should call such superior beings very inferior beings indeed. Do you call the angels inferior beings? Such angels, certainly. He means the good angels, of course. And I say the good angels could never behave like that, for contempt is one of the lowest spiritual conditions in which any being can place himself. Our Lord says, "Take heed that ye despise not one of these little ones, for their angels do always behold the face of my Father who is in heaven. Now, will you even say that you understand that passage? Practically, well enough, just as the poorest man of my congregation may understand it. I am not to despise one of the little ones. Pope represents the angels as despising a Newton even. And you despise Pope. I hope not. I say he was full of despising, and therefore, if for no other reason, a small man. Surely you do not jest at his bodily infirmities. I had forgotten them quite. In every other sense he was a great man. I cannot allow it. He was intellectually a great man, but morally a small man. Such refinements are not easily followed. I will undertake to make the poorest woman in my congregation understand that. Why don't you try your friend Mrs Oldcastle, then? It might do her a little good, said Miss Hester, now becoming, I thought, a little spiteful at hearing her favourite treated so unceremoniously. I found afterwards that there was some kindness in it, however. I should have very little influence with Mrs Oldcastle if I were to make the attempt, but I am not called upon to address my flock individually upon every point of character. I thought she was an intimate friend of yours. Quite the contrary. We are scarcely friendly. I am very glad to hear it, said Miss Jemima, who had been silent during the little controversy that her sister and I had been carrying on. We have been quite misinformed. The fact is, we thought we might have seen more of you if it had not been for her. And as very few people of her own position in society care to visit her, we thought it a pity she should be your principal friend in the parish. Why do they not visit her more? There are strange stories about her, which it is as well to leave alone. They are getting out of date, too. But she is not a fit woman to be regarded as a clergyman's friend. There, said Miss Jemima, as if she had wanted to relieve her bosom of a burden and had done it. I think, however, her religious opinions would correspond with your own, Mr Walton, said Miss Hester. Possibly, I answered with indifference. I don't care much about opinion. Her daughter would be a nice girl, I fancy, if she weren't kept down by her mother. She looks scared, poor thing, and they say she's not quite the thing, you know, said Miss Jemima. What do you mean, Miss Crowther? She gently tapped her forehead with a forefinger. I laughed. I thought it was not worth my while to enter as the champion of Miss Oldcastle's sanity. They are and have been a strange family as far back as I can remember, and my mother used to say the same. I am glad she comes to our church now. You mustn't let her set her cap at you, though, Mr Walton. It wouldn't do at all. She's pretty enough, too. Yes, I returned, she is rather pretty, but I don't think she looks as if she had a cap to set on anybody. I rose to go, for I did not relish any further pursuit of the conversation in the same direction. I rode home slowly, brooding on the lovely marvel that out of such a rough, ungracious stem as the Oldcastle family should have sprung such a delicate, pale, winter-braved flower as Ethelwyn, and I prayed that I might be honoured to rescue her from the ungenial soil and atmosphere to which the machinations of her mother threatened to confine her for the rest of her suffering life. End of chapter 25.
Chapter 26 of Annals of a Quiet Neighbourhood. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit Librivox.org. Annals of a Quiet Neighbourhood, by George MacDonald. Chapter 26. Satan Cast Out. I was within a mile of the village, returning from my visit to the Misses Crowther, when my horse, which was walking slowly along the soft side of the road, lifted his head, and pricked up his ears at the sound, which he heard first, of approaching hoofs. The riders soon came in sight, Miss Oldcastle, Judy, and Captain Everard. Miss Oldcastle I had never seen on horseback before. Judy was on a little white pony she used to gallop about the fields near the Hall. The captain was laughing and chatting gaily as they drew near, now to the one, now to the other. Being on my own side of the road, I held straight on, not wishing to stop or to reveal the signs of a distress which had almost overwhelmed me. I felt as cold as death, or rather as if my whole being had been deprived of vitality by a sudden exhaustion around me of the ethereal element of life. I believe I did not alter my bearing, but remained with my head bent, for I had been thinking hard just before, till we were on the point of meeting, when I lifted my hat to Miss Oldcastle without drawing bridle, and went on. The captain returned my salutation, and likewise rode on. I could just see as they passed me that Miss Oldcastle's pale face was flushed even to scarlet, but she only bowed and kept alongside of her companion. I thought I had escaped conversation, and had gone about 20 yards further, when I heard the clatter of Judy's pony behind me, and up she came at full gallop. "Why didn't you stop to speak to us, Mr Walton?" she said. "I pulled up, but you never looked at me. We shall be cross all the rest of the day because you cut us so. What have we done?" "Nothing, Judy, that I know of," I answered, trying to speak cheerfully. "But I do not know your companion, and I was not in the humour for an introduction." She looked hard at me with her keen grey eyes, and I felt as if the child was seeing through me. "I don't know what to make of it, Mr Walton. You're very different somehow from what you used to be. There's something wrong somewhere. But I suppose you would all tell me it's none of my business. So I won't ask questions. Only I wish I could do anything for you." I felt the child's kindness, but could only say, "Thank you, Judy. I am sure I should ask you if there were anything you could do for me. But you'll be left behind." "No fear of that. My Dobbin can go much faster than their big horses. But I see you don't want me, so good-bye." She turned her pony's head as she spoke, jumped the ditch at the side of the road, and flew after them along the grass like a swallow. I likewise roused my horse and went off at a hard trot, with the vain impulse so to shake off the tormenting thoughts that crowded on me like gadflies. But this day was to be one of more trial still. As I turned a corner, almost into the street of the village, Tom Weir was at my side. He had evidently been watching for me. His face was so pale that I saw in a moment something had happened. "What is the matter, Tom?" I asked in some alarm. He did not reply for a moment, but kept unconsciously stroking my horse's neck, and staring up at me with wide blue eyes. "Come, Tom," I repeated. "Tell me what is the matter." I could see his bare throat knot and relax, like the motion of a serpent, before he could utter the words. "Kate has killed her little boy, sir." He followed then with a stifled cry, almost a scream, and hid his face in his hands. "God forbid!" I exclaimed, and struck my heels in my horse's sides, nearly overturning poor Tom in my haste. "She's mad, sir, she's mad!" he cried as I rode off. "Come after me," I said, "and take the mare home. I shan't be able to leave your sister." Had I had a share by my harsh words in driving the woman beyond the bounds of human reason and endurance? The thought was dreadful, but I must not let my mind rest on it now, lest I should be unfitted for what might have to be done. Before I reached the door, I saw a little crowd of the villagers, mostly women and children, gathered about it. I got off my horse, and gave him to a woman to hold till Tom should come up. With a little difficulty, I prevailed on the rest to go home at once, and not add to the confusions and terrors of the unhappy affair by the excitement of their presence. As soon as they had yielded to my arguments, I entered the shop, which to my annoyance I found full of the neighbours. These likewise I got rid of as soon as possible, and locking the door behind them, went up to the room above. To my surprise, I found no one there. On the hearth and in the fender lay 2 little pools of blood. All in the house was utterly still. It was very dreadful. I went to the only other door. It was not bolted as I had expected to find it. I opened it, peeped in, and entered. On the back lay the mother, white as death, but with her black eyes wide open, staring at the ceiling. And on her arm lay little Gerard, as white, except where the blood had flowed from the bandage that could not confine it, down his sweet death-like face. His eyes were fast closed, and he had no sign of life about him. I shut the door behind me, and approached the bed. When Catherine caught sight of me, she showed no surprise or emotion of any kind. Her lips, with automaton-like movement, uttered the words, "I have done it at last. I am ready. Take me away. I shall be hanged. I don't care. I confess it. Only don't let the people stare at me." Her lips went on moving, but I could hear no more till suddenly she broke out, "Oh, my baby, my baby!" and gave a cry of such agony as I hope never to hear again while I live. At this moment I heard a loud knocking at the shop door, which was the only entrance to the house, and remembering that I had locked it, I went down to see who was there. I found Thomas Weir, the father, accompanied by Dr Duncan, who, as it happened, he had had some difficulty in finding. Thomas had sped to his daughter the moment he heard the rumour of what had happened, and his fierceness in clearing the shop had at least prevented the neighbours, even in his absence, from intruding further. We went up together to Catherine's room. Thomas said nothing to me about what had happened. I found it difficult to conjecture from his countenance what thoughts were passing through his mind. Catherine looked from one to another of us, as if she did not know the one from the other. She made no motion to rise from her bed, nor did she utter a word, although her lips would now and then move as if moulding a sentence. When Dr Duncan, after looking at the child, proceeded to take him from her, she gave him one imploring look, and yielded with a moan, then began to stare hopelessly at the ceiling again. The doctor carried the room into the next room, and the grandfather followed. "You see what you have driven me to," cried Catherine, the moment I was left alone with her. "I hope you are satisfied." The words went to my very soul. But when I looked at her, her eyes were wandering about over the ceiling, and I had and still have difficulty in believing that she spoke the words, and that they were not an illusion of my sense, occasioned by the commotion of my own feelings. I thought it better, however, to leave her, and join the others in the sitting-room. The first thing I saw there was Thomas on his knees with a basin of water, washing away the blood of his grandson from his daughter's floor. The very sight of the child had hitherto been nauseous to him, and his daughter had been beyond the reach of his forgiveness. Here was the end of it, the blood of the one shed by the hand of the other, and the father of both, who had disdained both, on his knees wiping it up. Dr Duncan was giving the child brandy, for he had found that he had been sick, and that the loss of blood was the chief cause of his condition. The blood flowed from a wound on the head, extending backwards from the temple, which had evidently been occasioned by a fall upon the fender, where the blood lay both inside and out, and the doctor took the sickness as a sign that the brain had not been seriously injured by the blow. In a few minutes he said, "I think he'll come around." "Will it be safe to tell his mother so?" I asked. "Yes, I think you may." I hastened to her room. "Your little darling is not dead, Catherine. He is coming to." She threw herself at the bed at my feet, caught them round with her arms, and cried, "I will forgive him. I will do anything you like. I forgive George Everard. I will go and ask my father to forgive me." I lifted her in my arms, how light she was, and laid her again on the bed, where she burst into tears, and lay sobbing and weeping. I went to the other room. Little Gerard opened his eyes and closed them again as I entered. The doctor had laid him in his own crib. He said his pulse was improving. I beckoned to Thomas. He followed me. "She wants to ask you to forgive her," I said. "Do not, in God's name, wait till she asks you, but go and tell her that you forgive her." "I dare not say I forgive her," he answered. "I have more need to ask her to forgive me." I took him by the hand, and led him into her room. She feebly lifted her arms towards him. Not a word was said on either side. I left them in each other's embrace. The hard rocks had been struck with the rod, and the waters of life had flowed forth from each, and had met between. I have more than once known this in the course of my experience. The ice and snow of a long estrangement suddenly give way, and the boiling geyser floods of old affection rush from the hot deeps of the heart. I think myself that the very lastingness and strength of animosity have their origin sometimes in the reality of affection. The love lasts all the while, freshly indignant at every new load heaped upon it, till at last a word, a look, a sorrow, a gladness, sets it free, and, forgetting all its claims, it rushes irresistibly towards its end. Thus was it with Thomas and Catherine Weir. When I rejoined Dr Duncan, I found little Gerard asleep, and breathing quietly. "What do you know of this sad business, Mr Walton?" said the doctor. "I should like to ask the same question of you," I returned. "Young Tom told me that his sister had murdered the child. That is all I know. His father told me the same, and that is all I know. Do you believe it?" "At least we have no evidence about it. It is tolerably certain neither of those two could have been present. They must have received it by report. We must wait till she is able to explain the thing herself." "Meantime," said Dr Duncan, "all I believe is, that she struck the child, and that he fell upon the fender." I may as well inform my reader that, as far as Catherine could give an account of the transaction, this conjecture was corroborated. But the smallest reminder of it evidently filled her with such a horror of self-loathing that I took care to avoid the subject entirely, after the attempt of explanation which she made at my request. She could not remember with any clearness what had happened. All she remembered was that she had been more miserable than ever in her life before, that the child had come to her, as he seldom did, with some childish request or other, that she felt her seized with some intense hatred of him, and the next thing she knew was that his blood was running in a long red finger towards her. Then it seemed as if that blood had been drawn from her own overcharged heart and brain. She knew what she had done, though she did not know how she had done it, and the tide of her ebbed affection flowed like the returning waters of the Solway. But beyond her restored love she remembered nothing more that happened till she lay weeping with the hope that the child would yet live. Probably more particulars returned afterwards, but I took care to ask no more questions. In the increase of illness that followed, I more than once saw her shudder while she slept, and thought she was dreaming what her waking memory had forgotten, and once she started awake crying, "I have murdered him again." To return to that first evening, when Thomas was from his daughter's room, he looked like a man from whom the bitterness of evil had passed away. To human eyes at least it seemed as if self had been utterly slain in him. His face had that childlike expression in its paleness, and the tearfulness without tears haunting his eyes, which reminds one of the feeling of an evening in summer between which and the sultry day preceding it has fallen the gauzy veil of a cooling shower, with a rainbow in the east. "She is asleep," he said. "How is it your daughter Mary is not here?" I asked. "She was taken with a fit the moment she heard the bad news, sir. I left her with nobody but father. I think I must go and look after her now. It's not the first she's had neither, though I never told any one before." "You won't mention it, sir. It makes people look shy at you, you know, sir." "Indeed, I won't mention it. Then she mustn't sit up, and 2 nurses will be wanted here. You and I must take it to-night, Thomas. You'll attend to your daughter if she wants anything, and I know this little darling won't be frightened if he comes to himself, and sees me beside him." "God bless you, sir," said Thomas fervently. And from that hour to this there has never been a coolness between us. "A very good arrangement," said Dr Duncan. "Only I feel as if I ought to have a share in it." "No, no," I said. "We do not know who may want you. Besides, we are both younger than you." "I will come over early in the morning, then, and see how you are going on." As soon as Thomas returned with good news of Mary's recovery, I left him, and went home to tell my sister, and arrange for the night. We carried back with us what things we could think of to make the 2 patients as comfortable as possible. For as regarded Catherine, now that she would let her fellows help her, I was even anxious that she should feel something of that love about her which had so long driven from her door. I felt towards her something as towards a newborn child, for whom this life of mingled weft must be made as soft as its material will admit of; or rather, as if she had been my own sister, as indeed she was, returned from wandering in weary and miry ways, to taste once more the tenderness of home. I wanted to read the love of God in the love that even I could show her. And besides, I must confess that, though the result had been, in God's great grace, so good, my heart still smote me for the severity with which I had spoken the truth to her, and it was a relief to myself to endeavour to make some amends for having so spoken to her. But I had no intention of going near her that night, for I thought the less she saw of me the better, till she should be a little stronger, and have had time, with the help of her renewed feelings, to get over the painful associations so long accompanying the thought of me. So I took my place beside Girard, and watched through the night. The little fellow repeatedly cried out in that terror which is so often the consequence of the loss of blood. But when I laid my hand on him he smiled without waking, and lay quite still for a while. Once or twice he woke up and looked so bewildered that I feared delirium, but a little jelly composed him, and he fell fast asleep again. He did not seem even to have headache from the blow. But when I was left alone with the child, seated in a chair by the fire, my only light, how my thoughts rushed upon the facts bearing on my own history which this day had brought before me. Horror it was to think of Miss Oldcastle even as only riding with the seducer of Catherine Weir. There was torture in the thought of his touching her hand, and to think that before the summer came once more he might be her husband. I will not dwell on the sufferings of that night more than is needful, for even now in my old age I cannot recall without renewing them. But I must indicate one train of thought which kept passing through my mind with constant recurrence. Was it fair to let her marry such a man in ignorance? Would she marry him if she knew what I knew of him? Could I speak against my rival? Blacken him even with the truth, the only defilement that can really cling? Could I for my own dignity do so? And was she therefore to be sacrificed in ignorance? Might not someone else do it instead of me? But if I set it a-going, was it not precisely the same thing as if I did it myself, only more cowardly? There was but one way of doing it, and that was, with the full and solemn consciousness that it was and must be a barrier between us for ever. If I could give her up fully and altogether, then I might tell her the truth which was to preserve her from marrying such a man as my rival. And I must do so sooner than that she, my very dream of purity and gentle truth, should wed defilement. But how bitter to cast away my chance, as I said in the gathering despair of that black night. And although every time I said it, for the same words would come over and over as in a delirious dream, I repeated yet again to myself that wonderful line of Spenser: "It chanced, eternal God that chance did guide." Yet the words never grew into spirit in me. They remained words, 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 and meant nothing to my feeling. Hardly even to my judgment meant anything at all. Then came another bitter thought, the bitterness of which was wicked. It flashed upon me that my own earnestness with Catherine Weir, in urging her to the duty of forgiveness, would bear a main part in wrapping up in secrecy that evil thing which ought not to be hid. For had she not vowed, with the same facts before her which now threatened to crush my heart into a lump of clay, to denounce the man at the very altar? Had not the revenge which I had ignorantly combated been my best ally? And for one brief, black, wicked moment I repented that I had acted as I had acted. The next I was on my knees by the side of the sleeping child, and had repented back again in shame and sorrow. Then came the consolation that if I suffered hereby, I suffered from doing my duty, and that was well. Scarcely had I seated myself again by the fire when the door of the room opened softly, and Thomas appeared. "Kate is very strange, sir," he said, "and wants to see you." I rose at once. "Perhaps, then, you had better stay with Girard." "I will, sir, for I think she wants to speak to you alone." I entered her chamber. A candle stood on a chest of drawers, and its light fell on her face, once more flushed in those two spots with the glow of the unseen fire of disease. Her eyes, too, glittered again, but the fierceness was gone, and only the suffering remained. I drew a chair beside her, and took her hand. She yielded it willingly, even returned the pressure of kindness which I offered to the thin trembling fingers. "You are too good, sir," she said. "I want to tell you all. He promised to marry me. I believed him. But I did very wrong. And I have been a bad mother, for I could not keep from seeing his face in Girard's. Girard was the name he told me to call him when I had to write to him, and so I named the little darling Girard. How is he, sir?" "Doing nicely," I replied. I do not think you need be at all uneasy about him now. Thank God. I forgive his father now with all my heart. I feel it easier since I saw how wicked I could be myself. And I feel it easier, too, that I have not long to live. I forgive him with all my heart, and I will take no revenge. I will not tell one who he is. I have never told anyone yet. But I will tell you. His name is George Everard, Captain Everard. And I came to know him when I was apprenticed at Addicehead. I would not tell you, sir, if I did not know that you will not tell anyone. I know you so well that I will not ask you not. I saw him yesterday and it drove me wild. But it is all over now. My heart feels so cool now. Do you think God will forgive me? Without one word of my own, I took out my pocket testament and read these words. For if ye forgive men their trespasses, your heavenly Father will also forgive you. Then I read to her from the 7th chapter of St. Luke's Gospel, the story of the woman who was a sinner and came to Jesus in Simon's house, that she might see how the Lord himself thought and felt about such. When I had finished, I found that she was gently weeping, and so I left her and resumed my place beside the boy. I told Thomas that he had better not go near her just yet. So we sat in silence together for a while, during which I felt so weary and benumbed, that I neither cared to resume my former train of thought, nor to enter upon the new one suggested by the confession of Catherine. I believe I must have fallen asleep in my chair, for I suddenly returned to consciousness at a cry from Gerard. I started up, and there was the child fast asleep, but standing on his feet in the crib, pushing with his hands from before him, as if resisting someone, and crying, "Don't, go away, man! Mammy, Mr. Walton!" I took him in my arms and kissed him and laid him down again, and he lay as still as if he had never moved. At the same time Thomas came again into the room. "I am sorry to be so troublesome, sir," he said, "but my poor daughter says there's one more thing she wanted to say to you." I returned at once. As soon as I entered the room, she said eagerly, I forgive him with all my heart. But don't let him take Gerard." I assured her that I would do my best to prevent any such attempt on his part, and making her promise to try to go to sleep, left her once more. Nor was either of the patients disturbed again during the night. Both slept, as it appeared, refreshingly. In the morning, that is, before 8 o'clock, the old doctor made his welcome appearance, and pronounced both quite as well as he had expected to find them. In another hour, he had sent young Tom to take my place, and my sister to take his father's. I was determined that none of the gossips of the village should go near the invalid if I could help it. For, though such might be kind-hearted and estimable women, their place was not by such a couch as that of Catherine Weir. I enjoined my sister to be very gentle in her approaches to her, to be careful even not to seem anxious to serve her, and so to allow her to get gradually accustomed to her presence, not showing herself for the first day more than she could help, and yet taking good care she should have everything she wanted. Martha seemed to understand me perfectly, and I left her in charge with the more confidence that I knew Dr. Duncan would call several times in the course of the day. As for Tom, I had equal assurance that he would attend to orders, and as Gerard was very fond of him, I dismissed all anxiety about both, and allowed my mind to return with fresh avidity to the contemplation of its own cares, and fears, and perplexities. It was of no use trying to go to sleep, so I set out for a walk. End of chapter 26. Recording by Eric Metzler, Albuquerque, New Mexico, United States of America.
Chapter 27 of Annals of a Quiet Neighborhood. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Annals of a Quiet Neighborhood by George MacDonald. Chapter 27. The Man and the Child. It was a fine frosty morning, the invigorating influences of which, acting along with the excitement following immediately upon a sleepless night, overcame in a great measure the depression occasioned by the contemplation of my circumstances. Disinclined notwithstanding for any more pleasant prospect, I sought the rugged common where I had so lately met Catherine Weir in the storm and darkness, and where I had stood without knowing it upon the very verge of the precipice down which my fate was now threatening to hurl me. I reached the same chasm in which I had sought a breathing space on that night, and turning into it, sat down upon a block of sand which the frost had detached from the wall above. And now the tumult began again in my mind, revolving around the vortex of a new centre of difficulty. For, first of all, I found my mind relieved by the fact that, having urged Catherine to a line of conduct which had resulted in confession, a confession which, leaving all other considerations of my office out of view, had the greater claim upon my secrecy that it was made in confidence in my uncovenanted honour, I was not, could not be at liberty to disclose the secret she confided to me, which, disclosed by herself, would have been the revenge from which I had warned her, and at the same time my deliverance. I was relieved, I say, at first by this view of the matter, because I might thus keep my own chance of some favourable turn. Whereas if I once told Miss Oldcastle, I must give her up for ever, as I had plainly seen in the watch of the preceding night. But my love did not long remain skulking thus behind the hedge of honour. Suddenly I woke, and saw that I was unworthy of the honour of loving her, for that I was glad to be compelled to risk her well-being for the chance of my own happiness, a risk which involved infinitely more wretchedness to her than the loss of my dearest hopes to me. For it is one thing for a man not to marry the woman he loves, and quite another for a woman to marry a man she cannot ever respect. Had I not been withheld partly by my obligation to Catherine, partly by the feeling that I ought to wait and see what God would do, I should have risen that moment and gone straight to Oldcastle Hall, that I might plunge at once into the ocean of my loss, and encounter, with the full sense of honourable degradation, every misconstruction that might justly be devised of my conduct. For that I had given her up first could never be known even to her in this world. I could only save her by encountering and enduring and cherishing her scorn. At least so it seemed to me at the time. And although I am certain the other higher motives had much to do in holding me back, I am equally certain that this awful vision of the irrevocable fate to follow upon the deed had great influence as well in inclining me to suspend action. I was still sitting in the hollow, when I heard the sound of horses' hoofs in the distance, and felt a foreboding of what would appear. I was only a few yards from the road upon which the sand cleft opened, and could see a space of it sufficient to show the persons even of rapid riders. The sounds grew nearer. I could distinguish the step of a pony and the steps of two horses besides. Up they came and swept past. Miss Oldcastle upon Judy's pony, and Mr Stoddart upon her horse, with the captain upon his own. How grateful I felt to Mr Stoddart! And the hope arose in me that he had accompanied them at Miss Oldcastle's request. I had had no fear of being seen, sitting as I was on the side from which they came. One of the three, however, caught a glimpse of me, and even in the moment ere she vanished I fancied I saw the lily-white grow rosy red. But it must have been fancy, for she could hardly have been quite pale upon horseback on such a keen morning. I could not sit any longer. As soon as I ceased to hear the sound of their progress, I rose and walked home, much quieter in heart and mind than when I set out. As I entered by the nearer gate of the vicarage, I saw Old Rogers enter by the farther. He did not see me, but we met at the door. I greeted him. "I'm in luck," he said, "to meet your reverence just comin' home. How's poor Miss Weir to-day, sir?" "She was rather better when I left her this morning than she had been through the night. I have not heard since. I left my sister with her. I greatly doubt if she will ever get up again. That's between ourselves, you know. Come in." "Thank you, sir. I wanted to have a little talk with you. You don't believe what they say, that she tried to kill the poor little fellow?" he asked, as soon as the study door was closed behind us. "If she did, she was out of her mind for the moment, but I don't believe it." And thereupon I told him what both his master and I thought about it. But I did not tell him what she had said confirmatory of our conclusions. "That's just what I came to myself, sir, turning the thing over in my old head, but there's dreadful things done in the world, sir. There's my daughter been a-tellin' of me." I was instantly breathless attention. What he chose to tell me I felt at liberty to hear, though I would not have listened to Jane herself. I must here mention that she and Richard were not yet married, old Mr Brownrigg not having yet consented to any day his son wished to fix, and that she was, therefore, still in her place of attendance upon Miss Oldcastle. "There's been my daughter a-tellin' of me," said Rogers, "that the old lady up at the Hall there is tormenting the life out of that daughter of hers. She don't look much like hers, do she, sir? Wanting to make her marry a man of her choosing. I saw him go past a horseback with her yesterday, and I didn't more than half like the looks on him. He's too like a fair-spoken captain I sailed with once, what was the hardest man I ever sailed with. His own way was everything, even after he saw it wouldn't do. Now, don't you think, sir, somebody or other ought to interfere? It's as bad as murder, that, and anybody has a right to do summat to prevent it." "I don't know what can be done, Rogers. I can't interfere." The old man was silent. Evidently he thought I might interfere if I pleased. I could see what he was thinking. Possibly his daughter had told him something more than he chose to communicate to me. I could not help suspecting the mode in which he judged I might interfere. But I could see no likelihood before me but that of confusion and precipitation. In a word, I had not a plain path to follow. "Old Rogers," I said, "I can almost guess what you mean, but I am in more difficulty with regard to what you suggest than I can easily explain to you. I need not tell you, however, that I will turn the whole matter over in my mind." "The prey ought to be taken from the lions somehow, if it please God," returned the old man solemnly. "The poor young lady keeps up as well as she can before her mother, but Jane do say there's a power o' crying done in her own room." Partly to hide my emotion, partly with the sudden resolve to do something, if anything could be done, I said, "I will call on Mr Stoddart this evening. I may hear something from him to suggest a mode of action." "I don't think you'll get anything worth while from Mr Stoddart. He takes things a deal too easy like. He'll be this man's man and that man's man both at once't. I beg your pardon, sir, but he won't help us." "That's all I can think of at present, though," I said. Whereupon the man-of-war's man, with true breeding, rose at once, and took a kindly leave. I was in the storm again, she suffering, resisting, and I standing aloof. But what could I do? She had repelled me. She would repel me. Were I to dare to speak, and so be refused, the separation would be final. She had said that the day might come when she would ask help from me. She had made no movement towards the request. I would gladly die to serve her, yea, more gladly far than live, if that service was to separate us. But what to do I could not see. Still, just to do something, even if a useless something, I would go and see Mr Stoddart that evening. I was sure to find him alone, for he never dined with the family, and I might possibly catch a glimpse of Miss Oldcastle. I found little Gerard so much better, though very weak, and his mother so quiet, notwithstanding great feverishness, that I might safely leave them to the care of Mary, who had quite recovered from her attack, and her brother Tom. So there was something off my mind for the present. The heavens were glorious with stars, Arcturus and his host, the Pleiades, Orion, and all those worlds that shine out when ours is dark. But I did not care for them. Let them shine, they could not shine into me. I tried with feeble effort to lift my eyes to him who is above the stars, yet holds the sea, yea, the sea of human thought and trouble, in the hollow of his hand. How much sustaining, although no conscious comforting, I got from that region where all men's prayers to thee raised return possessed of what they pray thee. I cannot tell. It was not a time favorable to the analysis of feeling, still less of religious feeling, but somehow things did seem a little more endurable before I reached the house. I was passing across the hall, following the White Wolf to Mr Stoddart's room, when the drawing-room door opened and Miss Oldcastle came half out, but seeing me, drew back instantly. A moment after, however, I heard the sound of her dress following us. Light as was her step, every footfall seemed to be upon my heart. I did not dare to look round, for dread of seeing her turn away from me. I felt like one under a spell, or in an endless dream, but gladly would I have walked on for ever in hope, with that silken vortex of sound following me. Soon, however, it ceased. She had turned aside in some other direction, and I passed on to Mr Stoddart's room. He received me kindly, as he always did, but his smile flickered uneasily. He seemed in some trouble, and yet pleased to see me. "I am glad you have taken to horseback," I said. "It gives me hope that you will be my companion sometimes when I make a round of my parish. I should like you to see some of our people. You would find more in them to interest you than perhaps you would expect." I thus tried to seem at ease, as I was far from feeling. "I am not so fond of riding as I used to be," returned Mr Stoddart. "Did you like the Arab horses in India?" "Yes, after I got used to their careless ways. That horse you must have seen me on the other day is very nearly a pure Arab. He belongs to Captain Everard, and carries Miss Oldcastle beautifully. I was quite sorry to take him from her, but it was her own doing. She would have me go with her. I think I have lost much firmness since I was ill." "If the loss of firmness means the increase of kindness, I do not think you will have to lament it," I answered. "Does Captain Everard make a long stay?" "He stays from day to day. I wish he would go. I don't know what to do. Mrs Oldcastle and he form one party in the house, Miss Oldcastle and Judy another, and each is trying to gain me over. I don't want to belong to either. If they would only let me alone!" "What do they want of you, Mr Stoddart?" "Mrs Oldcastle wants me to use my influence with Ethelwyn, to persuade her to behave differently to Captain Everard. The old lady has set her heart on their marriage, and Ethelwyn, though she dares not break with him, she is so much afraid of her mother, yet keeps him somehow at arm's length. Then Judy is always begging me to stand up for her aunt. But what's the use of my standing up for her, if she won't stand up for herself? She never says a word to me about it herself. It's all Judy's doing. How am I to know what she wants?" "I thought you said just now she asked you to ride with her." "So she did, but nothing more. She did not even press it, only the tears came into her eyes when I refused, and I could not bear that. So I went against my will. I don't want to make enemies. I am sure I don't see why she should stand out. He's a very good match in point of property and family too." "Perhaps she does not like him?" I forced myself to say. "Oh, I suppose not, or she would not be so troublesome. But she could arrange all that if she were inclined to be agreeable to her friends. After all I have done for her! Well, one must not look to be repaid for anything one does for others. I used to be very fond of her. I am getting quite tired of her miserable looks." And what had this man done for her then? He had, for his own amusement, taught her Hindustani, he had given her some insight into the principles of mechanics, and he had roused in her some taste for the writings of the mystics. But for all that regarded the dignity of her humanity and her womanhood, if she had had no teaching but what he gave her, her mind would have been merely an unweeded garden that grows to seed. And now he complained that in return for his pains she would not submit to the degradation of marrying a man she did not love, in order to leave him in the enjoyment of his own lazy and cowardly peace. Really he was a worse man than I had thought him. Clearly he would not help to keep her in the right path, not even interfere to prevent her from being pushed into the wrong one. But perhaps he was only expressing his own discomfort, not giving his real judgment, and I might be censuring him too hardly. "What will be the result, do you suppose?" I asked. "I can't tell. Sooner or later she will have to give in to her mother. Everybody does. She might as well yield with a good grace." "She must do what she thinks right," I said. And you, Mr Stoddart, ought to help her to do what is right. You surely would not urge her to marry a man she did not love." "Well, no, not exactly urge her. And yet society does not object to it. It is an acknowledged arrangement, common enough." "Society is scarcely an interpreter of the divine will. Society will honor vile things enough, so long as the doer has money sufficient to clothe them in a grace not their own. There is a God's way of doing everything in the world, up to marrying, or down to paying a bill." "Yes, yes, I know what you would say, and I suppose you are right. I will not urge any opinion of mine. Besides, we shall have a little respite soon, for he must join his regiment in a day or two." It was some relief to hear this, but I could not with equanimity prosecute a conversation having Miss Oldcastle for the subject of it, and presently took my leave. As I walked through one of the long passages, but dimly lighted, leading from Mr Stoddart's apartment to the great staircase, I started at a light touch on my arm. It was from Judy's hand. "Dear Mr Walton," she said, and stopped. For at the same moment appeared at the farther end of the passage, towards which I had been advancing, a figure of which little more than a white face was visible, and the voice of Sarah, through whose softness always ran a harsh thread that made it unmistakable, said, "Miss Judy, your grandmamma wants you." Judy took her hand from my arm, and with an almost martial stride the little creature walked up to the speaker and stood before her defiantly. I could see them quite well in the fuller light at the end of the passage, where there stood a lamp. I followed slowly, that I might not interrupt the child's behaviour, which moved me strangely in contrast with the pusillanimity I had so lately witnessed in Mr Stoddart. "Sarah," she said, "you know you are telling a lie. Grannie does not want me. You have not been in the dining-room since I left it 1 moment ago. Do you think, you bad woman, I am going to be afraid of you? I know you better than you think. Go away directly, or I will make you." She stamped her little foot, and the white wolf turned and walked away without a word. If the mothers among my readers are shocked at the want of decorum in my friend Judy, I would just say, that valuable as propriety of demeanour is, truth of conduct is infinitely more precious. Glad should I be to think that the even tenor of my children's good manners could never be interrupted, except by such righteous indignation as carried Judy beyond the strict bounds of good breeding. Nor could I find it in my heart to rebuke her wherein she had been wrong. In the face of her courage and uprightness, the fault was so insignificant that it would have been giving it an altogether undue importance to allude to it at all, and might weaken her confidence in my sympathy with her rectitude. When I joined her, she put her hand in mine, and so walked with me down the stair and out at the front door. "You will take cold, Judy, going out like that," I said. "I am in too great a passion to take cold," she answered. "But I have no time to talk about that creeping creature. Auntie doesn't like Captain Everard, and Grannie keeps insisting on it that she shall have him whether she likes him or not. Now do tell me what you think." "I do not quite understand you, my child." "I know auntie would like to know what you think, but I know she will never ask you herself. So I am asking you whether a lady ought to marry a gentleman she does not like, to please her mother." "Certainly not, Judy. It is often wicked, and at best a mistake." "Thank you, Mr Walton. I will tell her. She will be glad to hear that you say so, I know. Mind you tell her you asked me, Judy. I should not like her to think I had been interfering, you know." "Yes, yes, I know quite well. I will take care. Thank you. He's going to-morrow. Good night." She bounded into the house again, and I walked away down the avenue. I saw and felt the stars now, for hope had come again in my heart, and I thanked the God of hope. Our minds are small because they are faithless, I said to myself. If we had faith in God, as our Lord tells us, our hearts would share in his greatness and peace. For we should not then be shut up in ourselves, but would walk abroad in him. And with a light step and a light heart, I went home. Chapter 27. Recording by Bill Borst. Chapter 28 of Annals of a Quiet Neighborhood. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit Librivox.org. Annals of a Quiet Neighborhood by George MacDonald. Chapter 28. Old Mrs. Tompkins. Very severe weather came, and much sickness followed, chiefly amongst the poorer people, who can so ill keep out the cold. Yet some of my well-to-do parishioners were laid up likewise, amongst others Mr. Boulderstone, who had an attack of pleurisy. I had grown quite attached to Mr. Boulderstone by this time, not because he was what is called interesting, for he was not, not because he was clever, for he was not, not because he was well read, for he was not, not because he was possessed of influence in the parish, though he had that influence, but simply because he was true. He was what he appeared, felt what he professed, did what he said, appearing kind, and feeling and acting kindly. Such a man is rare and precious, were he as stupid as the Welsh giant in Jack the Giant Killer. I could never see Mr. Boulderstone a mile off, but my heart felt the warmer for the sight. Even in his great pain he seemed to forget himself as he received me, and to gain comfort from my mere presence. I could not help regarding him as a child of heaven, to be treated with the mere reverence that he had the less aid to his goodness from his slow understanding. It seemed to me that the angels might gather with reverence around such a man, to watch the gradual and tardy awakening of the intellect in one in whom the heart and the conscience had been awake from the first. The latter safe, they at least would see well that there was no fear for the former. Intelligence is a consequence of love, nor is there any true intelligence without it. But I could not help feeling keenly the contrast when I went from his warm, comfortable, well-defended chamber, in which every appliance that could alleviate suffering or aid recovery was at hand, like a castle well appointed with arms and engines against the inroads of winter, and his yet colder ally, death. When, I say, I went from his chamber to the cottage of the Tompkinses, and found it as it were lying open and bare to the enemy. What holes and cracks there were about the door, through which the fierce wind rushed at once into the room to attack the aged feet and hands and throats. There were no defences of threefold draperies, and no soft carpet on the brick floor, only a small rug, which my sister had carried them laid down before a weak-eyed little fire, that seemed to despair of making anything of it against the huge cold that beleaguered and invaded the place. True, we had had the little cottage patched up. The two Thomas Weirs had been at work upon it for a whole day and a half in the first of the cold weather this winter. But it was like putting the new cloth on the old garment, for fresh places had broken out, and although Mrs. Tomkins had fought the cold well with what rags she could spare, and an old knife, yet such razor-edged winds are hard to keep out, and here she was now, lying in bed and breathing hard, like the sore-pressed garrison which had retreated to its last defence, the keep of the castle. Poor old Tomkins sat shivering over the little fire. "Come, come, Tomkins, this won't do," I said, as I caught up a broken shovel that would have let a lump as big as one's fist through a hole in the middle of it. "Why don't you burn your coals in weather like this? Where do you keep them?" It made my heart ache to see the little heap in a box hardly bigger than the chest of tea my sister brought from London with her. I threw half of it on the fire at once. "Deary me, Mr Walton, you are wasteful, sir. The Lord never sent his good coals to be used that way." "He did, though, Tomkins," I answered, "and he'll send you a little more this evening, after I get home. Keep yourself warm, man. This world's cold in winter, you know." "Indeed, sir, I know that, and I'm like to know it worse afore long. She's going," he said, pointing over his shoulder with his thumb towards the bed where his wife lay. I went to her. I had seen her several times within the last few weeks, but had observed nothing to make me consider her seriously ill. I now saw at a glance that Tomkins was right. She had not long to live. "I am sorry to see you suffering so much, Mrs Tomkins," I said. "I don't suffer so very much, sir. Though to be sure it be hard to get the breath into my body, sir. And I do feel cold like, sir." "I'm going home directly, and I'll send you down another blanket. It's much colder to-day than it was yesterday." "It's not weather cold, sir, wi' me. It's grave cold, sir. Blankets won't do me no good, sir. I can't get it out of my head how perishing cold I shall be when I'm under the mould, sir, though I oughtn't to mind it when it's the will o' God. It's only till the resurrection, sir." "But it's not the will of God, Mrs Tomkins." "Ain't it, sir? Sure I thought it was." "You believe in Jesus Christ, don't you, Mrs Tomkins?" "That I do, sir, with all my heart and soul." "Well, He says that whosoever liveth and believeth in Him shall never die. But you know, sir, everybody dies. I must die, and be laid in the churchyard, sir, and that's what I don't like. But I say that is all a mistake. You won't die. Your body will die and be laid away out of sight, but you will be awake, alive, more alive than you are now, a great deal. And here let me interrupt the conversation to remark upon the great mistake of teaching children that they have souls. The consequence is that they think of their souls as of something which is not themselves. For what a man has cannot be himself. Hence, when they are told that their souls go to heaven, they think of themselves as lying in the grave. They ought to be taught that they have bodies, and that their bodies die, while they themselves live on. Then they will not think, as old Mrs Tomkins did, that they will be laid in the grave. It is making altogether too much of the body, and is indicative of an evil tendency to materialism, that we talk as if we possessed souls, instead of being souls. We should teach our children to think no more of their bodies when dead than they do of their hair when it is cut off, or of their old clothes when they have done with them. "Do you really think so, sir?" "Indeed I do. I don't know anything about where you will be, but you will be with God, in your Father's house, you know. And that is enough, is it not?" "Yes, surely, sir. But I wish you was to be there by the bedside of me when I was a dyin'. I can't help bein' skeered at it. It don't come natural to me like. I ha' got used to this old bed here, cold as it has been, many's the night wi' my good man there by the side of me. Send for me, Mrs Tomkins, any moment, day or night, and I'll be with you directly. I think, sir, if I had a hold of you i' the one hand, and my man there, the Lord bless him, i' the other, I could go comfortable. I'll come the minute you send for me, just to keep you in mind that a better friend than I am is holding you all the time, though you mayn't feel his hands. If it is some comfort to have hold of a human friend, think that a friend who is more than man, a divine friend, has a hold of you, who knows all your fears and pains, and sees how natural they are, and can just with a word or a touch or a look into your soul keep them from going one hair's breadth too far. He loves us up to all out need, just because we need it, and He is all love to give. But I can't help thinking, sir, that I wouldn't be troublesome. He has such a deal to look after, and I don't see how He can think of everybody at every minute, like. I don't mean that He will let anything go wrong, but He might forget an old body like me for a minute, like. You would need to be as wise as He is before you could see how He does it. But you must believe more than you can understand. It is only common sense to do so. Think how nonsensical it would be to suppose that one who could make everything, and keep the whole going as He does, shouldn't be able to help forgetting. It would be unreasonable to think that He must forget because you couldn't understand how He could remember. I think it is as hard for Him to forget anything as it is for us to remember everything. For forgetting comes of weakness, and from our not being finished yet, and He is all strength and all perfection. Then you think, sir, He never forgets anything? I knew by the trouble that gathered on the old woman's brow what kind of thought was passing through her mind. But I let her go on, thinking so to help her the better. She paused for one moment only, and then resumed, much interrupted by the shortness of her breathing. "When I was brought to bed first," she said, "it was a twins, sir. And oh, sir, it was very hard. As I said to my man after I got my head up a bit, 'Tomkins,' says I, 'you don't know what it is to have two on 'em cryin', and you next to nothin' to give 'em, till their cryin' sticks to your brain, and you hear 'em when they're fast asleep, one on each side o' you. Well, sir, I'm ashamed to confess it even to you, and what the Lord can think of me, I don't know.' I would rather confess to Him than to the best friend I ever had," I said. "I am so sure that He will make every excuse for me that ought to be made, and a friend can't always do that. He can't know all about it, and you can't tell Him all, because you don't know all yourself. He does. But I would like to tell you, sir. Would you believe it, sir? I wished him dead, just to get the wailin' of him out of my head. I wished him dead. In the courtyard of the squire's house, where my Tomkins worked on the home farm, there was an old draw-well. It wasn't used, and there was a lid to it, with a hole in it, through which you could put a good big stone, and Tomkins once took me to it, and without tellin' me what it was, he put a stone in and told me to hearken. And I hearkened, but I heard nothing, as I told him so. 'But,' says he, 'hearken, lass.' And in a little while there came a blast o' noise like from somewheres. 'What's that, Tomkins?' I said. 'That's the stone,' says he, 'a strikin' on the water down that there well.' And I turned sick at the thought of it, and it's down there that I wished the darlin's that God had sent me, for there they'd be quiet." Mothers are often a little out of their minds at such times, Mrs Tomkins, and so were you. I don't know, sir. But I must tell you another thing. The Sunday afore that, the parson had been preachin' about suffer little children, you know, sir, to come unto me. I suppose that was what put it in my head. But I fell asleep with nothin' else in my head but the cries of the infants and the sound of the stone in the draw-well. And I dreamed that I had one of them under each arm, cryin' dreadful, and was walkin' across the court the way to the draw-well, when all at once a man come up to me, and held out his two hands, and said, 'Gie me my childer.' And I was in a terrible fear, and I gave him the first one and then t'other, and he took them, and one laid its head on one shoulder of him, and t'other upon t'other, and they stopped their cryin' and fell fast asleep. And away he walked with them into the dark, and I saw him no more. And then I awoke cryin', I didn't know why. And I took my twins to me, and my breasts was full, if you'll excuse me, sir, and my heart was as full o' love to them, and they hardly cried worth mentionin' again. But afore they was 2 year old, they both died of the bronchitis, sir, and I think that he took them." "He did take them, Mrs Tomkins, and you'll see them again soon. But if he never forgets anything—" "I didn't say that. I think he can do what he pleases, and if he pleases to forget anything, then he can forget it. And I think that is what he does with our sins, that is, after he has got them away from us, once we are clean from them altogether. It would be a dreadful thing if he forgot them before that, and left them sticking fast to us, and defiling us. How then should we ever be made clean? What else does the prophet Isaiah mean when he says, 'Thou hast cast my sins behind thy back'? Is not that where he does not choose to see them any more? They are not pleasant to him to think of any more than to us. It is as if he said, 'I will not think of that any more, for my sister will never do it again.' And so he throws it behind his back." "They are good words, sir. I could not bear him to think of me and my sins both at once. I could not help thinking of the words of Macbeth, 'To know my deed 'twere best not know myself.'" The old woman lay quiet after this, relieved in mind, though not in body, by the communication she had made with so much difficulty. and I hastened home to send some coals and other things, and then call upon Dr Duncan, lest he should not know that his patient was so much worse as I had found her. From Dr Duncan's I went to see old Samuel Weir, who likewise was ailing. The bitter weather was telling chiefly upon the aged. I found him in bed, under the old embroidery. No one was in the room with him. He greeted me with a withered smile, sweet and true, although no flash of white teeth broke forth to light up the welcome of the aged head. "Are you not lonely, Mr Weir?" "No, sir. I don't know as ever I was less lonely. I've got my stick, you see, sir," he said, pointing to a thorn stick which lay beside him. "I do not quite understand you," I returned, knowing that the old man's gently humorous sayings always meant something. "You see, sir, when I want anything, I've only got to knock on the floor, and up comes my son out of the shop. And then again, when I knock at the door of the house up there, my Father opens it and looks out. So I have both my son on earth and my Father in heaven, and what can an old man want more?" "What, indeed, could any one want more?" "It's very strange," the old man resumed after a pause, "but as I lie here, after I've had my tea, and it is almost dark, I begin to feel as if I was a child again. They say old age is a second childhood, but before I grew so old, I used to think that meant only that a man was helpless and silly again, as he used to be when he was a child. I never thought it meant that a man felt like a child again, as light-hearted and untroubled as I do now." "Well, I suspect that is not what people do mean when they say so, but I am very glad. You don't know how pleased it makes me to hear that you feel so. I will hope to fare in the same way when my time comes." "Indeed, I hope you will, sir, for I am main and happy. Just before you came in now, I had really forgotten that I was a toothless old man, and thought I was lying here waiting for my mother to come in and say good night to me before I went to sleep. Wasn't that curious, when I never saw my mother? As I told you before, sir." "It was very curious." "But I have no end of fancies. Only when I begin to think about it, I can always tell when they are fancies, and they never put me out. There's one I see often, a man down on his knees at that cupboard nigh the floor there, searching and searching for somewhat, and I wish he would just turn round his face once for a moment, that I might see him. I have a notion always it's my own father." "How do you account for that fancy now, Mr Weir?" "I've often thought about it, sir, but I never could account for it. I'm none willing to think it's a ghost, for what's the good of it? I've turned out that cupboard over and over, and there's nothing there I don't know." "You're not afraid of it, are you?" "No, sir. Why should I be? I never did it no harm, and God can surely take care of me from all sorts." My readers must not think anything is going to come out of this strange illusion of the old man's brain. I questioned him a little more about it, and came simply to the conclusion that when he was a child he had found the door open and had wandered into the house, at the time uninhabited, had peeped in at the door of the room where he now lay, and had actually seen a man in the position he described, half in the cupboard, searching for something. His mind had kept the impression after the conscious memory had lost its hold of the circumstance, and now revived it under certain physical conditions. It was a glimpse out of one of the many stories which haunted the old mansion. But there he lay, like a child, as he said, fearless even of such usurpations upon his senses. I think instances of quiet, unself-conscious faith are more common than is generally supposed. Few have along with it the genial, communicative impulse of old Samuel Weir, which gives the opportunity of seeing into their hidden world. He seemed to have been, and to have remained, a child, in the best sense of the word. He had never had much trouble with himself, for he was of a kindly, gentle, trusting nature, and his will had never been called upon to exercise any strong effort to enable him to walk in the straight path. Nor had his intellect, on the other hand, while capable enough, ever been so active as to suggest difficulties to his faith, leaving him, even theoretically, far nearer the truth than those who start objections for their own sakes, liking to feel themselves in a position of supposed antagonism to the generally acknowledged sources of illumination. For faith is in itself a light that lightens even the intellect, and hence the shield of the complete soldier of God, the shield of faith, is represented by Spencer as framed of all diamond, perfect, pure, and clean. The power of the diamond to absorb and again radiate light being no poetic fiction, but a well-known scientific fact, whose light falling upon any enchantment or false appearance destroys it utterly. For all that was not such as seemed in sight, before that shield did fade and sudden fall. Old Rogers had passed through a very much larger experience. Many more difficulties had come to him, and he had met them in his own fashion and overcome them. For while there is such a thing as truth, the mind that can honestly beget a difficulty must at the same time be capable of receiving that light of the truth which annihilates the difficulty, or at least of receiving enough to enable it to foresee vaguely some solution, for a full perception of which the intellect may not be as yet competent. By every such victory Old Rogers had enlarged his being, ever becoming more childlike and faithful, so that while the childlikeness of Weir was the childlikeness of a child, that of Old Rogers was the childlikeness of a man, in which submission to God is not only a gladness, but a conscious will and choice. But as the safety of neither depended on his own feelings, but on the love of God who was working in him, we may well leave all such differences of nature and education to the care of Him who first made the men different, and then brought different conditions out of them. The one thing is, whether we are letting God have his own way with us, following where he leads, learning the lessons he gives us. I wished that Mr Stoddart had been with me during these 2 visits. Perhaps he might have seen that the education of life was a marvellous thing, and even in the poorest intellectual results far more full of poetry and wonder than the outcome of that constant watering with the watering-pot of self-education, which, dissociated from the duties of life and the influences of his fellows, had made of him what he was. But I doubt if he would have seen it. A week had elapsed from the night I had sat up with Gerard Weir, and his mother had not risen from her bed, nor did it seem likely she would ever rise again. On a Friday I went to see her, just as the darkness was beginning to gather. The fire of life was burning itself out fast. It glowed on her cheeks, it burned in her hands, it blazed in her eyes. But the fever had left her mind. That was cool. Oh, so cool now. Those fierce tropical storms of passion had passed away, and nothing of life was lost. Revenge had passed away, but revenge is of death, and deadly. Forgiveness had taken its place, and forgiveness is the giving and so the receiving of life. Gerard, his dear little head starred with sticking plaster, sat on her bed, looking as quietly happy as child could look, over a wooden horse with cylindrical body and jointless legs, covered with an eruption of red and black spots. Is it the ignorance or the imagination of children that makes them so easily pleased with the merest hint at representation? I suspect the one helps the other towards that most desirable result, satisfaction. But he dropped it when he saw me, in a way so abandoning that, comparing small things with great, it called to my mind those lines of Milton: "From his slack hand the garland wreathed for Eve down dropped, and all the faded roses shed." The quiet child flung himself upon my neck, and the mother's face gleamed with pleasure. "Dear boy," I said, "I am very glad to see you so much better." For this was the first time he had shown such a revival of energy. He had been quite sweet when he saw me, but until this evening listless. "Yes," he said, "I am quite well now." And he put his hand up to his head. "Does it ache?" "Not much now. The doctor says I had a bad fall." "So you had, my child, but you will soon be well again." The mother's face was turned aside, yet I could see one tear forcing its way from under her closed eyelid. "Oh, I don't mind it," he answered. "Mammy is so kind to me. She lets me sit on her bed as long as I like." "That is nice. But just run to auntie in the next room. I think your mammy would like to talk to me for a little while." The child hurried off the bed and ran with overflowing obedience. "I can even think of him now," said the mother, "without going into a passion. I hope God will forgive him. I do. I think he will forgive me." "Did you ever hear," I asked, "of Jesus refusing anybody that wanted kindness from him? He wouldn't always do exactly what they asked him, because that would sometimes be of no use, and sometimes would even be wrong. But he never pushed them away from him, never repulsed their approach to him. For the sake of his disciples, he made the Syrophoenician woman suffer a little while, but only to give her such praise afterwards, and such a granting of her prayer, as is just wonderful." She said nothing for a little while, then murmured, "Shall I have to be ashamed to all eternity? I do not want to be ashamed. But shall I never be able to be like other people? In heaven, I mean? If he is satisfied with you, you need not think anything more about yourself. If he lets you once kiss his feet, you won't care to think about other people's opinion of you even in heaven. But things will go very differently there from here, for everybody there will be more or less ashamed of himself, and will think worse of himself than he does of anyone else. If trouble about your past life were to show itself on your face there, they would all run to comfort you, trying to make the best of it, and telling you that you must think about yourself, as he thinks about you. For what he thinks is the rule, because it is the infallible right way. But perhaps rather they would tell you to leave that to him who has taken away our sins, and not trouble yourself any more about it. But to tell the truth, I don't think such thoughts will come to you at all when you once have seen the face of Jesus Christ. You will be so filled with his glory and goodness and grace that you will just live in him and not in yourself at all. Will he let us tell him anything we please? He lets you do that now. Surely he will not be less our God, our friend there. Oh, I don't mind how soon he takes me now. Only there's that poor child that I've behaved so badly to. I wish I could take him with me. I have no time to make it up to him here." "You must wait till he comes. He won't think hardly of you. There's no fear of that." "What will become of him, though? I can't bear the idea of burdening my father with him." "Your father will be glad to have him, I know. He will feel it a privilege to do something for your sake. But the boy will do him good. If he does not want him, I will take him myself." "Oh, thank you, sir." A burst of tears followed. "He has often done me good," I said. "Who, sir, my father?" "No, your son." "I don't quite understand what you mean, sir." "I mean just what I say. The words and behavior of your lovely boy have both roused and comforted my heart again and again." She burst again into tears. "That is good to hear. To think of your saying that. The poor little innocent. Then it isn't all punishment?" "If it were all punishment, we should perish utterly. He is your punishment. But look in what a lovely, loving form your punishment has come, and say whether God has been good to you or not." If I had only received my punishment humbly, things would have been very different now. But I do take it, at least I want to take it, just as he would have me take it. I will bear anything he likes. I suppose I must die? I think he means you to die now. You are ready for it now, I think. You have wanted to die for a long time, but you were not ready for it before. And now I want to live for my boy, but his will be done. Amen. There is no such prayer in the universe as that. It means everything best and most beautiful. Thy will, O God, evermore be done. She lay silent. A tap came to the chamber door. It was Mary, who nursed her sister and attended to the shop. "If you please, sir, there's a little girl come to say that Mrs Tomkins is dying, and wants to see you." "Then I must say good night to you, Catherine. I will see you to-morrow morning. Think about old Mrs Tomkins. She's a good old soul. And when you find your heart drawn to her in the trouble of death, then lift it up to God for her, that He will please to comfort and support her, and make her happier than health, stronger than strength, taking off the old worn garment of her body, and putting upon her the garment of salvation, which will be a grand new body, like that the Saviour had when He rose again. I will try. I will think about her." For I thought this would be a help to prepare her for her own death. In thinking lovingly about others, we think healthily about ourselves. And the things she thought of for the comfort of Mrs Tomkins would return to comfort herself in the prospect of her own end, when perhaps she might not be able to think them out for herself. End of chapter 28. Recording by Bill Borst.
Chapter 29 of Annals of a Quiet Neighborhood. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit Librivox.org. Recording by Eric Metzler. Annals of a Quiet Neighborhood by George MacDonald. Chapter 29. Calm and Storm. But of the two, Catherine had herself to go first. Again and again was I sent for to say farewell to Mrs Tomkins, and again I returned home leaving her asleep, and for the time better. But on a Saturday evening, as I sat by my vestry fire, pondering on many things, and trying to make myself feel that they were as God saw them, and not as they appeared to me, young Tom came to me with the news that his sister seemed much worse, and his father would be much obliged if I would go and see her. I sent Tom on before, because I wished to follow alone. It was a brilliant, starry night. No moon, no clouds, no wind, nothing but stars. They seemed to lean down towards the earth, as I have seen them since in more southern regions. It was indeed a glorious night. That is, I knew it was. I did not feel that it was. For the death which I went to be near came with a strange sense of separation between me and the nature around me. I felt as if nature knew nothing, felt nothing, meant nothing, did not belong to humanity at all. For here was death, and there shone the stars. I was wrong, as I knew afterwards. I had had very little knowledge of the external shows of death. Strange as it may appear, I have never yet seen a fellow creature pass beyond the call of his fellow mortals. I had not even seen my father die, and the thought was oppressive to me. To think, I said to myself as I walked over the bridge to the village street, to think that the one moment the person is here, and the next, who shall say where? For we know nothing of the region beyond the grave. Not even our risen Lord thought fit to bring back from Hades any news for the human family, standing, straining their eyes after their brothers and sisters that have vanished in the dark. Surely it is well, all well, although we know nothing, save that our Lord has been there, knows all about it, and does not choose to tell us. Welcome ignorance, then, the ignorance in which He chooses to leave us. I would rather not know if He gave me my choice, but preferred that I should not know. And so the oppression passed from me, and I was free. But little as I knew of the signs of the approach of death, I was certain, the moment I saw Catherine, that the veil that hid the silent land had begun to lift slowly between her and it. And for a moment I almost envied her that she was so soon to see and to know that after which our blindness and ignorance were wondering and hungering. She could hardly speak. She looked more patient than calm. There was no light in the room but that of the fire, which flickered, flashing and fading, now lighting up the troubled eye, and now letting a shadow of the coming repose fall gently over it. Thomas sat by the fire with the child on his knee, both looking fixedly into the glow. Gerard's natural mood was so quiet and earnest that the solemnity about him did not oppress him. He looked as if he were present at some religious observance of which he felt more than he understood, and his childish peace was in no wise inharmonious with the awful silence of the coming change. He was no more disquieted at the presence of death than the stars were. And this was the end of the lovely girl, to leave the fair world still young, because a selfish man had seen that she was fair. No time can change the relation of cause and effect. The poison that operates ever so slowly is yet poison, and yet slays, and that man was now murdering her with weapon long reaching from out of the past. But no, thank God, this was not the end of her. Though there is woe for that man by whom the offence cometh, yet there is provision for the offence. There is one who bringeth light out of darkness, joy out of sorrow, humility out of wrong. Back to the Father's house we go with the sorrows and sins which, instead of inheriting the earth, we gathered and heaped upon our weary shoulders, and a different elder brother from that angry one who would not receive the poor swine-humbled prodigal, takes the burden from our shoulders and leads us into the presence of the good. She put out her hand feebly, let it lie in mine, looked as if she wanted me to sit down by her bedside, and when I did so, closed her eyes. She said nothing. Her father was too much troubled to meet me without showing the signs of his distress, and his was a nature that ever sought concealment for its emotion. Therefore he sat still. But Gerard crept down from his knee, came to me, clambered up on mine, and laid his little hand upon his mother's, which I was holding. She opened her eyes, looked at the child, shut them again, and tears came out from between the closed lids. "Has Gerard ever been baptized?" I asked her. Her lips indicated a no. "Then I will be his godfather, and that will be a pledge to you that I will never lose sight of him." She pressed my hand, and the tears came faster. Believing with all my heart that the dying should remember their dying Lord, and that the "do this in remembrance of me" can never be better obeyed than when the partaker is about to pass, supported by the God of his faith, through the same darkness which lay before our Lord when he uttered the words and appointed the symbol, we kneeled, Thomas and I, and young Tom, who had by this time joined us with his sister Mary, around the bed, and partook with the dying woman the signs of that death, wherein our Lord gave himself entirely to us, to live by his death, and to the Father of us all in holiest sacrifice as the high priest of us his people, leading us to the altar of a like self-abnegation. Upon what that bread and that wine mean, the sacrifice of our Lord, the whole world of humanity hangs. It is the redemption of man. After she had received the Holy Sacrament, she lay still as before. I heard her murmur once, "Lord, I do not deserve it, but I do love thee." And about 2 hours after, she quietly breathed her last. We all kneeled, and I thanked the Father of us aloud that he had taken her to himself. Gerard had been fast asleep on his aunt's lap, and she had put him to bed a little before. Surely he slept a deeper sleep than his mother's, for had she not awaked even as she fell asleep? When I came out once more, I knew better what the stars meant. They looked to me now as if they knew all about death, and therefore could not be sad to the eyes of men, as if that unsympathetic look they wore came from this, that they were made like the happy truth, and not like our fears. But soon the solemn feeling of repose, the sense that the world and all its cares would thus pass into nothing, vanished in its turn. For a moment I had been, as it were, walking on the shore of the eternal, where the tide of time had left me in its retreat. Far away across the level sands I heard it moaning, but I stood on the firm ground of truth and heeded it not. In a few moments more it was raving around me. It had carried me away from my rest, and I was filled with the noise of its cares. For when I returned home, my sister told me that Old Rogers had called, and seemed concerned not to find me at home. He would have gone to find me, my sister said, had I been anywhere but by a deathbed. He would not leave any message, however, saying he would call in the morning. I thought it better to go to his house. The stars were still shining as brightly as before, but a strong foreboding of trouble filled my mind, and once more the stars were far away, and lifted me no nearer to Him who made the 7 stars and Orion. When I examined myself, I could give no reason for my sudden fearfulness, save this, that as I went to Catherine's house, I had passed Jane Rogers on her way to her father's, and having just greeted her, had gone on. But now as it came back to me, she had looked at me strangely, that is, with some significance in her face which conveyed nothing to me. And now her father had been to seek me. It must have something to do with Miss Oldcastle. But when I came to the cottage it was dark and still, and I could not bring myself to rouse the weary man from his bed. Indeed it was past 11, as I found to my surprise on looking at my watch. So I turned and lingered by the old mill, and felt a pondering on the profusion of strength that pushed past the wheel away to the great sea, doing nothing. Nature, I thought, does not demand that power should always be force. Power itself must repose. He that believeth shall not make haste, says the Bible. But it needs strength to be still. Is my faith not strong enough to be still? I looked up to the heavens once more, and the quietness of the stars seemed to reproach me. We are safe up here, they seemed to say. We shine fearless and confident, for the God who gave the primrose its rough leaves to hide it from the blast of uneven spring, hangs us in the awful hollows of space. We cannot fall out of his safety. Lift up your eyes on high, and behold, who hath created these things, that bringeth out their host by number? He calleth them all by names, by the greatness of his might, for that he is strong in power, not one faileth. What sayest thou, O Jacob? And speakest, O Israel? My way is hid from the Lord, and my judgment is passed over from my God. The night was very still. There was, I thought, no one awake within miles of me. The stars seemed to shine into me the divine reproach of those glorious words. "O my God," I cried, and fell on my knees by the mill door. What I tried to say more I will not say here. I may say that I cried to God. What I said to him ought not, cannot be repeated to another. When I opened my eyes, I saw the door of the mill was open too, and there in the door, his white head glimmering, stood Old Rogers, with a look on his face as if he had just come down from the mount. I started to my feet with that strange feeling of something like shame that seizes one at the very thought of other eyes than those of the Father. The old man came forward, and bowed his head with an unconscious expression of humble dignity, but would have passed me without speech, leaving the mill door open behind him. I could not bear to part with him thus. "Won't you speak to me, Rogers?" I said. He turned at once with evident pleasure. "I beg your pardon, sir. I was ashamed of having intruded on you, and I thought you would rather be left alone. I thought," hesitated the old man, "that you might like to go into the mill, for the night's cold out of doors." "Thank you, Rogers. I won't now. I thought you had been in bed. How do you come to be out so late?" "You see, sir, when I'm in any trouble, it's no use to go to bed. I can't sleep. I only keep the old woman waking. And the key of the mill allus hanging at the back of my door, and knowing it to be a good place to shut the door in, I came out as soon as she was asleep. But I little thought to see you, sir. I came to find you, not thinking how the time went. Catherine Weir is gone home. I'm right glad to hear it, poor woman, and perhaps something will come out now that will help us." "I do not quite understand you," I said, with hesitation. But Rogers made no reply. "I'm sorry to hear you are in trouble tonight. Can I help you?" I resumed. "If you can help yourself, sir, you can help me, but I have no right to say so. Only, if a pair of old eyes be not blind, a man may pray to God about anything he sees. I was praying hard about you in there, sir, while you was on your knees o' the other side of the door." I could partly guess what the old man meant, and I could not ask him for further explanation. "What did you want to see me about?" I inquired. He hesitated for a moment. "I dare say it was very foolish of me, sir, but I just wanted to tell you that our Jane was down here from the hall this afternoon. I passed her on the bridge. Is she quite well?" "Yes, yes, sir. You know that's not the point." The old man's tone seemed to reprove me for vain words, and I held my peace. "The captain's there again." An icy spear seemed to pass through my heart. I could make no reply. The same moment a cold wind blew on me from the open door of the mill. Although Lear was of course right when he said, "The tempest in my mind doth from my senses take all feeling else save what beats there," yet it is also true that sometimes, in the midst of its greatest pain, the mind takes marvelous notice of the smallest things that happen around it. This involves a law of which illustrations could be plentifully adduced from Shakespeare himself, namely, that the intellectual part of the mind can go on working with strange independence of the emotional. From the door of the mill, as from a sepulchral tavern, blew a cold wind like the very breath of death upon me, just when that pang shot in absolute pain through my heart. For a wind had arisen from behind the mill, and we were in its shelter save where a window behind and the door beside me allowed free passage to the first of the coming storm. I believe I turned away from the old man without a word. He made no attempt to detain me. Whether he went back into his closet, the old mill, sacred in the eyes of the Father who honors his children, even as the church wherein many prayers went up to him, or turned homewards to his cottage and his sleeping wife, I cannot tell. The first I remember after that cold wind is, that I was fighting with that wind, gathered even to a storm, upon the common where I had dealt so severely with her who had this very night gone into that region into which, as into a waveless sea, all the rivers of life rush and are silent. Is it the sea of death? No, the sea of life, a life too keen, too refined for our senses to know it, and therefore we call it death, because we cannot lay hold upon it. I will not dwell upon my thoughts as I wandered about over that waste. The wind had risen to a storm charged with fierce showers of stinging hail, which gave a look of grey wrath to the invisible wind as it swept slanting by, and then danced and scudded along the levels. The next point in that night of pain is when I found myself standing at the iron gate of Oldcastle Hall. I had left the common, passed my own house and the church, crossed the river, walked through the village, and was restored to self-consciousness. That is, I knew that I was there, only when I first stood in the shelter of one of those great pillars and the monster on its top. Finding the gate open, for they were not precise about having it fastened, I pushed it and entered. The wind was roaring in the trees as I think I have never heard it roar since, for the hail clashed upon the bare branches and twigs, and mingled an unearthly hiss with the roar. In the midst of it the house stood like a tomb, dark, silent, without one dim light to show that sleep and not death ruled within. I could have fancied that there were no windows in it, that it stood like an eyeless skull in that gaunt forest of skeleton trees, empty and desolate, beaten by the ungenial hail, the dead rain of the country of death. I passed round to the other side, stepping gently lest some ear might be awake, as if any ear, even that of Judy's white wolf, could have heard the loudest step in such a storm. I heard the hailstones crush between my feet in the soft grass of the lawn, but I dared not stop to look up at the back of the house. I went on to the staircase in the rock, and by its rude steps, dangerous in the flapping of such storm wings as it swept about it that night, descended to the little grove below, around the deep-walled pool. Here the wind did not reach me. It roared overhead, but save an occasional sigh, as if of sympathy of their suffering brethren abroad in the world, the hermits of this cell stood upright and still around the sleeping water. But my heart was a well in which a storm boiled and raged, and all that pother over my head was peace itself compared to what I felt. I sat down on the seat at the foot of a tree, where I had first seen Miss Oldcastle reading, and then I looked up to the house. Yes, there was a light there. It must be in her window. She then could not rest any more than I. Sleep was driven from her eyes because she must wed the man she would not, while sleep was driven from mine because I could not marry the woman I would. Was that it? No. My heart acquitted me, in part at least, of thinking only of my own sorrow in the presence of her greater distress. Gladly would I have given her up forever, without a hope, to redeem her from such a bondage. But it would be to marry another some day, suggested the tormentor within. And then the storm, which had a little abated, broke out afresh in my soul. But before I rose from her seat I was ready even for that. At least I thought so, if only I might deliver her from the all but destruction that seemed to be impending over her. The same moment in which my mind seemed to have arrived at the possibility of such a resolution, I rose almost involuntarily, and glancing once more at the dull light in her window, for I did not doubt that it was her window, though it was much too dark to discern the shape of the house, almost felt my way to the stair, and climbed again into the storm. But I was quieter now, and able to go home. It must have been nearly morning, though at this season of the year the morning is undefined, when I reached my own house. My sister had gone to bed, for I could always let myself in, nor indeed did anyone in Marshmallows think the locking of the door at night an imperative duty. When I fell asleep, I was again at the old quarry, staring into the deep well. I thought Mrs. Oldcastle was murdering her daughter in the house above, while I was spellbound to the spot where, if I stood long enough, I should see her body float into the well from the subterranean passage, the opening of which was just below where I stood. I was thus confusing and reconstructing the two dreadful stories of the place, that told me by old Weir about the circumstance of his birth, and that told me by Dr. Duncan about Mrs. Oldcastle's treatment of her elder daughter. But as a white hand and arm appeared in the water below me, sorrow and pity more than horror broke the bonds of sleep, and I awoke to less trouble than that of my dreams, only because that which I feared had not yet come. End of chapter 29. Recording by Eric Metzler, Albuquerque, New Mexico, United States of America. Chapter 30 of Annals of a Quiet Neighborhood. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit Librivox.org. Recording by Eric Metzler. Annals of a Quiet Neighborhood by George MacDonald. Chapter 30. A Sermon to Myself. It was the Sabbath morn, but such a Sabbath. The day seemed all wan with weeping, and grey with care. The wind dashed itself against the casement, laden with soft heavy sleet. The ground, the bushes, the very outhouses seemed sodden with the rain. The trees, which looked stricken as if they could die of grief, were yet tormented with fear, for the bare branches went streaming out in the torrent of the wind, as cowering before the invisible foe. The first thing I knew when I awoke was the raving of that wind. I could lie in bed not a moment longer. I could not rest. But how was I to do the work of my office? When a man's duty looks like an enemy dragging him into the dark mountains, he has no less to go with it than when, like a friend with loving face, it offers to lead him along green pastures by the riverside. I had little power over my feelings. I could not prevent my mind from mirroring itself in the nature around me, but I could address myself to the work I had to do. "My God," was all the prayer I could pray ere I descended to join my sister at the breakfast table. But He knew what lay behind the one word. Martha could not help seeing that something was the matter. I saw by her looks that she could read so much in mine. But her eyes alone questioned me, and that only by glancing at me anxiously from time to time. I was grateful to her for saying nothing. It is a fine thing in friendship to know when to be silent. The prayers were before me, in the hands of all my friends, and in the hearts of some of them, and if I could not enter into them as I would, I could yet read them humbly before God as His servant to help the people to worship as one flock. But how was I to preach? I had been in difficulty before now, but never in so much. How was I to teach others whose mind was one confusion? The subject on which I was pondering when young Weir came to tell me that his sister was dying had retreated as if into the far past. It seemed as if years had come between that time and this, though but one black night had rolled by. To attempt to speak upon that would have been vain, for I had nothing to say on the matter now, and if I could have recalled my former thoughts, I should have felt a hypocrite as I delivered them, so utterly dissociated would they have been from anything that I was thinking or feeling now. Here would have been my visible form and audible voice, uttering that as present to me now, as felt by me now, which I did think and feel yesterday, but which, though I believed it, was not present to my feeling or heart, and must wait the revolution of months, or it might be of years, before I should feel it again, before I should be able to exhort my people about it with the fervour of a present faith. But indeed I could not even recall what I had thought and felt. Should I then tell them that I could not speak to them that morning? There would be nothing wrong in that. But I felt ashamed of yielding to personal trouble when the truths of God were all about me, although I could not feel them. Might not some hungry soul go away without being satisfied, because I was faint and downhearted? I confess I had a desire likewise to avoid giving rise to speculation and talk about myself, a desire which, although not wrong, could neither have strengthened me to speak the truth, nor have justified me in making the attempt. What was to be done? All at once the remembrance crossed my mind of a sermon I had preached before upon the words of St. Paul. "Thou therefore which teachest another, teachest thou not thyself?" A subject suggested by the fact that on the preceding Sunday I had especially felt, in preaching to my people, that I was exhorting myself whose necessity was greater than theirs. At least I felt it to be greater than I could know theirs to be. And now the converse of the thought came to me, and I said to myself, might I not try the other way now, and preach to myself? In teaching myself, might I not teach others? Would it not hold? I am very troubled and faithless now. If I knew that God was going to lay the full weight of this grief upon me, yet if I loved Him with all my heart, Should I not at least be more quiet? There would not be a storm within me then, as if the Father had descended from the throne of the heavens, and chaos were come again. Let me expostulate with myself in my heart, and the words of my expostulation will not be the less true with my people. All this passed through my mind as I sat in my study after breakfast, with the great old cedar roaring before my window. It was within an hour of church time. I took my Bible, read and thought, got even some comfort already, and found myself in my vestry not quite unwilling to read the prayers and speak to my people. There were very few present. The day was one of the worst, violently stormy, which harmonized somewhat with my feelings, and to my further relief, the hall pew was empty. Instead of finding myself a mere minister to the prayers of others, I found, as I read, that my heart went out in crying to God for the divine presence of His Spirit. And if I thought more of myself in my prayers than was well, yet as soon as I was converted, would I not strengthen my brethren? And the sermon I preached to myself and through myself to my people was that which the stars had preached to me, and thereby driven me to my knees by the mill door. I took for my text, "The glory of the Lord shall be revealed," and then I proceeded to show them how the glory of the Lord was to be revealed. I preached to myself that through this 40th chapter of the prophecies of Isaiah, the power of God is put side by side with the weakness of men, not that He, the perfect, may glory over His feeble children, not that He may say to them, "Look how mighty I am, and go down upon your knees and worship," for power alone was never yet worthy of prayer, but that He might say thus, "Look, my children, you will never be strong but with my strength. I have no other to give you, and that you can get only by trusting in me. I cannot give it to you any other way. There is no other way. But can you not trust in me? Look how strong I am. You wither like the grass. Do not fear. Let the grass wither. Lay hold of my word, that which I say to you out of my truth, and that will be life in you that the blowing of the wind that withers cannot reach. I am coming with my strong hand and my judging arm to do my work. And what is the work of my strong hand and ruling arm? To feed my flock like a shepherd, to gather the lambs with my arm, and carry them in my bosom, and gently lead those that are with young. I have measured the waters in the hollow of my hand, and held the mountains in my scales, to give each of you his due weight. And all the nations, so strong and fearful in your eyes, are as nothing beside my strength and what I can do. Do not think of me as of an image that your hands can make, a thing you can choose to serve, and for which you can do things to win its favour. I am before and above the earth and over your life, and your oppressors I will wither with my breath. I come to you with help, I need no worship from you. But I say, love me, for love is life, and I love you. Look at the stars I have made. I know every one of them. Not one goes wrong, because I keep him right. Why sayest thou, O Jacob, and speakest thou, O Israel, my way is hid from the Lord, and my judgment is passed over from my God? I give power to the faint, and to them that have no might, plenty of strength. Thus, I went on to say, God brings His strength to destroy our weakness by making us strong. This is a God indeed. Shall we not trust Him? I gave my people this paraphrase of the chapter, to help them to see the meanings which their familiarity with the words, and their non-familiarity with the modes of Eastern thought, and the forms of Eastern expression, would unite to prevent them from catching more than broken glimmerings of. And then I tried to show them that it was in the commonest troubles of life, as well as in the spiritual fears and perplexities that came upon them, that they were to trust in God. For God made the outside as well as the inside, and they altogether belong to Him, and that when outside things, such as pain or loss of work or difficulty in getting money, were referred to God and His will, they too straightway became spiritual affairs. For nothing in the world could any longer appear common or unclean to the man who saw God in everything. But I told them that they must not be too anxious to be delivered from that which troubled them, but they ought to be anxious to have the presence of God with them to support them, and to make them able in patience to possess their souls. And so the trouble would work its end, the purification of their minds, that the light and gladness of God and all his earth, which the pure in heart and the meek alone could inherit, might shine in upon them. And then I repeated to them this portion of a prayer out of one of Sir Philip Sidney's books. O Lord, I yield unto thy will, and joyfully embrace what sorrow thou wilt have me suffer. Only thus much let me crave of thee. Let my craving, O Lord, be accepted of thee, since even that proceeds from thee. Let me crave, even by the noblest title, which in my gravest affliction I may give myself, that I am thy creature, and by thy goodness, which is thyself, that thou wilt suffer some beam of thy majesty so to shine into my mind, that it may still depend confidently on thee. All the time I was speaking, the rain, mingled with sleet, was dashing against the windows, and the wind was howling over the graves all about. But the dead were not troubled by the storm, and over my head, from beam to beam of the roof, now resting on one, now flitting to another, a sparrow kept flying, which had taken refuge in the church till the storm should cease and the sun shine out in the great temple. This, I said aloud, is what the church is for. As the sparrow finds here a house from the storm, so the human heart escapes thither to hear the still small voice of God, when its faith is too weak to find him in the storm, and in the sorrow, and in the pain. And while I spoke, a dim watery gleam fell on the chancel floor, and the comfort of the sun awoke in my heart. Nor let any one call me superstitious for taking that pale sunray of hope as sent to me, for I received it as comfort for the race, and for me as one of the family, even as the bow that was set in the cloud, a promise to the eyes of light for them that sit in darkness. As I write, my eye falls upon the Bible on the table by my side, and I read the words, "For the Lord God is a sun and shield, the Lord will give grace and glory." And I lift my eyes from my paper and look abroad from my window, and the sun is shining in its strength. The leaves are dancing in the light wind that gives them each its share of the sun, and my trouble has passed away for ever, like the storm of that night, and the unrest of that strange Sabbath. Such comforts would come to us oftener from nature, if we really believed that our God was the God of nature, that when he made, or rather when he makes, he means; that not his hands only, but his heart too, is in the making of those things; that, therefore, the influences of nature upon human minds and hearts are because he intended them. And if we believe that our God is everywhere, why should we not think him present even in the coincidences that sometimes seem so strange? For if he is in the things that coincide, he must be in the coincidence of those things. Miss Oldcastle told me once that she could not take her eyes off a butterfly which was flitting about in the church all the time I was speaking of the resurrection of the dead. I told the people that in Greek there was one word for the soul and for a butterfly, psyche; that I thought as the light on the rain made the natural symbol of mercy, the rainbow, so the butterfly was the type in nature, and made to the end, amongst other things, of being such a type, of the resurrection of the human body; that its name certainly expressed the hope of the Greeks in immortality, while to us it speaks likewise of a glorified body, whereby we shall know and love each other with our eyes as well as our hearts. My sister saw the butterfly too, but only remembered that she had seen it when it was mentioned in her hearing. On her the sight made no impression. She saw no coincidence. I descended from the pulpit comforted by the sermon I had preached to myself; but I was glad to feel justified in telling my people that, in consequence of the continued storm, for there would have been no more of sunshine than just that watery gleam, there would be no service in the afternoon, and that I would instead visit some of my sick poor, whom the weather might have discomposed in their worn dwellings. The people were very slow in dispersing. There was so much putting on of clogs, gathering up of skirts over the head, and expanding of umbrellas, soon to be taken down again as worse than useless in the violence of the wind, that the porches were crowded, and the few left in the church detained till the others made way. I lingered with these. They were all poor people. "I am sorry you will have such a wet walk home," I said to Mrs. Baird, the wife of old Reginald Baird, the shoemaker, the little wizened creature with more wrinkles than hairs, who the older and more withered she grew, seemed like the kernels of some nuts only to grow the sweeter. "It's very good of you to let us off this afternoon, sir. Not as I minds the wet. It finds out the holes in people's shoes, and gets my husband into more work." This was, in fact, the response of the shoemaker's wife to my sermon. If we look for responses after our fashion instead of after other people's own fashion, we ought to be disappointed. Any recognition of truth, whatever form it may take, whether that of poetic delight, intellectual corroboration, practical commonplace, or even vulgar aphorism, must be welcomed by the husbandman of the God of growth. A response which jars against the peculiar pitch of our mental instrument must not therefore be turned away from with dislike. Our mood of the moment is not that by which the universe is tuned into its harmonies. We must drop our instrument and listen to the other. And if we find that the player upon it is breathing after a higher expression, is, after his fashion, striving to embody something he sees of the same truth as the utterance of which called forth his answer, let us thank God and take courage. God at least is pleased. And if our refinement and education take away from our pleasure, it is because of something low, false, and selfish, not divine in a word, that is mingled with that refinement and that education. If the shoemaker's wife's response to the prophet's grand poem about the care of God over his creatures took the form of acknowledgment for the rain that found out the holes in the people's shoes, it was the more genuine and true, for in itself it afforded proof that it was not a mere reflex of the words of the prophet, but sprung from the experience and recognition of the shoemaker's wife. Nor was there anything necessarily selfish in it, for if there are holes in people's shoes, the sooner they are found out, the better. While I was talking to Mrs. Baird, Mr. Stoddart, whose love for the old organ had been stronger than his dislike to the storm, had come down into the church, and now approached me. "I never saw you in the church before, Mr. Stoddart," I said, "though I have heard you often enough. You use your own private door always." "I thought to go that way now, but there came such a fierce burst of wind and rain in my face that my courage failed me, and I turned back, like the sparrow, for refuge in the church." "A thought strikes me," I said. "Come home with me and have some lunch, and then we will go together to see some of my poor people. I have often wished to ask you." His face fell. "It is such a day," he answered, remonstratingly, but not positively refusing. It was not in his way to ever refuse anything positively. "So it was when you set out this morning," I returned. "But you would not deprive us of the aid of your music for the sake of a charge of wind and the rattle of raindrops." "But I shan't be of any use. You are going, and that is enough." "I beg your pardon. Your very presence will be of use. Nothing yet given him or done for him by his fellow ever did any man so much good as the recognition of the brotherhood by the common signs of friendship and sympathy. The best good of given money depends on the degree to which it is the sign of that friendship and sympathy. Our Lord did not make little of visiting. I was sick, and ye visited me. Inasmuch as ye did it not to one of the least of these, ye did it not to me. Of course, if the visitor goes professionally and not humanly, as a mere religious policeman, that is, whether he only distributes tracts with condescending words, or gives money liberally because he thinks he ought, the more he does not go, the better, for he only does harm to them and himself too. But I cannot pretend to feel any of the interest you consider essential. Why then should I go? To please me, your friend. That is a good human reason. You need not say a word. You must not pretend anything. Go as my companion, not as their visitor. Will you come?" "I suppose I must." "You must, then. Thank you. You will help me. I have seldom a companion." So when the storm fit had abated for the moment, we hurried to the vicarage, had a good though hasty lunch, to which I was pleased to see Mr. Stoddart do justice. For it was with man as with beast, if you want work out of him, he must eat well. And it is the one justification of eating well, that a man works well upon it. And set out for the village. The rain was worse than ever. There was no sleet, and the wind was not cold, but the windows of heaven were opened, and if the fountains of the great deep were not broken up, it looked like it, at least, when we reached the bridge and saw how the river had spread out over all the low lands on its borders. We could not talk much as we went along. "Don't you find some pleasure in fighting the wind?" I said. "I have no doubt I should," answered Mr. Stoddart, "if I thought I were going to do any good. But as it is, to tell the truth, I would rather be by my own fire with my folio Dante on the reading desk. Well, I would rather help the poorest woman in creation than contemplate the sufferings of the greatest and wickedest, I said. There are two things you forget, returned Mr Stoddart. First, that the poem of Dante is not nearly occupied with the sufferings of the wicked, and next, that what I have complained of in this expedition, which as far as I am concerned I would call a wild goose chase, were it not that it is your doing and not mine, is that I am not going to help anybody. You would have the best of the argument entirely, I replied, if your expectation was sure to turn out correct. As I spoke, we had come within a few yards of the Tompkinses' cottage, which lay low down from the village towards the river, and I saw that the water was at the threshold. I turned to Mr Stoddart, who, to do him justice, had not yet grumbled in the least. "Perhaps you had better go home after all," I said, "for then you must wade into Tompkins if you go at all. Poor old man, what can he be doing with his wife dying and the river in his house? You have constituted yourself my superior officer, Mr Walton. I never turned my back on my leader yet, though I confess I wish I could see the enemy a little clearer." "There is the enemy," I said, pointing to the water, and walking into it. Mr Stoddart followed me without a moment's hesitation. When I opened the door, the first thing I saw was a small stream of water running straight from the door to the fire on the hearth, which it had already drowned. The old man was sitting by his wife's bedside. Life seemed rapidly going from the old woman. She lay breathing very hard. "Oh, sir," said the old man, as he rose, almost crying, "you're come at last." "Did you send for me?" I asked. "No, sir. I had nobody to send. Leastways, I asked the Lord if he wouldn't fetch you. I been praying hard for you in the last hour. I couldn't leave her to come for you. And I do believe the wind had blown me off my two old legs." "Well, I am come, you see. I would have come sooner, but I had no idea you would be flooded." "It's not that I mind, sir, though it is cold sin' the fire went. But she is going now, sir. She hadn't spoken a word this 2 hours and more, and her breathin's worse and worse. She don't know me now, sir." A moan of protestation came from the dying woman. "She does know you, and loves you too, Tompkins," I said, "and you'll both know each other better by and by." The old woman made a feeble motion with her hand. I took it in mind. It was cold and deathlike. The rain was falling in large, slow drops from the roof upon the bedclothes. But she would be beyond the reach of all the region storms before long, and it did not matter much. "Look if you can find me a basin or plate, Mr Stoddart, and put it to catch the drop here," I said, for I wanted to give him the first chance of being useful. "There's one in the press there," said the old man, rising feebly. "Keep your seat," said Mr Stoddart. "I'll get it." And he got a basin from the cupboard, and put it on the bed to catch the drop. The old woman held my hand in hers, but by its motion I knew that she wanted something, and guessing what it was from what she had said before, I made her husband sit on the bed on the other side of her and take hold of her other hand, while I took his place on the chair by the bedside. This seemed to content her. So I went and whispered to Mr Stoddart, who had stood looking on disconsolately. "You heard me say I would visit some of my sick people this afternoon. Some will be expecting me with certainty. You must go instead of me and tell them that I cannot come because old Mrs Tompkins is dying. But I will see them soon." He seemed rather relieved at the commission. I gave him the necessary directions to find the cottages, and he left me. I may mention here that this was the beginning of a relation between Mr Stoddart and the poor of the parish. A very slight one indeed at first, for it consisted only in his knowing 2 or 3 of them, so as to ask after their health when he met them, and to give them an occasional half-crown. But it led to better things before many years had passed. It seems scarcely more than yesterday, though it is 20 years ago, that I came upon him in the avenue, standing in dismay over the fragments of a jug of soup which he had dropped, to the detriment of his trousers as well as the loss of his soup. "What am I to do?" he said. "Poor Jones expects his soup to-day." "Why, go back and get some more." "But what will cook say?" The poor man was more afraid of the cook than he would have been of a squadron of cavalry. "Never mind the cook. Tell her you must have some more as soon as it can be got ready." He stood uncertain for a moment. Then his face brightened. "I will tell her I want my luncheon. I always have soup. And I'll get out through the greenhouse and carry it to Jones." "Very well," I said, "that will do capitally." And I went on, without caring to disturb my satisfaction by determining whether the devotion of his own soup arose more from love to Jones or fear of the cook. He was a great help to me in the latter part of his life, especially after I lost good Dr Duncan, and my beloved friend Old Rogers. He was just one of those men who make excellent front-rank men, but are quite unfit for officers. He could do what he was told without flinching, but he always required to be told. I resumed my seat by the bedside, where the old woman was again moaning. As soon as I took her hand she ceased, and so I sat till it began to grow dark. "Are you there, sir?" she would murmur. "Yes, I am here. I have a hold of your hand." "I can't feel you, sir." "But you can hear me, and you can hear God's voice in your heart. I am here, though you can't feel me. And God is here, though you can't see him." She would be silent for a while, and then murmur again, "Are you there, Tomkins?" "Yes, my woman, I'm here," answered the old man to one of these questions. "But I wish I was there instead, wheresomever it be as you're goin', old girl." And all that I could hear for answer was, "Bim-by, bim-by." And why should I linger over the deathbed of an illiterate woman, old and plain, dying away by inches? Is it only that she died with a hold of my hand, and that therefore I am interested in the story? I trust not. I was interested in her. Why, would my readers be more interested if I told them of the death of a young lovely creature who said touching things, and died amidst a circle of friends, who felt that the very light of life was being taken away from them? It was enough for me that here was a woman with a heart like my own, who needed the same salvation I needed, to whom the love of God was the one blessed thing, who was passing through the same dark passage into the light that the Lord had passed through before her, and that I had to pass through after her. She had no theories, at least she gave utterance to none. She had a few thoughts of her own, and gave still fewer of them expression. You might guess at a true notion in her mind, but an abstract idea she could scarcely lay hold of. Her speech was very common, her manner rather brusque than gentle. But she could love me, she could forget herself, she could be sorry for what she did or thought wrong, she could hope, she could wish to be better, she could admire good people, she could trust in God her Saviour. And now the loving God-made human heart in her was going into a new school that it might begin a fresh beautiful growth. She was old, I have said, and plain, but now her old age and plainness were about to vanish, and all that made her youth attractive to young Tomkins was about to return to her, only rendered tenfold more beautiful by the growth of 50 years of learning according to her ability. God has such patience in working us into vessels of honour, in teaching us to be children. And shall we find the human heart in which the germs of all that is noblest and loveliest and likest to God have begun to grow and manifest themselves uninteresting, because its circumstances have been narrow, bare, and poverty-stricken, though neither sordid nor unclean, because the woman is old and wrinkled and brown, as if these were more than the transient accidents of humanity, because she has neither learned grammar nor philosophy, because her habits have neither been delicate nor self-indulgent? To help the mind of such a woman to unfold to the recognition of the endless delights of truth, to watch the dawn of the rising intelligence which the too still face, and the transfiguration of the whole form, as the gentle rusticity vanishes in yet gentler grace, is a labour and a delight worth the time and mind of an archangel. Our best living poet says, but no, I will not quote. It is a distinct wrong that befalls the best books to have many of their best words quoted, till in their own place and connection they cease to have force and influence. The meaning of the passage is that the communication of truth is one of the greatest delights the human heart can experience. Surely this is true. Does not the teaching of men form a great part of the divine gladness? Therefore even the dull approaches of death are full of deep significance and warm interest to one who loves his fellows, who desires not to be distinguished by any better faith than theirs, and shrinks from the pride of supposing that his own death, or that of the noblest of the good, is more precious in the sight of God than that of one of the least of these little ones. At length, after a long silence, the peculiar sounds of obstructed breathing indicated the end at hand. The jaw fell, and the eyes were fixed. The old man closed the mouth and the eyes of his old companion, weeping like a child, and I prayed aloud, giving thanks to God for taking her to himself. It went to my heart to leave the old man alone with the dead, but it was better to let him be alone for a while, ere the women should come to do the last offices for the abandoned form. I went to Old Rogers, told him the state in which I had left poor Tomkins, and asked him what was to be done. "I'll go and bring him home, sir, directly. He can't be left there." "But how can you bring him in such a night?" "Let me see, sir. I must think. Would your mare go in a cart, do you think?" "Quite quietly. She brought a load of gravel from the common a few days ago." "But where's your cart? I haven't got one." "There's one at Weir's to be repaired, sir. It wouldn't be stealing to borrow it." How he managed with Tomkins I do not know. I thought it better to leave all the rest to him. He only said afterwards that he could hardly get the old man away from the body. But when I went in the next day I found Tomkins sitting, disconsolate, but as comfortable as he could be, in the easy chair by the side of the fire. Mrs. Rogers was bustling about cheerily. The storm had died in the night. The sun was shining. It was the first of the spring weather. The whole country was gleaming with water. But soon it would sink away, and the grass be the thicker for its rising. End of Chapter 30. Recording by Eric Metzler, Albuquerque, New Mexico, United States of America. Chapter 31 of Annals of a Quiet Neighborhood. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit Librivox.org. Recording by Eric Metzler. Annals of a Quiet Neighborhood, by George MacDonald. Chapter 31. A Council of Friends. My reader will easily believe that I returned home that Sunday evening somewhat jaded. Nor will he be surprised if I say that next morning I felt disinclined to leave my bed. I was able, however, to rise and go, as I have said, to Old Rogers's cottage. But when I came home, I could no longer conceal from myself that I was in danger of a return of my last attack. I had been sitting for hours in wet clothes, with my boots full of water, and now I had to suffer for it. But as I was not to blame in the matter, and had no choice offered me whether I should be wet or dry while I sat by the dying woman, I felt no depression at the prospect of the coming illness. Indeed, I was too much depressed from other causes, from mental strife and hopelessness, to care much whether I was well or ill. I could have welcomed death in the mood in which I sometimes felt myself during the next few days, when I was unable to leave my bed, and knew that Captain Everard was at the Hall, and knew nothing besides. For no voice reached me from that quarter any more than if Oldcastle Hall had been a region beyond the grave. Miss Oldcastle seemed to have vanished from my ken as much as Catherine Weir and Mrs. Tomkins. Yes, more; for there was only death between these and me. Whereas there was something far worse, I could not always tell what, that rose ever between Miss Oldcastle and myself, and paralysed any effort I might fancy myself on the point of making for her rescue. One pleasant thing happened. On the Thursday, I think it was, I felt better. My sister came into my room and said that Miss Crowther had called and wanted to see me. "Which Miss Crowther is it?" I asked. "The little lady that looks like a bird, and chirps when she talks." Of course I was no longer in any doubt as to which of them it was. "You told her I had a bad cold, did you not?" "Oh yes, but she says if it is only a cold, it will do you no harm to see her." "But you told her I was in bed, didn't you?" "Of course, but it makes no difference. She says she's used to seeing sick folk in bed, and if you don't mind seeing her, she doesn't mind seeing you." "Well, I suppose I must see her," I said. So my sister made me a little tidier, and introduced Miss Crowther. "Oh dear, Mr Walton, I'm so sorry, but you're not very ill, are you?" "I hope not, Miss Jemima. Indeed, I begin to think this morning that I am going to get off easier than I expected." "I am glad of that. Now listen to me. I won't keep you, and it is a matter of some importance. I hear that one of your people is dead, a young woman of the name of Weir, who has left a little boy behind her. Now, I have been waiting for a long time to adopt a child." "But," I interrupted her, "what would Miss Hester say?" "My sister's not so very dreadful as perhaps you may think her, Mr Walton. And besides, when I do want my own way very particularly, which is not often, for there are not so many things that it's worth while insisting upon, but when I do want my own way, I always have it. I then stand upon my right of, what do you call it, primogeniture. That's it. Well, I think I know something of this child's father. I'm sorry to say I don't know much good of him, and that's the worse for the boy. Still—" "The boy is an uncommonly sweet and lovable child, whoever was his father," I interposed.
"I am very glad to hear it. I am the more determined to adopt him. What friends has he?"
"He has a grandfather, and an uncle and aunt, and we'll have a godfather, that's me, in a few days, I hope."
"I am very glad to hear it. There will be no opposition on the part of the relatives, I presume?"
"I'm not so sure of that. I fear I shall object for one, Miss Jemima."
"You? I didn't expect that of you, Mr Walton, I must say."
And there was a tremor in the old lady's voice more of disappointment and hurt than of anger. "I will think it over, though, and talk about it to his grandfather, and we shall find out what's best, I do hope. You must not think I should not like you to have him."
"Thank you, Mr Walton. Then I won't stay longer now, but I warn you I will call again very soon if you don't come to see me. Good morning."
And the dear old lady shook hands with me and left me rather hurriedly, turning at the door, however, to add,
"Mind, I've set my heart upon having the boy, Mr Walton. I've seen him often."
What could have made Miss Crowther take such a fancy to the boy? I could not help associating it with what I had heard of her youthful disappointment. But never having had my conjectures confirmed, I will say no more about them. Of course I talked the matter over with Thomas Weir, but, as I had suspected, I found that he was now as unwilling to part with the boy as he had formerly disliked the sight of him. Nor did I press the matter at all, having a belief that the circumstances of one's natal position are not to be rudely handled or thoughtlessly altered, besides, that I thought Thomas and his daughter ought to have all the comfort and good that were to be got from the presence of the boy whose advent had occasioned them so much trouble and sorrow, yea, and sin too. But I did not give a positive and final refusal to Miss Crowther. I only said, for the present, for I did not feel at liberty to go further. I thought that such changes might take place as would render the trial of such a new relationship desirable, as indeed it turned out in the end, though I cannot tell the story now, but must keep it for a possible future. I have, I think, entirely as yet followed in these memoirs the plan of relating either those things only at which I was present, or of other things only in the same mode in which I heard them. I will now depart from this plan, for once. Years passed before some of the following facts were reported to me, but it is only here that they could be interesting to my readers. At the very time Miss Crowther was with me, as nearly as I can guess, Old Rogers turned into Thomas Weir's workshop. The usual, on the present occasion somewhat melancholy, greetings having passed between them, Old Rogers said, "Don't you think, Mr Weir, there's summat the matter with parson?" "Overworked," returned Weir. "He's lost two, you see, and had to see them both safe over, as I may say, within the same day. He's got a bad cold, I'm sorry to hear, besides. Have ye heard of him to-day?" "Yes, he's badly and in bed. But that's not what I mean. There's summat on his mind," said Old Rogers. "Well, I don't think it's for you or me to meddle with parson's mind," returned Weir. "I'm not so sure of that," persisted Rogers. "But if I had thought, Mr Weir, as how you would be ready to take me up short for mentioning of the thing, I wouldn't ha' opened my mouth to you about parson. Leastways in that way, I mean." "But what way do you mean, Old Rogers?" "Why, about his innards, you know." "I'm no nearer your meanin' yet." "Well, Mr Weir, you and me's two old fellows now. Leastways I'm a deal older than you. But that doesn't signify to you what I want to say." And here Old Rogers stuck fast, according to Weir's story. "It don't seem easy to say nohow, Old Rogers," said Weir. Well, it ain't. So I must just let it go by the run and hope the parson, who'll never know, would forgive me if he did. Well, then, what is it? It's my opinion that parson of ours, you see, we knows about it, Mr Weir, though we're not gentlefolks, leastways I'm none. Now, what do you mean, Old Rogers? Well, I means this, as how parson's in love. There, that's paid out. Suppose he was, I don't see yet what business that is of yours or mine either. Well, I do. I'd go to Davy Jones for that man. A heathenish expression, perhaps, but Weir assured me, with much amusement in his tone, that those were the very words Old Rogers used. Leaving the expression aside, will the reader think for a moment on the old man's reasoning? My condition was his business, for he was ready to die for me. Ah, love does indeed make us all each other's keeper, just as we were intended to be. "But what can we do?" returned Weir. Perhaps he was the less inclined to listen to the old man, that he was busy with a coffin for his daughter, who was lying dead down the street. And so my poor affairs were talked of over the coffin planks. Well, well, it was no bad omen. "I tell you what, Mr Weir, this here's a serious business, and it seems to me it's not ship-shape of you to go on with that plane of yours when we're talking about parson." "Well, Old Rogers, I meant no offence. Here goes. Now, what have you to say? Though if it's offence to parson you're speaking of, I know, if I were parson, who I'd think was taking the greatest liberty, me with my plane, or you with your fancies. Belay there and hearken." So Old Rogers went into as many particulars as he thought fit, to prove that his suspicion as to the state of my mind was correct, which particulars I do not care to lay in a collected form before my reader, he being in no need of such a summing up to give his verdict, seeing the parson has already pleaded guilty. When he had finished, "Supposin' all you say, Old Rogers," remarked Thomas, "I don't yet see what we've got to do with it. Parson ought to know best what he's about." "But my daughter tells me," said Rogers, "that Miss Oldcastle has no mind to marry Captain Everard, and she thinks if parson would only speak out he might have a chance." Weir made no reply, and was silent so long, with his head bent, that Rogers grew impatient. "Well, man, ha' you nothing to say now? Not for your best friend, on earth, I mean, and that's parson? It may seem a small matter to you, but it's no small matter to parson." "Small to me?" said Weir, and taking up his tool, a constant recourse with him when agitated, he began to plane furiously. Old Rogers now saw that there was more in it than he had thought, and held his peace and waited. After a minute or two of fierce activity, Thomas lifted up a face more white than the deal board he was planing, and said, "You should have come to the point a little sooner, Old Rogers." He then laid down his plane and went out of the workshop, leaving Rogers standing there in bewilderment. But he was not gone many minutes. He returned with the letter in his hand. "There," he said, giving it to Rogers. "I can't read hand or write," returned Rogers. "I had enough ado with straightfor'ard print. But I'll take it to parson." "On no account," returned Thomas emphatically. "That's not what I gave it to you for. Neither you nor parson has any right to read that letter, and I don't want either of you to read it. Can Jane read writing?" "I don't know as she can, for, you see, what makes lasses take to writing is when the young man's o'er the seas, leastways not in the mill over the brook." "I'll be back in a minute," said Thomas, and taking the letter from Rogers' hand, he left the shop again. He returned once more with the letter sealed up in an envelope, addressed to Miss Oldcastle. "Now, you tell your Jane to give that to Miss Oldcastle from me. Mind, from me. And she must give it into her own hands, and let no one else see it. And I must have it again. Mind you tell her all that, Old Rogers." "I will. It's for Miss Oldcastle, and no one else to know on't. And you're to have it again all safe when done with." "Yes. Can you trust Jane not to go talking about it?" "I think I can. I ought to anyhow. But she can't know anythink in the matter now, Mr Weir." "I know that. But Marshmallows is a talkin' place, and poor Kate ain't right out of hearin' yet. You'll come and see her buried to-morrow, won't ye, Old Rogers?" "I will, Thomas. You've had a troubled life, but thank God the sun came out a bit before she died." "That's true, Rogers. It's all right, I do think, though I grumbled long and sore. But Jane mustn't speak of that letter." "No, that she shan't." "I'll tell you some day what's in it. but I can't bear to talk about it yet." And so they parted. I was too unwell still either to be able to bury my dead out of my sight or to comfort my living the next Sunday. I got help from Addicehead, however, and the dead bodies were laid aside in the ancient wardrobe of the tomb. They were both buried by my vestry door, Catherine where I had found young Tom lying, namely, in the grave of her mother, and old Mrs Tomkins on the other side of the path. On Sunday, Rogers gave his daughter the letter, and she carried it to the hall. It was not till she had to wait on her mistress before leaving her for the night that she found an opportunity of giving it into her own hands. Then when her bell rang, Jane went up to her room, and found her so pale and haggard that she was frightened. She had thrown herself back on the couch, with her hands lying by her sides, as if she cared for nothing in the world or out of it. But when Jane entered, she started and sat up, and tried to look like herself. Her face, however, was so pitiful that honest-hearted Jane could not help crying, upon which the responsive sisterhood overcame the proud lady, and she cried too. Jane had all but forgotten the letter, of the import of which she had no idea, for her father had taken care to rouse no suspicions in her mind. But when she saw her cry, the longing to give her something, which comes to us all when we witness trouble, for giving seems to mean everything, brought to her mind the letter she had undertaken to deliver to her. Now she had no notion, as I have said, that the letter had anything to do with her present perplexity, but she hoped it might divert her thoughts for a moment, which is all that love at a distance can look for sometimes. "Here is a letter," said Jane, "that Mr Weir the carpenter gave to my father to give to me to bring to you, miss." "What is it about, Jane?" she asked listlessly. Then a sudden flash broke from her eyes, and she held out her hand eagerly to take it. She opened it and read with changing colour, but when she had finished it, her cheeks were crimson, and her eyes glowing like fire. "The wretch!" she said, and threw the letter from her into the middle of the floor. Jane, who remembered the injunctions of her father as to the safety and return of the letter, stooped to pick it up, but had hardly raised herself when the door opened, and in came Mrs Oldcastle. The moment she saw her mother, Ethelwyn rose, and advancing to meet her, said, "Mother, I will not marry that man. You may do what you please with me, but I will not." "Hi-ho!" exclaimed Miss Oldcastle with spread nostrils, and turning suddenly upon Jane, snatched the letter out of her hand. She opened and read it, her face getting more still and stony as she read. Miss Oldcastle stood and looked at her mother with cheeks now pale, but with still flashing eyes. The moment her mother had finished the letter, she walked swiftly to the fire, tearing the letter as she went, and thrust it between the bars, pushing it in fiercely with the poker, and muttering, "A vile forgery of those low Chartist wretches! As if he would ever have looked at one of their women! A low conspiracy to get money from a gentleman in his honourable position." And for the first time since she went to the hall, Jane said there was colour in that dead white face. She turned once more, fiercer than ever, upon Jane, and in a tone of rage under powerful repression began, "You leave the house this instant!" The last two words, notwithstanding her self-command, rose to a scream, and she came from the fire towards Jane, who stood trembling near the door, with such an expression on her countenance that absolute fear drove her from the room before she knew what she was about. The locking of the door behind her let her know that she had abandoned her young mistress to the madness of her mother's evil temper and disposition. But it was too late. She lingered by the door and listened, but beyond an occasional hoarse tone of suppressed energy, she heard nothing. At length the lock as suddenly turned, and she was surprised by Mrs Oldcastle, if not in a listening attitude, at least where she had no right to be after the dismissal she had received. Opposite Miss Oldcastle's bedroom was another, seldom used, the door of which was now standing open. Instead of speaking to Jane, Mrs Oldcastle gave her a violent push, which drove her into this room. Thereupon she shut the door and locked it. Jane spent the whole of the night in that room, in no small degree of trepidation as to what might happen next. But she heard no noise all the rest of the night, part of which, however, was spent in sound sleep, for Jane's conscience was in no ways disturbed as to any part she had played in the current events. It was not till the morning that she examined the door, to see if she could not manage to get out and escape from the house, for she shared with the rest of the family an indescribable fear of Mrs Oldcastle and her confidant, the White Wolf. but she found it was of no use. The lock was at least as strong as the door. Being a sensible girl and self-possessed, as her parents' child ought to be, she made no noise, but waited patiently for what might come. At length, hearing a step in the passage, she tapped gently at the door and called, "Who's there?" The cook's voice answered. "Let me out," said Jane. "The door's locked." The cook tried, but found there was no key. Jane told her how she came there, and the cook promised to get her out as soon as she could. Meantime, all she could do for her was to hand her a loaf of bread on a stick from the next window. It had been long dark before someone unlocked the door, and left her at liberty to go where she pleased, of which she did not fail to make immediate use. Unable to find her young mistress, she packed her box, and leaving it behind her, escaped to her father. As soon as she had told him the story, he came straight to me. End of Chapter 31. Recording by Eric Metzler, Albuquerque, New Mexico, United States of America.